you just say suck finished right? What does that even mean? What is the pun there? One sec. Watching SDL live? Yeah? I'm gonna be... Here, I gotta put out the announcement, then I'll talk about what I'm doing. Like 5 minutes, I'm gonna... not too much time for that. And then afterwards, I do have a bunch of segments planned. One sec. There, posting here. All right, howdy y'all. We got Fudge Smith, who I think joined from YouTube chat. Nope, that's another person with an unpronounceable Polish name. Oh no, they are from YouTube chat. Berserkjerk says sock equals suck, done equals finish, left flip to right. It's art. I'm sorry, yeah, your pun quality was far above my intellectual capability. While we're waiting, I know she's an easy target and all, but this Chaya Rychik woman. Ah shit, I gotta update that. Most competent SDL stream. Chrome capture, no. Chrome capture. Chaya Rychik, the woman who runs Libs of TikTok. I know this is like a really common thing that conservatives do, but like this video is heartbreaking. Illegal migrants are receiving free accommodations in healthcare while our veterans are suffering like this. And she has literally never mentioned universal healthcare, literally never mentioned the Veterans Affairs, never mentioned anything relating to veterans or their healthcare or welfare benefits or anything. Like, it's always, why are these foreigners getting welfare benefits, which also I think nobody should be getting. Anyway, Alan Bro asks, is it really a leak if our top officials just say it out loud constantly? So this document in particular was literally leaked. It was not supposed to be presented to the press. But in addition to that, I wanted to talk about there's one leaked document, there's one plan that was subsequently deleted, both of which are funded by the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence. And then in addition to that, there's like 8 statements by high Israeli officials or members of parliament. And I just wanted to, I wanted to talk about it because like one of the frustrating things is that everyone seems to agree that there's been mass displacement. Everyone seems to agree that there's been a huge amount of civilian casualties. But what's so hard to get people to acknowledge is that there's intent behind all this, right? It's not just like, oops, we bombed a bunch of children. It's like, oops, we bombed a bunch of children after calling them human animals, which makes it actually a whole bit different. We bombed a bunch of children and forced 1.4 million people to be displaced after we said that we wouldn't let them back into the country. Tee-hee. Yeah. Is it really bad you like to call her rat? I don't know what that says, but probably. I can't see it, it's blurred. Or, commented out. Yeah, so in like 2 minutes, thoughts on Little Dirk? What the hell is Little Dirk? Slime81 says, you know more about the issues than anyone else on these panels. Okay, that's actually something worth talking about. In like 2 minutes, I was going to go on Wick's panel on, what's the title again? I don't know if he gave the official title, but it's just titled Leftism and Anti-Semitism. And the invite was something to the tune of like, does the left have an anti-Semitism problem? And the thing that's so frustrating to me is like, yes, there are plenty of anti-Semitic leftists. Yes, like every, in fact, political faction has an anti-Semitism problem to the same degree, not same degree, in the same way that every faction on earth has like problems with racism or whatever. The thing that's so frustrating, in my view, about the coverage this has gotten is that there has been like non-stop internal condemnation of the left by other leftists over shitty statements in like that, which like there were some statements which were pro-Hamas, which like absolutely deserved it. There are some statements which simply failed to call out violence by Hamas, which I think is useful to do. But then there's just been so much of this. There's like the volume of this is enormous. The fucking Fox News was covering like shitty DSA statements, right? And Trump is getting up on stage saying that the only thing that evil respects is unyielding strength. And for every drop of blood they spill, we'll spill a gallon of theirs. And we stand with Israel 110%, and they will avenge the dead. And then Lindsey Graham says, we will flatten Gaza. And Marco Rubio says these are savages that you can't be coexisted with. They have to be exterminated. And no one gives a fucking shit. Like, no one outside the left press asks any condemnation. And it's just so frustrating because these are people with power. Trump may be the next president of the United States. The DSA, however, no matter how cringe their Hamas statement, has a 0% chance of taking the presidency in 2024. I don't know. It's just that's I guess my view going into this conversation is like, yes, the left has a problem with anti-Semitism, as it does with almost all of the other isms. And it's worth calling out. But if you like hyper fixate on that, that is also a problem. Because like right now you have a chance to try and shift Congress to supporting a ceasefire in one of the most violent conflicts this year. Like, for an idea of how bad it is, as many as 10,000 Gazans may be dead right now, which is roughly on par with how many Ukrainians died in the entire war. Civilians died. In the Ukraine war, something like 3/4 of the deaths are soldiers. It's only like 1/4 that are civilians. But in Palestine, it's easily 4/5 are civilians. If you want to support me, there's two things you can do to support me before we go into the panel. If you type, I'll type it. I don't actually remember. I think it's like. Maybe they don't have a command for that. Yeah, I guess it's a custom command. I'll have to go set that up. I'll figure out what Vosh's command is for that. You can like the video if you want to help for a free way. And if you want to give me money, I think up at the top, it's the subscribe thing. There's a button for it, but I appreciate all support, but it's just glad you're here. Maybe final thing, and then I'll have to go into Wick's panel. Alan Bro asks, what are your thoughts on violent revolutions and the idea of one happening in the future? This two-part dictatorship in the US is not a democracy. I've lost all faith in Biden after the respect he built for like the NLRB, the pro-union actions. Yes. There is absolutely no chance of a violent revolution succeeding in the United States. It's zero. My position has always been one of the reasons that I like constantly advocate for the lesser evil voting or vote for the leftmost viable candidate, the LVC strategy that I support, is that there's no way out. We are trapped in the system. The workers of America don't want a revolution. They're not going to want it in the next 5 years. They're not going to want it in the next 10 years. They haven't wanted it for the past 100 years. So the subjective conditions of the revolution, that's the term Lenin would use, are just not there. And the objective conditions for revolution, which requires stuff like economic collapse and possibly foreign wars, which are like leading to immense death of young men in America, are also just not happening. We only lost something like 5,000 men in the war on terror. Bush's war on terror. Like, yeah, it was evil. We were doing fucked up shit, but Americans were not suffering. And that's like maybe a cruel thing to say, but the idea is that you're not going to get revolution if people aren't suffering. So that's going by fucking Lenin's own logic. There's not going to be a revolution in the States. It's that simple. So you have to do the best with what you can. So that's why, like, Biden is evil. That's the point of lesser evil. Yes, he's evil. He's doing evil things. He's failing to stop, in my view, an ethnic cleansing. At the same time, the opposition is even worse, and the only chance that we can build a possibility to move further left is by opening up the space now. That's my view. And I don't know. Now's not the time to super get dug in on that either, but let me get into the Wick thing. All right, I'm gonna... The fuck? gonna do this one just while I'm moving around.
Blocked. I need to know answers for this.
You blocked
Let's litigate
him,
this
so...
right
You're the
now.
one who blocked me. I'm going to remind you in a second.
Oh God, this cannot be one of these panels. If you got something fucking say to me, say it right now.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say to you. I was just actually literally wondering why I got blocked. That's all.
Sure, I block assholes. I hope that's clear.
Based.
Okay. Cameras, if you got them, kings and queens.
Yeah, hold on a second.
All good.
Sorry, hold on. I thought this was in an hour. I didn't realize the time zones had shifted again. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you, folks.
Well, I'm glad that I sent that message.
Yeah, shit. Sorry, my mistake.
Speaking of, where's counter? Give me a second.
Tell me how the audio level is.
Sure.
They go up, they go down.
That's good to me.
I think you're good.
Feel good to me?
Oh, Zoom.
Counterpoints, where you at? Okay, what time is it? 6 o'clock. We'll give him a minute.
So
then-
he does have a baby that is in the
Yeah.
hospital. So,
Aw.
yeah.
I hope the baby's
Uh-oh.
okay, inshallah.
Yeah, I hope everything's all right. He hasn't, like, I confirmed with him the other day. I don't know when the hospital thing happened, right? But I confirmed.
I just
with
saw
him.
Victoria talking about it today.
Okay, so, well, we might be one counter short, but that's okay. We'll still have an interesting discussion. Give me a second, and we're waiting on you, Max, for the camera.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm just tweeting it out because of I didn't realize, and I told people this at the wrong time. Skadoosh.
Well, now I hope everything's okay with counter.
I think it'll be, babies get sick, so
Yeah.
it's not always. an
Hopefully the baby's
emergency.
okay. That's a sad situation when your baby's sick.
We will we'll do what we have to do. We'll press on. Okay, real simple. You've all been on my show before. I'll introduce the topic. I'll give everyone, and I stress this, concise introductions, and we'll get into it. Cool? Questions?
I love it.
Comments?
All right.
Okay, let's go live. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious, and today we have a topic for you. We're going to be talking about anti-Semitism on the left. Is it a real problem? Is it something that is indicative or based in leftist ideals, like intrinsically? That's the word I'm looking for, intrinsically. Is it intrinsic to leftism, or is it simply something that's been overblown? It's a cudgel being used by people to bully leftists and distract from the real problems at hand. We're going to talk about it. We've brought together a wonderful group of guests, and I want to give them all a chance to introduce themselves, their thoughts on the topic, and then we'll kind of get going. Is Counterpoints coming? We will see. I don't know. He may have some issues. I hope he will be here soon. But either way, the show must go on. And we're going to start with Ali the Spurg. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Ali. I think there's less of an anti-Semitic issue. There is obviously anti-Semitism happening within the left. However, I think there's a big conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and I think those two things need to be separated.
Okay, we'll get into it. Miss Brianna, please.
Yes, my name is Brianna Wu. I'm executive director at Rebellion PAC. I also run special projects over at Progressive Victory. And yeah, my point, I think we're going to have a lot of agreement here tonight. I think all of us understand that Israel's foreign policy directionally has been very It's been really destructive and harmful and violent and disproportionate towards the Palestinian people. At the same time, I'm really seeing a lot of discourse on the left that, in my view, certainly falls into anti-Semitism. And I think we're doing the famous leftist playbook where we go after our own. And I think if we're serious about building a coalition to provide real pushback against Israel's foreign policy, I think it's really important that we nip this anti-Semitism in the bud.
Excellent. We'll see how it goes. Carl Max, what you got?
So I think that there is a lot of issues with how people have spoken about this, but I think that the issues come from the same people that we always see saying the worst shit. It is the usual kind of tankies. It's the usual suspects, right? And these people, though they've always been there to always say really stupid things, they've never had a real effect because these aren't people who actually take action. And really, what are they going to influence in Palestine? I know that these people are annoying and shitty, but I don't think they're, first of all, mostly, I don't think the leftists are anti-Semitic. I think they're people who want to be radical and they want to LARP, right? And I think the people who are anti-Semitic aren't leftists and are people who are just anti-Semites looking for an excuse to be anti-Semitic, right? So all in all, I think that there are issues, but I think that people are focusing on the wrong ones, and especially giving into Israeli propaganda that any criticism of Israel might actually be rooted in definite anti-Semitism, which is something that I see being accused a lot, even when it's not necessarily accurate.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Thanks for being here and looking forward to the discussion. Last but not least, at least until Counterpoints arrives, Sock Done Left. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there is some degree of anti-Semitism on the left on downplaying deaths by Jewish people and refusing to condemn that. Simultaneously, I think it's important to recognize that anti-Semitism on the left is something like 5 times less common than it is on the political right, and anti-Semitism on the right has political power. People like Donald Trump are actively calling for the slaughter of Palestinians. And not in terms of anti-Semitism, but just bigotry on the right has institutional power in a way that it does not on the left. I would totally agree with Karl Marx that the types of people who tend to be the most radical, the most LARPy or whatever, tend to also be the people with the least institutional power. And so, yes, it exists, and yes, it's a problem, but only insofar as any insane beliefs are a problem. Is posadism and wanting a post-nuclear socialism a problem? Yes, but I don't think anyone should give much of a shit. So. It's more important than that. It's bigger than posadism, but yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I guess I'll stand in for Counterpoints till it gets here, and I'll give my criticism of what I've seen. Okay. I talked to Lonerbox last night, and his position resonated with me. It's not so much that I see anti-Semitism coming directly from the left, right? They're not going out and hating Jews, etc. But the problem I do see, and it is I think a problem that is bigger than some on this seem to think, they run cover for it. Anytime we see any kind of anti-Semitic remark by someone in a Palestinian protest or something, when we bring it up, I'm inundated by what I call the butt brigade. Right? What I mean by the butt brigade is when I say, "Oh man, those people pulling down those posters, that's pretty gross." But Israel. But what is the IDF doing in Gaza? But Netanyahu, every single time. And I think that this minimizes a very real problem. And while it may not have, these people may not have any institutional power now, we are talking people with millions of followers, millions of sub counts, right? Dwarfing us all, right? Talking about settler babies and things like that. How can we say that's not actually an issue and that's not something we actively should be not just ignoring and poo-pooing away, but actively going ahead and confronting and fighting against? Go ahead.
I think that's dead on, Wick. And I think one of the most basic tenets of morality, if you go read your Noam Chomsky, is the same moral standards you expect of other people, you hold yourself to, right? So I think if all of us very correctly want to call out racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia on the right, I think it's really important to have our own house in order. So I fully agree with my other panelists have said. I believe Sus Done Left, it was you who said it was like 5 times worse on the right. I haven't seen that study. That seems very believable to me. I agree with you proportionally. It's probably not as big of a problem, but that should just mean it's that much easier to denounce. And Wick, to your point, anyone that has talked about this anti-Semitism on the left, like my mentions have been a war zone for days here. And I get attacked with the worst stereotypes telling me that like I'm for Palestinian genocide, with people that will not look and say I've been extremely critical of Israel's foreign policy for literally 15 years on Twitter. There are tons of public statements out there they can find. There's my own statements within the last 2 weeks. And it so instantly becomes so heated that it is an environment where it's very difficult to push back on this stuff. So what I need from my friends on the left, I agree with you. We need a change in foreign policy. We do need to denounce this tactic Israel is engaged in that is not going to give them the policy outcome that they want. But we need to be able to call out anti-Semitism on our own side. It's so obvious, and it's the most basic requirement of being the thing that you, like having the same standards for yourself you expect of others.
Just to speak briefly to that study that I mentioned, I posted it in the like group chat thing. It's Royden and Hirsch, 2023.
Yeah.
What's that?
Cool.
Yeah, I'm looking it over now. Continue though, please. Just
All I was saying on specific statements like, quote, Jewish people have too much power in America, it's like 5% of liberals and 40% of conservatives. So when I said 5, you could even say it's 8 times. It's a lot of young, and this is young conservatives too. Older conservatives are less anti-Semitic, but gripers are unironically the future of a third of the Republican Party. So institutional power again.
I hear you, but do you agree that we need to structurally call this out and get our own house in order? Because if we don't, I really worry we're going to become a version of the Republicans.
I think it should always be okay. Go ahead.
Isn't this an issue that we see with every single conflict, though? I mean, if you criticize Israel, you'll get called a Hamas supporter, and if you criticize Hamas, you'll get called like a Zionist. It's just something that will happen, especially with the internet, right? I feel like we need to find the power in saying this is stupid and just ignoring them and then moving on. I know that sounds like kind of dismissive, but I think that I think there's a lot of benefit to ridiculing silly ideas and to just moving away from them, because these people are stupid. I think the best course of action is to make fun of them, make it clear that these sorts of views are silly, they're over the top, they're exaggerated, they're not worth it. I mean, you see me doing this all the time, right? Because that's the way I think you can effectively make ideas, less popular. And I feel like that's kind of the only real way we have, right? I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't really exile these people or something, You can tell them it's stupid and then kind of move on.
Go ahead.
let's go Socked on Left, then Woo, and then
All I want to say is that I think the amount of criticism should be roughly proportional to the amount of power. And so vanguardists do have a decent amount of power. I want to say when you look at all of YouTube views or something, they represent a fifth of socialist YouTube views, something like that. It's not nothing. They have a lot less power in the real world even than that. They don't represent even a fifth of the real world socialist movement. They're a tenth. And socialist movements themselves have very little power. So I guess the point to me is I think it's worth calling out and then being okay, I've called out this bad belief. I can't change all these people's minds. Saying it over and over isn't going to change their mind. They hate everything I have to say. So I'm going to focus on who's actually doing the killing of 9,000 people. It's Israel, right? It's the Democratic politicians who are refusing a ceasefire. It's to focus on where the harms are proportionally.
I hear what you're saying. I think I would push back on the idea that we need to mock it as the best thing. I think if you go out there and talk to your Jewish friends right now, they're legitimately hurting, just like your Muslim friends are hurting. I think all of us were probably moved when we saw Hassan crying on Leftovers, or at least I was. But if you go talk to your Jewish friends right now, especially progressive Jewish friends, I've universally found they're in a lot of pain. They feel betrayed. They don't understand how, from their point of view, they've shown up for gay people and trans people and, movement after movement, unionization. It's hard to think of a progressive movement in the United States that's not had a lot of Jewish people there. And they're not seeing their friends step stand up for them right now. So I think that mocking is an important tool, but I also think that it's important for non-Jews like me and hopefully the people in the audience to stand up and say, you know what, this doesn't speak for us. We can be critical of Israel's foreign policy, but let's not bring American Jews into this. I think that's actually really important.
Just a real quick housekeeping thing. Counterpoints reached out. He isn't going to be able to make it today, unfortunately. We hope that his situation improves, and that's okay. But I do want to say this as well, right? And this is the Sock Done Left, just briefly. So we talk about how these ideas don't have institutional power, but we can see the effect that it's having on the left and the division it's causing on the left, which is going to be a problem coming in to the 2024 elections. Look at the DSA. There's been several high-profile people who have abandoned the DSA recently over the recent comments that has been made by certain chapters and things like that. So to dismiss this as if this doesn't have an effect or this is just kind of like nothing, I don't know that's going to be helpful, right? Like, I think that these people are doing real damage to movements that I think are very important, like free healthcare, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like that. And we have Mike from PA, Hassan, several other big names, right, telling their people don't vote for Biden, just clearly just anti-electoralism. Like, is that? I don't. It just bothers me that we're just dismissing this as if it's nothing. I don't know. Maybe it's a.
Well, what I would say to that is most of the people who were anti-electoral before are anti-electoral now. Like, the actual shift has been way smaller. Mike was anti-electoral before. Hassan was iffy. I don't actually recall, but he was not like a strong pro-Biden stan. I guess all I was trying to say, like, this has clearly moved people, and I would say it's moved some people in a bad direction, but the effect has been like way smaller. This part of the left was like bad in that respect before, in my view.
I think that's fair, though. I have to say, I did work the 2020 election, and we certainly did take note of Hassan's statement in encouraging his audience to go vote for Biden, and he talked about that. So, there's been a reason that the Democratic Party has done outreach to him because he does have a voice that matters. But I hear you. I want to, just out of the interest of fairness, though, I do want to go to the other side of this and really acknowledge a point that was made earlier. I forget who made this, but I think it's really valid to say that it is often hard to criticize Israel's foreign policy without feeling like people are going to accuse you of being anti-Semitic. And I wanted to give a chance for other people to voice their views on that, because I do think that's a valid issue.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's kind of what the issue is I always ask people, like, what is anti-Semitism, and no one really seems to give me a clear indication. Is it hatred of Jews? Is it destabilizing people, dehumanizing people, whatever it is? If someone says free Palestine from the river to the sea, that's recognized as anti-Semitic. And yet, if we recognize that, like, Israel is free from the river to the sea, that's not anti-Semitism for some reason, even though the Semitic people of Palestine were pushed out and the literal land was removed off a map. So, I mean, like, I don't get how one is anti-Semitic, one isn't. And I think the big conflation, the issue is the fact that people are anti-Zionist, and while they're anti-Zionist, it gets referred to as anti-Semitic. And I don't think that's fair at all.
I think that, from my point of view, I think theoretically you could have someone that does not want Israel to exist that is not anti-Semitic. I think, though, in practice, it's so functionally disrespectful to such a large number of people that, there is, if you look at the history of how this region was shaped and, why Israel was basically reestablished. I mean, if you look at the history of this region, I do think most American Jews believe Israel should exist. I'm not Jewish. I think it should exist. So I agree with you. It's theoretically possible. It's just, it's so frequently linked with anti-Semitism that I think a lot of people make that conclusion.
So my issue is that the way it was formed, if you want to like really sit back and think about it, it was like the Jews were exiled by the Romans and then dispersed through the lands. And then the Holocaust happens. And so now the way I'm seeing it is the Palestinians are now being dehumanized and displaced through the lands. and the only thing left to come would be like a Holocaust for us to feel bad for them and be like they deserve the land. So I mean, like, yes, although I can understand why American Jews believe that like Israel should be a thing, I'm not saying that like the Jewish people shouldn't have a home place, but to displace another group of people for a home place, and then anytime someone says anything negative about that displacement is like it gets referred to as anti-Semitic, when the actual people of the land, the Palestinians, are the Semites who are being displaced. So how's that not
People just don't want it to be an ethno-state.
I'm gonna
sorry.
No, it's fine. But I'm gonna again channel my counterpoints energy today, since he's with us in Spirit Gang and he has possessed my body for the moment. Okay.
So
that's absolutely fair, but we have to take context into consideration here. When on the day after the Hamas attacks, people are chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free."
That's right.
The day after, they're saying "Intifada, Intifada."
Yeah.
We want an Intifada from Britain to Gaza, right? What am I supposed to take out of that, right?
So, although I don't agree with that, I don't agree with the celebration. Do you not understand it?
Sure.
I can understand, but
Do you not understand what like
understanding doesn't
means
help
that the people who are displaced, like even though it's
okay,
like,
right?
Hamas is a terrorist organization to the people that live in Gaza, you don't understand how this could like possibly be seen as like the initiation of a liberation.
It wasn't
for those
people in Gaza doing this. It was fucking white people in fucking San Francisco, right, or Las Vegas or Los Angeles, sipping on their lattes, right, chanting this. This wasn't like Gazans.
Listen, I've had a
It was
slight
like
problem with people.
I don't know.
I've had a slight problem with people who have no ties to the lands having like a lot of opinions. I'm not allowed to tell people to like be quiet or anything because freedom of speech, say what you want, and if you're gonna root for us, I'm with it. But there is a small issue with a bunch of people who have no connection, no ties, and no information on what's happening that are in support of it. Yeah, I can agree with that.
No,
Something I would just
I
add-
hear you on that. I just want to say one of the reasons, I mean, look, I want to be honest. I think Israel has the right to exist. I think that it's good for America to have an ally in the region. Hold on, let me finish. But the reason I personally have not gotten really, really invested in talking about like, the history of this region or like relitigating all of that is I think you're right. I think that it strikes me as a little bit similar to cis people with really strong opinions on trans issues, right? So I hear you on that, which is why the WIC panel I said yes to was talking about anti-Semitism on the left, which I assume means here in America. So,
so I feel like the statement
is to go, but to be clear, it's globally. Like we're talking Britain, we're talking Europe, we're talking everywhere.
Fair enough.
Go ahead.
So Wick talked about adding context. One of the things I felt worth adding is that from the river to the sea is one of those statements, like Israel has a right to exist, that mean different things from different mouths. From when a leftist, like a hyper-socialist leftist is saying from the river to the sea, their dream is a binational or plurinational, whatever, nation of Israel or nation of Palestine that includes all people, all ethnicities, all together, all as one, egalitarian. When someone like the far right, like a reactionary theocrat says it, they might be saying, wipe Israel off the map, kick the Jews out. So like, again, same statement, different mouths. The same is true if Israel has a right to exist, which is why I asked you to clarify. Because from a Zionist, Israel has a right to exist means everything Israel does is justified. It's a nationalism statement.
No,
from like the left, it can just be something like, please don't kick out all the Jews.
Please don't like commit another.
And just one more thing, I think a big problem with this issue and the way we talk about it is for a lot of people, we're watching people speak about this issue like it just happened on October the 7th, and this is the beginning of like all traumas and tragedies. And for the rest of us, some of us are looking at it like it's kind of hard to just be like, well, okay, let's focus on this one individual day when it's like histories have been happening, you know?
Yeah, no, I really hear you about that. And let's just be really honest. I mean, I think that this is an electoral issue, at least here in the United States. I think we are really complicit in not looking at a lot of our areas of foreign policy. I mean, my God, look at how long we were in Afghanistan. I don't think America ever had a really honest conversation about Iraq and the consequences of Bush's decision there. And we certainly have never had a really detailed conversation about what the cost is of Netanyahu's foreign policy, which has been enabled by the United States. I fully agree with that. At the same time, I've got to give you pushback and say, for the same reason, I've been extremely critical of the statement, defund the police, if you want to have a conversation in this country about reallocating the way that we provide public safety in this country and earmark more money for addiction, things like that, mental health, social services, I'm on board with you. But I do think there's a portion of the left that enjoys going to the most inflammatory, toxic rhetoric possible and daring people to disagree with them. And I think this particular statement, I understand that there's a historical possibility of saying this in good faith, but I think a lot of Jewish people read that and it sets off their Holocaust alarm. So I think there are better ways to express that same sentiment.
Well, that's how Palestinian people and Arab people feel when we see I stand with Palestine or I stand with Israel, right? We like you stand with what they've been doing. You stand with like what we see. You stand with the dehumanization of like the Arabs, Muslims, and the Palestinians. You stand with the destabilization of the Palestinians. You stand with the displacing them, and that's what we see when we see I stand with Israel. So it's on the same side. That's why Wick, to your point, the whole like but this but that, there's a point to why we say that. There's a point why we bring up the other side in our arguments, because it's constantly thrown in our faces.
I think that's fair. I think there's a lot of pain on both sides, and I think Muslim people in the United States, I mean, people just forget about the Bush years and the aftermath of 9/11. There's, I mean, just in this country, without even getting into the history of that region, right? I think that's really fair, and I would hope in my public statements I have not minimized that, because it's not something I would want to do. I do see my Jewish friends hurting though, and I do want to speak up about that.
In the again, in the spirit of counterpoints, that's frankly, Ali, I love you, but that's kind of bullshit, right?
How?
So let me tell you why. We don't have people going around ripping off the posters of killed Gazan children, right? We don't have that happening.
We don't have posters of
We don't have the posters.
Gazan children, no, because they're not doing international propaganda.
They are, instead of putting up posters
would
of
get
the killed
ripped down
Gazan individuals,
let Wick go.
They would get ripped down
Israeli
instantly.
kids. And not even just Israeli kids. There were Thai people there.
They were
people of other
hostages of
nationalities.
Hamas. What's having posters in
Again, we
Paris
see video
anymore?
after video of people just going around ripping them out. And even worse, there are people who run cover for that. Very, again,
so
people are actually like bringing hostages to like
anti-Semitic?
London or something. Do you think that they're actually like bringing the hostages like to those places? Because it's not like, what would the strategic benefit be to that? They have them for a reason, right? It's so they can barter with them.
The purpose of the posters is to spur sympathy.
Sympathy for the Jewish people that are being affected by this war and conflict. That's what those posters are for.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do the same with Palestinians, right?
You're not doing anything about it. You're just
possible
building
non-anti-Semitic reason could you have for ripping those down?
Well, Wick, what I would point to is there was a protest on I forget which campus, maybe Harvard, where they did a die-in. Like 50 students lay down on the ground and they died for the purpose of like saying, hey, this is like we're observing mass death and this is a pro-Palestine event. And a few Jewish students went in and tried and take pictures of people's faces to try and like dox them essentially. All I'm trying to say is like there have been people tearing down like pro-Palestinian like events and people tearing down pro-Israel events. Like it's I don't know if it's one for one. It's not fully one side.
And again, we don't have crowds and mobs going to a plane, right? And looking for Gazans or Palestinians.
I do not think the Dagestan crowd was leftist, though, for what it's worth.
Looking for Israel, for Jewish people, not Israelis, Jewish people specifically, right? So we can say that, like, yes, there are bad things being done by both sides. Absolutely, I agree. There are people who are just using this chance to let their Islamophobia fly free. I think we can't excuse or minimize the anti-Semitism, and that's my concern. Is that's what's being minimized right now, is the anti-Semitism.
Wait, that's actually to the point where that's the point where, and I'm not trying to bring this up for I got you. That's where I got blocked by Brianna. Is she was bringing up the minimization of anti-Semitism, and I'm not gonna lie, I there is no like. It's not a minimization of it. It's just that like we're in Dearborn right now, and with the Muslims in Dearborn, do you know how many threats people have gotten on their doors, on their houses? There have been people calling for a hunt of Palestinians in Dearborn. This is something that has been happening and we've been dealing with. It's not a minimization thing. It's a collective thing. Muslims and Arabs should be with the Jewish people who are feeling the anti-Semitic rhetoric. we should be standing together. And that's why at least when I have these conversations, that's why I bring up the other counterpoints, because it's like, hey, I'm showing you that I'm dealing with the same thing. This is us.
One tiny note on that thing that you're talking about, the crowd, that was in Dagestan, like a very conservative part of Russia. Like those were not leftist land back college students coming in. That's
sure, but again, like I said in my initial statement, it's not so much that the leftists are doing this, it's the leftists are excusing or minimizing it.
Yeah.
I'm sure some are. Yeah.
I was brought up, so I just want to say a thing about that. Now that I know you have talked to you, I see where you're coming from. Like, drop your Twitter in the DM. I'll unblock you. Please
building bridges.
There's been so much static that's come my way that I've probably blocked 500 people. Okay,
I understand. That's
one thing. Second thing, Wick, I need to tell you, production-wise, your mic is very hot, and you should turn your gain down. Third thing I wanted to say is, am I correct on this call that all of us would like to see less violence towards Palestinians and think that the actions are disproportionate? Does anyone disagree with that statement here? Okay,
sorry, what was the statement again?
That the violence towards Palestinians at this point is beyond disproportionate and that it is counterproductive at this point. We all agree with that, correct?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, great.
It's good. I agree.
Fantastic. So this would be, I tend to be really pragmatic. Wick works with me on stuff. This is my pragmatic suggestion. If you want to form a coalition in the United States and create political pressure on Democrats to not enable the worst kind of abuses and to really put conditions with Netanyahu, something I think we have forfeited and not done a good job with for 16 years now. If you're interested in us having that political point of view represented, it's really important that we take the temperature down and that we don't fall into anti-Semitic tropes, because every second that we are fighting each other about this is one that we can't get to the real issue. I would posit that the same progressive, democratic Jewish people that feel very alienated and hurt by the anti-Semitism right now, I would posit that they are probably going to be some of the strongest, most important allies that we all need for that policy objective. So I think it is in all of our interest that we take the temperature down, acknowledge people's hurt, really stop our own side from doing this stuff, and then refocus on what we want the foreign policy of the United States to do. I think that would be a very pragmatic way forward.
Yeah.
I think to approach this, though, and to properly call out the anti-Semitism, we need to call out the Islamophobia as well, though, right? Because I see a lot of anti-Palestinian sentiment, which does seem to be rooted in a dislike of Muslims, right? And I feel like if we have these people who are so regularly calling out anti-Semitism, often for things that might not necessarily be rooted in anti-Semitism, like taking down posters that are perceived to be propaganda, like Israeli propaganda, right? A lot of people aren't going to do that with anti-Semitism in their heads. And so therefore, if you continue to apply that everywhere, and then without even acknowledging the other side of it, like the rampant Islamophobia involved with how people treat Palestinians and how people talk about the people there, I think you're not going to make any progress. So you need to acknowledge both things.
First thing, is my mic better? Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. Just wanted to make that clear. But see, this is Max, right? We make all these excuses, right, for the people maybe they don't have any hate in their hearts. Maybe it's just propaganda that they're trying to forcibly rip apart and things like that. Maybe. But then, we got to talk about Islamophobia now. Islamophobia is a real problem. The stuff that's happening in Dearborn is a real problem. But we can't talk about it while at the same time minimizing or making excuses for it. Right. Why can't we just say, can't we simply say, yeah, the people who are, if you are ripping off posters of kidnapped kids, you're probably a bad person. And if you're going around Dearborn talking about hunting down Palestinians, you're probably a bad person. We don't need to run excuse for either of these groups, either of these people, right?
Do you truly not see how anybody could see the posters of missing children who they know are in Palestine being held hostage by Hamas? Do you not see how people seeing those posters internationally, in America, a whole ocean away, might think that is just propaganda?
I think that if they think that, that's rooted in their anti-Semitism.
Wait, I'm not
agree.
anti-Semitic.
This
I
is
thought it
the
was
issue.
propaganda.
This is the
I
issue.
agree.
You're falling for the Israeli propaganda by
Wait.
doing that,
I
right?
think it's
It's not
propaganda. I'm
propaganda.
not anti-Semitic.
Could it not be propaganda, Wick? Are you sure?
Okay. So when something happens in Gaza and we see a bombed out ruin of Gaza, we put that on the news. We post, but it's an ocean away. What am I to do about it? Why do we do that? To
That's
spread
a bit
awareness
different
of
from
what's
missing
happening,
children posters, though,
right?
isn't it?
Just put awareness of what's happening, what
Yeah.
actually happened, right? So that it's the same vein, the people putting those posters up of missing kids, right? Of kidnapped, not missing, kidnapped, to be clear,
Mhm.
kidnapped kids, kidnapped workers, kidnapped individuals. Yeah, they're trying to spread awareness, and I mean, we don't
But
have
awareness
to.
is
We don't have to make
100%.
it
When the
into
people
something
rip off,
that's
and when the people rip off the posters, it minimizes that awareness. And when people say that Israel has the right to defend itself, it minimizes that awareness, right?
Wick, I guess I would just say awareness is maybe not the right word to use, because I don't think there's anyone who's not going to be aware of like the crimes involved here. The point of it is to spur support for Israel and opposition to a ceasefire. Like just more concretely, I don't think they're like, I don't think you're aware of this. Here's a face of a kid who was kidnapped. It's support the bombing. That's the point.
I don't think
posters?
so. I think
Mhm.
it's to keep the pressure through the State Department and the I think it's just to make this a mission priority. And
All of the
honestly,
above, right?
hold on just 1 second. I really, I'm not Jewish, but I would guess that the memories of the Holocaust are really like playing into this for a lot of Jewish people. So
Yeah.
I understand being angry. I understand perceiving this as propaganda. I don't agree, but I think it's so counterproductive for any of the policy goals that it sounds like we all agree on, because I think a lot of people are going to interpret this as anti-Semitism. I just want to be honest. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my thing is, I've been on the stance that like Palestinians are Semites and anti-Semitism applies to them as well. I don't think it's Islamophobia that's happening to them. And so like when people are talking about like when people are consistently throwing anti-Semitic at like Arabs and Muslims and the people that are
if we just
defending
used
like
anti-Jew, would it help?
Yeah,
Like,
it-
it's just a word that bothers you.
if we just said
no,
it's
it's honestly not the word. It's like the idea behind the word that like we're minimizing the effects that are happening to like Jewish people and like Israeli people, but for some reason no one wants to talk about the minimizing effects that are happening to
What
Palestinians
do
and
you
the Arabs in the
mean?
town.
Just real quick, what do you mean we're like, look at what happened with the not Al-Aqsa, there was a hospital,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
That wasn't minimized at all. Media, like mainstream media, New York Times, etc., ran with this and blew it up all out of proportion, immediately blaming the IDF, right? Sans any evidence, right? So to act as if the mainstream media is minimizing Palestinian casualties is just counterfactual. We look at this is saying that's actually being looked at through a microscope and being gone over, right? We are all throughout every major news network is calling this shit out, right? I just don't I don't see it. But again, we have people on the left, and this is the topic today, running cover for the people who are ripping off. We have people on this panel who are running cover for the people going around ripping off posters of kidnapped kids.
So-
and I think that's gross. I'm going to be real with you.
I would oppose it. All I would just say is that I think that you are seeing high emotions. So like people are talking about there's threats to Palestinian families. There are like disruptions of pro-Palestinian events. In fact, that disruption has been going on for decades, as has disruption towards like pro-Israel events. All I would say is I think there's a difference between saying maybe this is high emotion, maybe this is people acting irrationally, and like actively supporting it, which some leftists do, but I don't know that anyone on this panel is saying like, yes, rip down all those posters. Those kids don't deserve to be seen.
Now,
No awareness.
Are you saying that we should rip down the posters? Be honest.
I
be
don't
honest.
think so from an optical point. I think that
From
it
an
is
optical point?
propaganda.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is propaganda. I don't think there is absolutely any use to having missing children's posters in countries, thousands of miles away. Especially when you're responsible for like several times more missing children as a state and you're already being internationally supported anyway. I don't see the actual benefit in it, and I think it's very clear it's part of Israel's attempt to portray Palestinians as murderous and in need of being.
What do you think it
you know,
portrays the
held back and
Palestinians or
stopped.
pro-Palestine movement when you see videos of people ripping these posters on? Do you think that helps? Do you think that's a good
No,
propaganda?
that's why I'm against it optically, right? I think it's
Okay,
a
but
terrible move.
principally
And I
you're
think
for it.
knows
You're
how they
okay
did
with
it.
it, right?
I do just want to note that we are conflating
What was that?
Hamas and Palestine in this conversation quite a bit, and I also don't think that's. I think that's a sleight of hand that is not very helpful for helping people understand this.
Well, when I'm talking about Israel doing that to levy negativity towards Palestinians, I'm saying that because Israel doesn't differentiate between Palestinians and Hamas, not because I don't. I definitely do. Israel doesn't know, and that's like we're talking
don't
about what
agree
they're
with
doing,
that.
right?
Well, yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming
don't?
from. Like when they're willing, like what was it 2 days ago, to kill 4,000 civilians to get one Hamas commander? It's kind
It
of
wasn't
hard to say
4,000,
that
but
I
yeah.
don't.
I mean, they literally
it
have their
wasn't
all
4,000, it was
animals,
hundreds,
How many
right?
was
no.
it? Has that been updated?
It just wasn't 4,000, like some number in the hundreds. That's all.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
it
God.
was
Oh,
a
thank
few
God.
hundred, I
Okay.
Yeah, it was I think
Okay.
400.
Still bad,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
It's still a ratio of like
I
one.
just
it's
want to
still
put a pin
dead
in that.
people.
Sure.
Like when we were saying, oh, it was hundreds and not thousands. Oh, thank God, is a, this is a state we're at. Like
Right.
it's a,
That's where we're at though. Now we're at that point where we're like being thankful that it's not 1,000 and it's 100.
Yeah.
It will
No,
be
I hear
1,000.
you.
Or has
What-
been.
what I
that's
would
why
say-
that's why I think you're seeing like these emotions being so high in the conflict is like you're seeing every people take sides, right? It's instantly being like people are I stand with Israel, which means they're hating Palestine, and the people that are standing with Palestine that are hating Israel. And it's because of like the history that's come with it, and now people are having these conversations about the acts that are happening today, as if the acts that happened like these past few weeks is the history. And I think that's where like the arguments and the anti-Semitism and the huge emotions you're seeing. That's why you're getting like the amount of protests that you're seeing filled with like a lot of negativity and anger. And it's because when people are protesting it instantly becomes, oh, you're celebrating Hamas, when it's like, no, that isn't what was happening. And you can talk to people and you could know that wasn't happening. If anyone was going to experience anti-Semitism, if anyone has any right to be anti-Semitic, it would be my parents or the parents of the people that grew up in Dearborn that fled their countries from the wars that happened with the PTSD of the shit that's happened to them. They would be the anti-Semitic ones. And yet my dad, from a very young age, when I went up to him, when I was a child, and I was like, do we hate the Jews? He looked at me, he said, no, Jewish people did nothing. They're just Jews. They are just people. We are anti-Zionists, though. And that's my father, who is not like he came over here as a foreigner. If any group of people would be anti-Semitic, it should be the people in the Muslim majority city and Arab majority city, and unfortunately, it's just not.
We should also
really
discuss
hear you.
how. We should also
go
discuss
ahead, Max,
how Israel.
and then Wolf, you wanted, and I have something to say. Go
I'm
ahead.
good. Yeah.
Okay. We should also be discussing how Israel isn't actually protecting all Jewish people and it's protecting Zionists, right? Like we have seen cases and reports of Israel going after non-Zionist Jews. So I think to act like protecting Israel is to protect Jews is just kind of wrong, and it's falling for their like line, right? You need to be aware that Israel isn't out to protect all Jews. It's out to protect the ones who, want to protect Israel's interests, and not just anybody. And by protecting Israel, you're not necessarily actually just like being anti-Semitic or whatever. You could just be falling into some kind of basically just an idpol trap.
I don't know. I think, I just want to make y'all aware, you're falling into a lot of stereotypes and statements, like assuming like Jewish propaganda. I mean, just a lot of stuff that I gotta tell you.
Israel just doesn't make propaganda?
I
What are you
think
trying to
all
say? What do you mean by
nations,
that?
I think all nations make propaganda, but it's
Yeah.
like,
So
Well,
if
let
I
her
can
let her
finish
finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead.
I don't know. I really feel the hurt here, and I genuinely appreciate the chance to engage with both of you on this. I really hear that and acknowledge it. At the same time, I just want to be honest and say the way you're talking about Israel and the Israeli people, it just feels kind of dehumanizing.
not the Israeli people.
Right?
I have
Sure.
Israeli
government
friends. I
idea.
went to Israel a few years ago. I'm good.
Sure.
I like. I know like young Israeli people who are anti-Netanyahu and are
You got
totally
many
normal,
Israeli
right?
friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a
That's right.
Israeli
Yeah,
friend?
yeah. No, but like actually, I went there. I had like a whole school exchange thing, and it was great. It was nice. They were lovely people, right? Because there are tons of lovely people there. That's why I don't understand why you're falling for the line of defending the state and saying like calling out Israeli propaganda. It's now anti-Semitic because it's Jewish propaganda. You are falling for the thing. This is
First
what
of all,
Israel
it's not
wants you to do.
proven that those posters came from Israel, or if there is evidence, I've not seen it. And that's the kind of thing
What?
you're just
Okay.
assuming that's very difficult.
then it would still
It
be-
makes it hard
Let
to
her let her
hear.
finish, and we'll have a
It
back and forth. I
makes it
promise.
hard to
Sorry.
hear the rest of what you're saying when you're lapsing into statements like that. It feels like I acknowledge the hurt, but it feels like the hurt has gotten you to a place where it's kind of driving your evaluation of the situation.
But I don't really see how this affects my evaluation of the situation. I'm still saying it's a terrible thing those people died. I'm still saying that we should be anti-Hamas. I'm
Sure,
saying
I'm talking
those
about the posters,
serve
to be clear. Yeah.
No, they have no purpose. Do you think they have a genuine purpose
Yes.
outside of swaying public opinion? Do you
What
think
what
that
would be
they
that
will
purpose?
find a Hamas hostage in Melbourne?
This is what I think you're missing. I have had, a really close friend of mine that I work with was actually in Israel on October 7th in the midst of the attack, tried to get out. It was difficult for him. A lot of people that I know have been extremely worried about their friends and families like being targeted or harmed by this. And by the way, here in Massachusetts, we've got a story about a Palestinian family that's trapped in this war zone on the other side of it, and they can't get out, and the State Department is entirely uninterested in helping them. Right?
My mom was in Lebanon when it happened,
Oh,
and
I'm so sorry to hear
flee.
that.
Yeah, so it's like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of people with
Yeah.
a lot of things.
Yeah. So this is my point here. I hear what you're saying about seeing that this could be propaganda. I think another way to look at it is, do you remember after 9/11 when a bunch of Americans went and put pictures up on, of their loved ones that were missing? I think there's a catharsis of this. And I think it's people like looking out after their neighbors. I think that's a very charitable interpretation of it.
Those were
I
their
think
neighbors,
that's some
right?
part of it. Yeah.
I would agree with that if I felt like it was actually like being a community driven thing. But I don't know. Everything I've seen from it, it just seems like the posters just show up in different places. And I don't really see much talk about people being like, okay, let's organize, let's do this, and we'll put it all out there together, and then we can spread awareness. I've just not seen anything about that. But would you, Brianna, agree that a lot of Israeli propaganda does get dismissed under the like line that it is just like anti-Semitic to acknowledge that it is propaganda?
I think that it's really hard to have a conversation in this country about, our foreign policy because of forces like, AIPAC. I was really glad to see AOC call out the downsides of that. And yes, I would certainly agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I just lagged for a second. Can you tell me what you said again?
Sure.
Excuse me.
I basically said I do agree with you.
Oh, based.
Do we have 5 for 5 anti-APAC on this panel? Wick, are you
Yes.
APAC number 1 hater?
So I will say this.
They have every right to do what they're doing. I want to be clear. I'm just saying, like, I think they're often, I agree that they often like lapse into racism, and I think they've enabled some bad people in our politics.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed. So yes, we do have a 5. I don't know if hater is the right word, but 5 out of 5, right? Like when people ask me if I'm pro-Palestine or pro-Israel, I don't know how to answer. I'm pro both, I guess. I believe both need to exist. But
what is that? Are you two-stater, dead hardcore two-stater, Wick?
Oh, I'm going to quote Nelson Mandela.
Oh
on
my
this,
God.
Right? We support Palestinians' right to exist, but we also support. This is true. This really happens, right?
Yeah,
Like
but note the
Mandela-
word Palestinians and Israelis is what he's going to say.
Well,
not
Zionists. He said Zionism.
Oh God, did he?
Right? Yes,
Let
he
me
did.
look that up.
Look it up. It's a quote.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And again, like this idea that for what bothers me about this is like where were all of you when all this shit was going down in Syria? Where were all of you? Where were
Yeah.
the protests when all this was going down in all these other countries? Like where millions were displaced or died, right? Like maybe you guys, because you guys are great, were
I'm just
speaking out
we kind
against
of
it.
I've
But
always
most
been.
people, nothing. We had nothing. And so it makes me wonder why, like, no Jews, no news. That's the thing. Like, if a Jewish person didn't do it, then we're not going to talk about it.
That seems
right?
completely wrong with the Ukraine war. It very clearly is me. It's not about Jewish people. It's about white and rich people.
But those are Europeans, right? So.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the cover, like I don't know if any of y'all have even seen coverage of the Congo, right? Something like 6.9 million people displaced. And I don't know if you'll have seen any coverage of that, but that's not because there's no Jewish people involved. It's because there's no rich or white people involved, in my view.
Yeah. So I want to come back to do my fellow panelists not believe in the two-state solution? Because I am almost a three-state solution believer. Like I'm not completely convinced of that, but I do think both of them have the right to exist.
I'm a
do y'all
two-state
not
Andy
agree
myself.
with that? Yeah.
Pro-Israel, pro-Palestine. Both have a right to exist, and both should.
I'm not. I'm not.
Please.
The division of the lands for Palestine and having it be like two separate lands as one country makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't think that Israel will ever allow for Palestine to have these two countries exist in like literally around them. I'm more towards just like giving the Palestinians the land and then having it be an egalitarian, like everyone can live there. Because Jewish people live amongst the Palestinians right now, and it's okay. Christians live amongst the Palestinians right now, and it's okay. Like they can live together. I don't understand why people think they can't.
Well, because in certain countries, Christians, Jews have been what happened to the Jews in Damascus in the 90s? Where'd they go?
So there was a
Where'd
lot of mass displacement, right?
Yeah. What happened to the Christians in was it Jordan or Lebanon? A few decades
I don't know
ago?
the same thing
Where'd
that's happening to the Palestinians now.
Yeah.
This is just like how the lands have operated like this forever. They've been in conflict and in wars forever, and to act that like this is just like an anti-Semitic Jewish problem is not real.
But the reason I'm pointing this out is because when you say that you don't want a two-state solution, that you don't think it's feasible, you don't think it can work, and you say you want
why don't I think it'll work? Because Israel won't allow it, not because the people won't accept like anything.
I do believe it's Hamas that has I mean there have been peace proposals brought forward. They've been sabotaged by Hamas. I mean that is true.
Proposals brought over the sabotage by Israel government.
Yeah, both extremists on both sides.
Peace proposals are always like conditional on
one-state
stuff
solution is not a
give up.
solution. That's my whole point, is that there are extremists on both sides who are in power, who have massive amounts of influence and resources, who will not allow this to happen for a variety of reasons. And so that's why we need a two-state solution, because, again, if you just give the power to the Israelis, they're going to displace the Palestinians. But if you eliminate Israel, what happens to the Jews? And we can look at all the other countries in the region to get an idea, right?
Can we get an equal split of the lands, or do we just go to the borders that we have now? Because that's not a two-state solution.
I don't think the borders that we have now would be the solution, right?
It would be the solution.
It is beyond the scope of this panel to divvy up Israel,
which is why
now.
Don't go around just saying I'm a two-state solution person, because there is no answer. You're never going to get an answer for a two-state solution. It's going to be a one-state solution. It's either going to be Israel or Palestine, and I'm always going to opt for Palestine.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I think there are a lot of historical examples of societies with long histories of not getting along, like figuring out through the diplomatic process a way to do this. I think stable situations involve mutually entangled interests. And I think my analysis would be that the fundamental problem right now is there are not mutually entangled interests between these two. There's just not a way for them to do trade. There's not a way for them to, pursue security together. And I think until we have a framework to arrive at that, I think it's just going to be this this slow war in the region that's not good for anyone. It's not good for Palestinians when you've got the Netanyahus that keep their power through human rights abuses. And it's not good for the Israelis to have rockets fired into their homes and hold on. And we're to the point that they have to have apps announcing when it's safe to be in certain areas because rocket attacks are so frequent. I think until we have a real, I do think a two-state solution is possible, but I think it's going to take a real diplomatic effort in the region. I think we're going to have to bring in other partners, and I think it's going to involve like economic investment.
It's even simpler than that. The two-state solution will never happen while the right holds power in Israel. And the right's going to hold. Well, and so I'm just saying, like, unless the United States opposes Israel or something.
There's good news on that.
Yeah.
Right? Netanyahu's
they hate Netanyahu, but they might like Likud, or they might go to the right of him, which is what you'd expect after like violence. So.
Especially after their 9/11, right? They just had an atrocity happen to which it is the Israeli, they're recognized as the Israeli 9/11. You're not going to see a peace from these two people because, okay, the diplomacy argument is like, it's tough because as we can understand that like the Jewish people have been oppressed and then they need a state to feel safe and all that, correct? And I'm with that. Like the Jewish people don't deserve to be hated just for the sake of being Jewish, and they deserve to feel free and comfortable in a land. That's not an issue. The issue is you took this land and called it Israel and placed it in the middle of a world where there were already so many issues that in what world was this going to be like not an issue for the people? We looked at the world and said, the Jewish people are hated across the world. Where should we put them? In the center of the heated conflicts? Like, how does that make any sense?
Because that's where they wanted to go, man.
That's their holy land.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, so that's where they wanted to go to find peace, and yet they got placed into a place where they're extra hated? How does that make sense?
I just want to get real with you and say there's no future where the United States is going to let Israel be eliminated. I don't think that's realistic. I think
there is a future where Palestine gets eliminated.
Let her finish, and then you can respond. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I agree with you. So I think, I agree with you. Like America has a long, history of turning a blind eye to atrocities in the Muslim world. Just for one example, we've never had an honest discussion about the, 150,000 civilians minimum by the most conservative estimate, like slaughtered in Bush's Iraq War II. Like we've never even talked about that as a country. So my analysis of this, because I do want to protect Palestinian life, and I don't want to see atrocities in that region, is that's why we need to be leaning into the diplomatic process. Because I think if you give Americans a choice between turning a blind eye to more atrocities towards Muslims and wiping Israel off the map, I think that's a calculus that you're going to lose.
I mean, we're seeing people right now like claiming that Israel was never a land, was never a state, was never even a recognized like groupings of people, and if that isn't like dehumanizing and just I don't know.
Okay, two things before we go on. $5 from Cryborn. Why aren't they differentiating between Israelis and the Israeli government? I think we covered that earlier. 5 more from Corey Pelsman. Ask any of these people who they think can lead Palestine to peace. I doubt they can name one person.
I can't.
Jeremy Corbyn. Put him in power.
Oh, no. Okay, I get it. We're going to meme. It's meme time, right? But that is a valid question, right? And this is a question that strikes at Israel, too. Because after they are done eliminating Hamas, what next? Who has power in that region?
There aren't going to be people to have power in the region.
What?
There aren't going to be people that have power in the region if you keep killing everybody.
Well, so to answer it more concretely, Israel's Ministry of Information put out a document that got leaked. It wasn't supposed to be public. And they said there's basically 3 options. One is that the Palestinian Authority, their power gets extended back to Gaza, and that means Fatah gets back in power, probably. Second option is genocide, more or less. And I forget what the third one was, but it was some midway between the two. The option 3 was kick everyone out of Gaza.
I don't think Fatah wants to lead in Gaza.
Well, no, that's what option 2 was. Go in and don't set up a government of like known ideological apparatus. Israel has an incentive to put Fatah back in power out of fear that Hamas too arises, is all. So
Jesus. That is dark.
I mean, that's literally what that's what the document says. So
it's a fraught situation, and if anyone thinks I'm pro-Israeli in that, they are wrong. I am 100% against any displacement or genocide in Gaza of the Palestinian people. But we have to be real with this. We have to be honest that Israel is never going to go away. Again, the United States won't allow it. Israel itself won't allow it. People have tried before. Arab countries, 4 times have tried to wipe them off the map? And each time Israel has said, no fucking way, and kicked their asses, right? So Israel isn't going anywhere, and given that that's the reality of the situation, the two-state solution is the only way. But I want to talk about anti-Semitism again. Bring this back a little bit, right? I want to bring it back. Okay? Do we not think, and this is another thing we need to tackle, when Israel and Israelites see all the anti-Semitism that we say is no big deal, I do believe that it actively pushes them, as the Sokdon left said, to the right.
I
right?
agree.
So one of the reasons we should be combating this, one of the reasons we should be shouting them down, even though we think they have no institutional power, is because they do drive institutions to make decisions, and
That's
such
right.
as Israelis to vote more for Netanyahu than they would otherwise, because they're looking at it and what are their options here, right? They could get wiped off the map, or maybe have someone like they could have October 7th again and again and again, like one of the Hamas leaders said just the other day, or right, they can have someone that'll stand up for them and protect them. So again, all this anti-Semitism does is push them towards more extreme, more authoritarian, more warlike solutions. So what would your answer to that, Max and SDL?
I agree with this sentiment, but I think part of the issue is caused by people like you conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Obviously, Jewish people are going to feel uncomfortable if there's constantly people screaming about anti-Semitism.
People
and then
like
when they
me,
look at it, it's just
where
people
have I
opposing
pointed?
Israel.
No. Just real quick. You said people like me who conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Can you point to one instance which I have done that?
The posters thing, which is
The
like
posters
something
thing?
that Brianna acknowledged could be perceived as Zionist propaganda.
Okay, well, I don't acknowledge that. I disagree with Brianna here.
You
I
don't
think that's
acknowledge
just
that
straight
could be.
anti-Semitism. It's not anti-Zionism.
You
It's just
don't
straight
see
anti-Semitism.
any case under which.
But what critique of the Israeli government is made by ripping down these posters?
Well, just that they shouldn't spread their propaganda in other people's countries, really.
What other country do we say that to? Do we do that with Ukraine?
I think if we had
Do we do
random
that with
posters of
China?
Ukrainian children in like Chicago, people would probably find that kind of weird, right?
No one would
Like if
rip
it
them
was kids
down.
who were kidnapped by Russians. No one would
I
rip it
mean,
down.
during World War One, actually that happened. Germans renamed themselves to Anglo names so they wouldn't get discriminated against. I just like the history goes way beyond like Israel of people being really fucked about wars.
So yeah, I just reject that. If that's your evidence that I've equated anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, I think people can judge whether or not that's a valid critique on their own.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, just in case this gets clipped. I understand the argument. I understand your perspective, but I don't agree with it. So, but I do understand where you're coming from.
And okay.
Yeah, no, to speak to that, I agree that it actually is useful to have stuff like condemnations of Hamas for the purpose of coalition building. At the same time, something that people have like repeatedly talked about is that demands of that are like sort of her like there was I want to say it was October 12th or something, like 5 days after the attack, and Palestine's ambassador to the UK went on Sky News or something and was asked 2 or 3 times, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? When he came on to talk about how his family members had been killed in Israeli bombing. And so I just want to say, like, I think it's useful and it's correct. At the same time, I feel like some people somewhat correctly can feel like this is so much of a demand that it shifts the conversation away from the actual harm that's happening right now. Like the kids that are dying right now.
But don't you think that's really minimizing, like October 7th? I mean, there are a lot of Jewish people that feel, swear to God, actual trauma about this. I don't think, I know this sounds Weasley and like it's straight down the middle, but it's said with real, I genuinely believe this. Don't you think you can acknowledge both?
Yeah, but wouldn't you also be weirded out if every time some Jewish person complained about feeling uncomfortable, someone was like, "Hey, but the IDF, what you
You
tell us
condemn
quickly?"
Israel and
Like,
the IDF.
A
Like
lot
I
of Jewish people
butt
feel
brigade, right?
that's exactly what happens. I can point to like four
yeah,
of my
and it
friends
makes them
who had
uncomfortable,
conversations.
right? So, like, why
Like,
wouldn't the
sure,
same be true vice versa?
it is true. That's my
Right.
point.
Okay, so
Well,
we're on the same page.
don't you agree
All right,
then?
okay.
Sorry.
Do I agree with what specifically?
Do you agree? I'll take it. Do you agree that people often use like the
Oh.
"Do you condemn Hamas" thing
Just-
unnecessarily in
Oh
our
God,
real
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
Just real quick, gang. If you're trying to donate to me, and this is important, this is more important than anything we're talking about right now. Okay, if you want to give me money, right? Super chats. If you want me to ask a specific question to the panel, that's on YouTube. If you want to like throw bits my way, throw a bunch of bits my way, I'll try to read your message on Twitch too. Okay. Carry on.
Of course I do. I do Dino Badala's show every other week. He's a former SNL writer who is on Sirius XM. And, he talks about how people expect him to condemn Hamas every 30 seconds, right? When he talks about this stuff. So, of course, that's true. But I'm saying there's also a lot of pain on the American Jewish side with people that do conflate them with the government of Israel, which, again, I do not support. So to come back to Wick and the topic at hand here, my message is very straightforward. I do not support Israel's foreign policy at all. I don't. I do absolutely strongly support my Jewish American friends that have nothing to do with Netanyahu. And I think that it's really important that those of us on the left, if we're serious about getting the policy outcomes we want, get to be really vocal about that, because we are headed into another stupid, destructive cultural war that's going to result with the Republicans in charge in 2024, and then they're going to turn Palestine into a parking lot and let Netanyahu do whatever he wants.
I think a coalition needs to be formed with the people who feel with Israel, like the American Jews who feel just like complete anti-Semitism in the world, and the Palestinians and the Arabs who feel like the same thing. I think these people need to get together and talk, and then maybe that's the form of if these two, if the Jews and the Palestinians, and that they formed a coalition of people, and they could probably get some diplomacy pushed through America. They could have the conversations in America, but like if both parties are consistently going to, like, if the Jews are going to look at the Arabs and be like, well, we're going through a tragedy, and the Arabs are going to look at the Jews and go, they're going through a tragedy, and we're not going to align our tragedies together. We're just going to end up fighting each other based off of a group of people that none of us have anything to do with.
I hear you, but why would a Jewish person get in a coalition with that? Just being really honest, when you stated on the show really openly that your preferred policy outcome is the elimination of Israel. Why would they get in a coalition with that if it's going to result in the destruction of something that's very important to many of them, where many of their friends and family live?
So with context, I'm not like elimination of Israel. I'm saying that given the situation that's happening in the world that's been going on, there is no plan for a two-state solution. It seems like there's only a plan for a one-state solution, and that one-state solution seems to be Israel. And then that's the only reason why I'm like, well, if there is going to only be a one-state solution, I'd prefer it to be Palestine. It's not that I want the elimination of Israel or Jews. However,
I apologize.
I'm not I tend to be a little bit more neutral in the situation. I tend to have conversations with people on both sides. Most of the time, people who disagree with me. I think it's important that we put the little nuance and differences aside and focus on the larger issue, which is people are dying on both sides, and the Jewish people feel with the Palestinian people, and a lot of Palestinian people do feel with the Jewish people, right? Not everyone is like an evil Zionist in the Palestinian mind, right?
Sure.
So if these people got together, they put whatever differences they seem to have aside and actually fight against the common enemy that they have, I think that'd work out a lot better. I think these conversations are important.
Yeah. I hear you. I apologize for mischaracterizing your argument. Apparently,
No, it's okay.
I misunderstood that.
300 bits from Feder Methodist to ask Karl Mack, sorry. Would you oppose the BLM putting up posters of George Floyd in the UK as harmful propaganda?
I don't think that would really be necessary. I mean, I think it would be like silly in the same way. I don't think that people in the UK are going to affect American police-related policy, and I think the UK has its own issues with police. with its own people it could use as examples. I don't think you'd need to use George Floyd. I think that would be silly.
Fair enough.
I don't think it would be like worth ripping down or anything, because I don't
not in
think
the
that they
same
would
way the
actually
Jews
like.
are, right?
See, do you see what you're doing now? Do you see
No,
why I say
think
that you're
I
conflating
do. I'm doing
Zionism
it on
with
purpose, and I'll tell
Judaism
you why.
basically?
If you don't mind, I'll tell you why I'm doing this, because I want to make it very clear what it actually is, right? I want to cut through the obfuscation, cut through the word salad, and I want to make like, okay, you would think it's
dislike
weird
Jews
when they
because I
rip down
say
the
that?
George Floyd posters, but why don't you think it's weird when they rip down the Jewish posters? That's a question.
Like,
And
I
I think
think
that's
it's
something
still
we
like,
have to, like, if your hatred or animosity towards Israel allows you to make excuses for anti-Semitism, maybe the anti-Israel sentiment isn't as disconnected from the anti-Jewish sentiment as you would like to believe.
Wait, do you
do
think
you
those
believe
posters
I'm
could build any
anti-Semitic?
animosity towards
I don't
Arabs or
know.
Muslims?
You don't
One at a
know?
time. First of all, to Max, I don't know. I have no idea. To
Do you not understand my
Ellie.
perspective? Do you truly not grasp it?
I just think it's one of those things where you can look at a situation and you can make. It's funny who we give charity to and who we do not. And I think it can tell a lot about someone when they give massive loads of charity towards one side, but refuse to give any towards another. And so I just,
Are you saying I'm doing
level
that?
of charity toward the people ripping down these posters is just several
I'm
steps
saying it's
beyond.
stupid, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are driven by anti-Semitism. However, I do believe it's still genuinely propaganda. I think taking it down is a terrible optical move, however. I mean, it would be, but the issue is that it's not like state propaganda made by an already very, very powerful state, which Israel is. That's why I would treat it differently if it was something relating to police brutality in America, right? It's not like people who are anti-police brutality have like all the power in America or whatever. I think it's like kind of stupid, but it's less like, it's like unnecessary, but it's less an establishment kind of forcing their presence everywhere, right? It's just a little
don't
social
care
movement
if
which
it's the
doesn't really have a place.
establishment or not, honestly. Like this power dynamics thing is a little weird to me. I think that like we had more power than the Nazis, and that was a good thing. And I'm glad we've pressed the shit out of them, right? Like, so this power dynamics doesn't matter to me in a real way. But when it comes to like propaganda, and when it comes to like influence and things, there's a lot of it on both sides that are going out, right? There's a lot of pro-Palestinian propaganda that's good, and there's a lot of pro-Israel propaganda that's sometimes also good, right? Sometimes it's negative in both sides. Like the propaganda that seeks to excuse Hamas, I denounce it. It's terrible. The propaganda that seeks to turn away from the authoritarian hellscape that Israel is, I denounce that as well. But we have to look at what this is. It's pictures of kids. It's pictures not even of Jewish. Some of them are American citizens,
Yeah.
right? And people are just ripping them off, and that's a problem to me. But I wanted to. We'll get back to it, but I want to address Ali's concern as well. And can you restate it just so I'm clear?
You don't think that these posters could potentially breed like hatred for like Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians in America or in the lands that they're posting these pictures? Considering that they are kids, they're young kids, it's going to be a big emotional boost. It's going to turn people one way or the other, right?
I mean, if you're
worried about anti-Semitism, like,
sure,
and
if I may,
I don't think Islamophobia because I don't think it's Islamophobia,
I'm
but
trying to phrase this correctly.
yeah.
What happened October 7th is far more likely to do that than any of these posters ever will, right? If you're concerned about Islamophobia and things like that, let's look at what Hamas did, because Hamas did, and it's not an exaggeration to say, they performed a human fucking sacrifice on October 7th, because not only did they sacrifice 1,500 Jewish people, but they also were like, we don't give a shit if Palestinians get killed. We have sacrificed them, because they fucking knew what was going to happen. In fact, that's part of their strategy. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday who said that, oh, if Hamas hadn't done what we did, no one would be talking about the Palestinian situation. He didn't say this, but the implication was that what Hamas did actually served a purpose and was kind of good. And I reject that wholeheartedly, 100% denounce that. That is just terrible.
It's not good.
Yeah, it's not good to use these words, but like, yes, is there a possibility that seeing what Hamas did might turn people against Hamas? Sure.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yes,
I'm
it's
talking
true.
about so there's a difference. So like we have an issue where we're conflating Hamas with Palestinians, and we're conflating anti-Zionists with anti-Semites, right? So when you post these pictures up and you have people in like an emotional distress, and they're looking at these pictures of missing kids, and who's taking these kids? It's the Hamas. And who is Hamas? Hamas or Palestinians? You're breeding hatred
Yeah,
for
the posters
extra
don't say
hatred.
that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The posters don't say Palestinians captured them.
Yeah, but the people reading them don't. Let's not sit here and be like that. That's not the push. That's not what's happening when people are seeing that. We can't take away from that. I'm sorry. Like you don't get to take away from that.
I don't think the answer is to try to censor that. I do think it's a fair concern that it
I don't think they
could
should be censoring
trigger.
it. I'm just offering a little pushback to saying why people do. Like
Yeah.
we acting like the only reason people are doing these types of things is because they're anti-Semitic. That's not the case. There is a reason why people are doing. There are emotional ties to what's going on. There is an issue that is happening, and if people do see it as propaganda to literally push more hatred towards Arabs and Muslims, yeah, I can understand why they would want to take that up. I'm not saying they should, but I can understand why they would. And the fact that people don't understand why they would and just completely relate it to anti-Semitism immediately is just a disservice to like.
So why not
So
just
the
not
video-
show
I
what
wanna know as
happened on
well-
October 7th, because it might possibly breed contempt? Why are we not calling for the takedown of news organizations publishing pictures or photos or information about October 7th? Because it might breed contempt for the Palestinian people if people misunderstand. That's a silly thing to say.
The problem with like American media and Western media is that we do kind of really only show a lot of the Israeli side in the issues. Like I'm sure our feeds are
Are you
completely different. I'm sure our
serious?
messagings are completely different. I've seen enough Palestinian dead babies to be like, all right, cool. Like enough. No normal person should be seeing seeing these. But I can almost assume that a lot of the Western people aren't seeing them.
I hear you, but there was a video I watched today that I believe 120,000 people gave a like to, and it's on a college campus of these posters up, and you have two Muslim girls, and they're tearing them down, and a Jewish girl goes, "Why are you doing that?" And she turns around and she's like, "Hey, fuck Israel, and fuck you, and walks away. And that response, I don't think that was about like a principled stand against quote unquote propaganda that could
Probably not.
result
Yeah.
in anti-Arab sentiment here in the United States.
Yeah, they don't like
I think it
Israel and
was
they don't
just-
like the person defending it.
That's
I don't
exactly
see-
right. And I think that people are going to interpret that as anti-Semitism very clearly. Like the fact that the leftists, which is what this panel is about, is not calling out anti-Semitism on the left. It was more terrifying to me that 120,000 people liked that tweet, which is really about like someone that's Jewish, like going, "This makes me uncomfortable. Hey, fuck that. Fuck you. Fuck Israel."
Well, they said
Like,
fuck Israel
that's
and
really-
fuck you, but they didn't say fuck Jewish people. They didn't say
They
anything.
didn't say that, but the person they were saying it to is obviously the subtext.
So
And
no,
I
wait. So wait, just
understand
because
how-
because someone is okay. So if it was like a Christian American that said that and they said fuck Israel and fuck you, would that then be anti-Christian, or what would that
No,
be?
of course not. But my
So then
message
that's what I'm
to
saying.
you-
That's not anti-Semitism.
I think you're pretending the very plain situation that exists is not existing, and I don't think it's intellectually.
I don't
defensible.
think it's
Okay, before we go on,
anti-Semitism, but I think
I'll get you, I promise. But 5,000 bits from Principles Before Politics. 75% of Jews in the world live in the U.S. or Israel. What moral ground is it to stand on to say hurting you a second time by showing disregard is an okay form of protest rather than empathy and humanitarian intervention? Are you not raising the heat?
That's right.
That's
Really well said.
I don't understand.
I was say, can you
Yeah.
repeat that? Because
Okay.
like
So if you are going
was
to
this directed
protest
at?
for Israel, right, or protest Israel, what Israel is doing, why use that method to do so, which simply attacks Jewish individuals, citizens, and minimizes the harm that was done not to the Israeli government, but to actual Jewish
Do
people.
you think people are seeing this as Jewish citizens that are affected, or do you think people are seeing it as like Israeli propaganda?
They see it as
That's
the
the
citizens
conflation.
because that's who's on the poster, buddy.
Okay, so let me draw an analogy. It's easy to find like fight videos online, and it's easy to draw an analogy from that to like huge groups of people. But part of why fight videos are so insane is it's some random interaction between some person and like some other person. The analogy I'm drawing is that this is some random person, not an organized event, not a movement or whatever. And so it's easy to find like people being basically crazy or being insensitive maybe to like Israeli people or Jewish people. But there's a difference between that and like what organized movements are trying to do. And when you look at the organized movements of the left, they are overwhelmingly saying, call for a ceasefire, call your congressperson today. That's all I would try and say. There's a difference between like if an org was tearing down these things and a person. That's all.
But the problem is, right, it isn't just it's some rando, right, that's doing this, because I would 100% agree with you if we had seen this video and everyone had condemned it, or most people condemned it and just like, this is shitty, this is wrong, this is bad. But that's not what's happening, right?
That's right.
You got people who stand up and not only defend it, but say it's good and we should do it more. And it gets, like Brianna said, 120,000 likes, I believe, maybe more than that. Like, it's people on the grassroots level, and this should concern us all, right? People on the grassroots level are saying, no, this is okay to do, and we don't give a fuck how many Jews get hurt. We're just going to protest Israel in this. Like, even if we grant you, right, Max, that this is just protesting Israel, right? The fact that they are just okay with hurting Jewish individuals like that to do so is anti-Semitic.
I think
the fact that you keep calling it like they're hurting Jewish individuals as if that's their intention is that's the part that's bothering me, man. You guys
doing it uncaringly and not being careful with the execution is a bad thing. If you're doing something like that, and I made a tweet about this earlier today and then deleted it because it flopped. But if you're doing that, you should take the opportunity when somebody records you, right, and actually try and explain what you're doing. Even if the person behind the camera doesn't understand, you should explain it to the camera, just so you don't look like a fucking idiot and an asshole who's just like swearing at people.
And again,
may I ask the panel, and you can say no if you'd like, right? But I have a Jewish individual who actually lives in Israel in chat right now, who, if they want to come on and kind of tell how it's affected them, I would love to have them and love to hear them, if that's okay with everyone. And you can tell them that this is to their face, right? That this is just propaganda.
Do I go and get my Jewish friends as well, and they can like battle out like Pokemon? I don't really see the benefits of that. As the only like Middle Eastern.
If you don't want it to happen,
am I the only Middle Eastern guy on the panel?
I don't know.
Is anyone else
that
Middle
feels
Eastern?
Like a weird.
I don't think so.
Weird thing.
I'm not.
To do.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, so like it's just gonna be him yelling at me and me defending my peeps. It's like I don't know. Sure, you can bring him on, but like it's not gonna make me feel anyway.
Sorry, Mono.
I would just draw a comparison between something that Max said and like just stop oil. There's a difference between like just splashing oil on a paint building, which is usually not very effective, and then when you're getting filmed for doing that, you're trying to get your message out there. And there's a lot of easy criticism of just stop oil that like even the way they do it is really annoying to people and actually turns people away from their message. But they're still trying to like maximize their positive impact. I think very clearly you're just seeing people who are pissed at the poster. I think because they're pissed at the situation in Palestine, and I would say a lot of this is actually emotional reaction rather than like a planned left movement. Or I would also say it's not a high-minded criticism of Israel per se. It's just, I would say all of this is really pure emotion.
Yeah. And it's killing our solidarity, and it's going to result of the Republicans in charge.
Does anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that this well, first of all, let me ask you this. Who here thinks Biden and his administration has actually handled this situation well? I do.
I do.
What? Do you do?
No, I'm good.
Absolutely.
So like
what about
coming from a city of people who like went Trump and went Biden and went both, the whole like voting thing is kind of like picking the lesser of two evils is kind of being less it's not the move. No one wants to do that. No, everyone's kind of over it. We voted for Biden. It just doesn't work, man. Sorry.
Wait, what do you think would have happened had Trump been in office right now?
Oh yeah,
What-
listen, that point, maybe would have been worse. We don't know. All we know
Maybe?
is
Trump
It
would have
definitely been worse.
Trump would have been worse, absolutely. But Biden has been so bad.
Yes.
Back on October 18, the only vote on the United States Security Council to oppose a ceasefire was the United States. Just for an idea of how bad it is. It's only us standing with Israel, like literally. We are the sole thing keeping it going.
There was no history where there was no future for the United States where we were not going to stand with Israel. If you look at the polls, a lot of Americans, they either think that Biden has done enough to support Israel or has not done enough to support Israel or has done just about the right amount to support
well, sure, but
Israel.
Brianna,
support Israel without like supporting the death of Palestinians, right?
I
Without being,
agree with you.
Let's
I agree
disagree with all
you.
their numbers that human rights orgs have told us are probably accurate, right?
and in particular,
Voting
so
is
you're going to
choice.
try to convince me that like it's a good
Hold
move.
on. One at a time. One at a
Voting
time.
is about a choice between policy outcomes. It's not about voting for utopia. This shit is cancer on the left.
Yeah, so why would
I'm going to finish what I'm saying. There's a real sense on the left that we're going to aim for utopia and demand utopia rather than boring, slow, incremental change. My read of Biden's statements has been an astonishing acknowledgement of the overreaction towards Palestine and the deaths. I've seen him holding Netanyahu to account in ways I would not have guessed he'd be willing to go. So I think if you look at his statements through the lens of the United States and our history, I think they've actually been very strongly. I think they're the best I could have hoped for, to be honest.
I wanted to.
Go
on, please. Talk done, then Karl Max. Go ahead.
just there's so much that Biden could have done that he has not done. Today was the first day that he supported a humanitarian pause publicly because a woman yelled at him until he did so. Like a Jewish rabbi stood up and had to yell at him to get him to support a humanitarian pause.
Wait,
All I would say about this.
True. Wait, that's not true. His administration has called several times for a pause, not a ceasefire,
That is correct.
but a pause to let
is
humanitarian
correct.
The
aid
difference-
in. This is as early as a fucking I want to say the 14th or the 15th, right?
And what has he done to achieve that? So what I would say is this, like, you're correct. He has continued to oppose a ceasefire. He did support a humanitarian pause earlier. But then, like, days after he supported the first humanitarian pause, he voted against the ceasefire. And I know the point of this is supposed to be that there's some grand difference between the two, but come the fuck on. There's thousands of people dying every other day, 1,000 people die.
I want to touch on this because I read an interesting article, not an article, but a thread from a professor in Tel Aviv, a member of the leftist movement in Israel, and he made and I'll just be very brief on this. But he said, I've always wanted an immediate ceasefire in every round of fighting between Israel and Palestine in the last 20 years. However, like almost the entirety of the Israeli left, we think that a ceasefire is not an option. And he lists a bunch of reasons why. One being that there is no way to curtail Hamas without military action. The idea wherein gradual cooperation with Hamas may be built using diplomacy or withdrawals was simply proved wrong. Israel cannot continue to exist with an Iran proxy, ISIS-like religious fundamentalist organization sworn to kill all of the Jews in Israel that continues to amass military power, which allows it to do what it intends to do. And there's no hope for peace between Israel and Palestine while Hamas continues to amass power. And without its continual suicide bombings, there would have been peace circa 1996 following the Oslo Accords. Without Hamas, Gaza would thrive after Israel left. So I don't think it's necessarily anti-Palestine to oppose the ceasefire. Now, we could disagree on that. I think righteous minds could disagree. But I also want to get to the money I'm about to make right now by reading my super chat. I know. $10 from Artemis Fowl. Why is the left surprised with Muslims wanting the death of Jews and Israelis? What gave you the indication that there was anything other than an alliance of convenience among progs? And £10 from Big Hoth. Leftists have been going on for years about how anyone who's ever seen a Pepe meme is a member of the Waffen SS, but now can't even make light inferences when it's people they agree with.
So the Muslim bit is interesting because Muslims in the United States are about as liberal on social issues as are, I think they're about as liberal as the median American voter. Like they're not this like uniquely conservative group. So yes, and to some degree, alliance of convenience in some countries, but also like that's to some degree true with a lot of groups. I don't know, that this seems like the inherent wedge thing that conservatives do all the time because they want to try and win back the Muslim voters for their own purposes.
I feel like there's a fundamental, like, I am often frustrated with the Democratic Party on, say, trans issues, right? Like, Biden has been directionally much more weak about standing for trans rights than, say, even the Obama administration was, which was much more bold with policies with schools and expanding healthcare, right? I also look at the environment we're in and I go, what is it feasible that the Democratic Party can do? And I hear you that in an ideal world, what you would want the Biden administration to do. I think that those are options that are just not feasible in the United States system because of the polls I've just cited. Americans directionally do agree with this policy of supporting Israel, and there are a lot of very powerful forces to fund politicians and reward politicians when they are friendly to Israel policies. That's just a reality in the United States. So I think looked at
can't use
through
that to
that
justify
lens
everything.
of what is reasonable to hope for, look at Biden's public statements. They've been tremendously, tremendously hard on Netanyahu. And additionally, I would have to say, if you believe that someone yelling at Biden caused him to freak out and suddenly change policy, that is a fool's dream. That was in the works with the State Department, which is the most slow-moving apparatus you could possibly imagine in Washington. They've been looking at polls, they've been deciding what the right thing is, and that's why he made those statements, not because of something that happened on TV.
I don't doubt that this was a slower moving thing, but the thing that's brought it to the fore is that he's been consistently getting people shitting on him in the media, in person, demanding a ceasefire is all I would try and say. And as a second point, I think I just wanted to get at like a larger idea of your theory of change and how theory of politicians should behave. You seem to be saying it's popular, and this is the limits of where popularity goes, so we can't do more than that. And I strongly reject that. There is some degree to which politicians can affect public opinion. The term is something like policy entrepreneur. You can shift policy by putting an idea into people's minds. Biden could have been doing that by yelling from the rooftop, humanitarian ceasefire, from day one, but he didn't. He took weeks. He could have been bringing up how many Palestinians died, but he didn't. He said that he didn't trust the numbers, on and on throughout the point. He has not been going as left as possible. He's in like the center of the Democratic Party. That's all.
Yeah. I agree with that. And I think that
And after Wu, I want to hear from Max and
sure.
Ollie, but
So
finish
the reality of politics in the United States is the people that show up, the people that vote, the people that donate money, the people that put together PACs and other organizations to give infrastructure for politicians are the ones that get their policy passed. So I agree with what you're saying, but I also think it's true that just strategically for a president that is as far down in the polls as Biden is, I don't think it would be a very good move for him. So if we're serious about getting this policy to change, my theory of change is we try to turn down the fucking temperature because the conversation right now is literally insane. We try to focus on the things we can all agree on, which is that civilian deaths are a tragedy and that needs to be minimized. And we try to form a coalition to demand a different relationship with how the United States enables violence in that region and ask for more accountability. That is my theory for change.
I think that Biden has become increasingly critical of Netanyahu, especially over the recent developments with the UN constantly being like, "Hey, this is actually really fucked up." I think through that they've changed more, and I think he was much less openly critical before, and I think now he just barely is. Yeah, no, I can't remember if I had any other excess points there, but to act as if Biden had to do what he did with voting against the ceasefire when there are tons of other countries with similar polling to America in terms of support for Zionism, I think is entirely false.
I don't agree.
I would just point out that supporting Israel and supporting Zionism are two separate things. Let's not conflate the two. I want to go to Ali.
Oh, wait, are they not the same thing? Zionists are just Israel deserves to have the homeland, right? What's the difference? Just before I go on.
Okay, so Zionism, as I understand today, is Israel, no Palestine. Israel takes it all. The settlers, the Zionists support the settlements in the West Bank. I don't think you can. I don't think you have to support that to support Israel.
I think that's just like if you support Israel, that's just what you support as Palestinians not existing. But I mean, so like to the vote thing, right? So like, what do you want someone like me, who is pro-Palestinian, Lebanese Muslim, and watching Biden give X amount of money to Israel like regularly, standing with Israel, saying they have the right to defend themselves, and then like, so how am I supposed to be like, oh well, I'm gonna go vote this year for Biden or any other president when it's like clearly my interests aren't. And if the American public stands with Israel, how do you want people that are pro-Palestinian to feel? How do we feel not like that we don't matter to the world, that we don't that we're not like we're in the West, Arabs are looked at as savages and barbaric. So it's like, I don't know how you want us to feel and what we're supposed to do about that.
I would never tell
I
you how to
understand
feel.
empathy for,
It's
I
utterly
empathize with the
wrong.
Jewish people
Yeah.
because we're going through it. So like,
Sure.
I don't understand why, like, what would you want us to do?
I'm not going to tell you how to feel. And I acknowledge your pain. I hope on this panel you felt respected. I hope you feel like I've
absolutely.
acknowledged all of that. But the calculus, again, voting is about a decision between policy outcomes in the exact same way that trans people are really angry at the Democratic Party for a lot of really good reasons about like doing a lot of showboating about how much they care about LGBT people. But when it comes to policy, they're not going to do jack shit, in the same way that women are really, really angry at the Democratic Party for counting on us for votes and not doing shit about Roe versus Wade. We still have a calculus to make. Is Trump going to be better for us, or is Biden going to be better for us? And it sucks. I 100% get it. But voting it's like taking out the garbage. It's a thankless civic duty about what you want the policy outcome to be. Yeah.
So we go vote and nothing changes. How are people supposed to feel?
My suggestion is let's build a coalition. I've said that at least 20 times today.
Are you a single issue voter though? There are so many like things that are going to be influenced by that, right? Like also, especially if you are Arab, like Trump's Muslim country immigration ban, right? Like that's a huge thing that would be different.
Yeah.
Okay. This is to SDL. So
Oh no.
$50 to SDL.
$50.
Okay. $50. What the fuck is a ceasefire on their words, not mine. What the fuck is a ceasefire on day one, SD fucking L? What exactly does that look like? Answer that, please.
Sure. So Israel announced that they wanted to move 1.4 million people to the south. If you want to do something like that, you have to set up a humanitarian means for people to do so. Israel only gave people something on the order of 2 days to get from North Gaza to South Gaza and bring all of their shit with them. So what does a ceasefire look like? Well, maybe there's some initial bombings, and then you have to give people time to get out. If the argument is civilians in the north can't be there, there's going to be too many casualties if they're there for the ground invasion, so we got to get them out. Okay, let them into Israel. Let them into like tent cities that you've built up. Like, build refugee camps. That's the answer.
Do you think it's
at minimum?
Do you think that was a like letting them into Israel after October 7th was at any way, shape, or form going to happen? Like, I don't.
Politically feasible, probably not. But what's morally just? Like, the response to, hey, a horrible thing has happened to our country is not, we're going to start randomly bombing and killing like hundreds and hundreds of civilians.
Random?
Sorry, I shouldn't say random. I should say
no,
poorly targeted.
Yeah, that Israel's just indiscriminately, randomly bombing just hither and thither. I just think
we don't yet know whether it's indiscriminate we don't yet know whether it's indiscriminate or whether they're just failing to account for collateral damage. Essentially,
no, it's indiscriminate.
Indiscriminate.
I have no problem saying it's indiscriminate. What are we even talking about?
Indiscriminate would just mean like say like they're just randomly bombing, or they're like this might be a target. Well, we haven't confirmed.
I think they're just bombing whatever they want to bomb. Yeah.
Really, Ollie? So you think there's an Israeli plane flying over right now, and they see a house, right? And they're just like, fuck it, we don't care if Hamas is there.
What benefits do they have in bombing
it's essentially.
No,
what military target?
No, they have
a scary
intelligence.
11-year-old?
I'm sorry. How many Hamas members have they killed?
We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. How are we going to stop Hamas? How do you stop a people when you don't know who the people are? You don't know how to target them. You're bombing the buildings because you think you think Hamas is in the building. So then the whole building goes down. So all of those people are now displaced and destabilized. Yeah, they're bombing indiscriminately. They are not.
If they were bombing
Hamas.
indiscriminately, we would see a casualty number. You'd add a couple zeros on what we got now. Okay.
Why? They're just doing it slow. What's the issue? This has always been. It's been a slow ethnic removal of the Palestinian people.
Also,
They can't do it
almost
quickly
4,000
because
is
the
so
world
much.
would snap.
Say
They
one more
cannot
time.
do it
to act as
quickly.
if the numbers aren't huge already is also insane. Like, it's been
But there's a but.
4,000 since October
Wait.
7th.
There are far too many. I want to be clear. There are far too many civilian deaths in Gaza. Far, far, far too many. Even one is
Yeah.
far too many. But to act as if they were going to just wipe out the Gazans, that it wouldn't be not 4,000 but 400,000 is wild to me. And I think
No, they
that
just
this
do 1,000
shows
a
this
day.
Well, I mean, this is just
anti-Semitic,
1 month.
like this bias, right? That we
It's
have.
been 1 month,
I think if
dude.
you want to be critical of the United States policy, like be critical of the fact I have no doubt that we are providing Israel with satellite coverage and intelligence infrastructure. I have no doubt that after Leviathan, one of the things when I ran for office is I really wanted a cybersecurity warfare program, right? It's not really reported here in the United States. After 9/11, we had the Leviathan program, which goes into like every email cloud infrastructure on earth. I just assume that's much more powerful today. If you don't think that the United States intelligence apparatus is working hand in hand with Israel to find targets of people for them to go kill, I think that you would be very foolish to not assume that.
What I would point to, just as a comparison.
Your best opinion, what do you think the percentage of like civilians to Hamas is being like? What do you think the percentage is?
Well, given
it's
that
atrocious. 101.
What's the ratio do you guys think it is? Just like with all the intelligence that Israel has and all the them being discriminated, what's the percentage do you think? What's
I
the
would
ratio?
probably ballpark guess, maybe 50 or 100 to 1, which is beyond unacceptable. But
So
it's not.
yeah, that's indiscriminate bombing. That is indiscriminate bombing.
What I would point to is that the data on the breakdown of gender and age of those killed so far is such that the maximum possible of military-aged men killed is about 1 in 5 of those dead. So the maximum rate is about like 1 to 4 of like Hamas or whatever. If every single of the young men was killed was in Hamas, to like all the total deaths would be 4. So just like that.
I hear you, but one of the things that makes this very difficult, and I'm not justifying this, I'm explaining it. One of the things that makes this difficult, I think, to do targeted warfare is the fact that there are no military bases for Hamas in this region. There's no like airfield. There's no army camp that they can go bomb. It's all civilian infrastructure, all of it. And I think
Hamas is such a threat if they have no military, no bases, no anything. It's such a threat.
They are a threat, and I think you're really minimizing the horror that's happened there. But what I was going to say is, I think that there's this bad stereotype on both sides with this, where people want to say that Hamas is hiding out in civilian areas to target and forcing Israel to target them, and then Israel will say the opposite thing. It's like, oh, you're indiscriminately bombing people. I think the fact is that these are people, like, this is textbook insurgent warfare, something the United States did not learn lessons from after Iraq, and there's a tragic calculus that goes on when you're having urban warfare with the insurgency, and that cost is far too high, and this bombing is just not a tactic that's going to work.
Well, to speak to that, of studies of like the number of like militants in Afghanistan after we bombed, the effect on the number of militants was almost nil. Like for all the bombing we did, it didn't in the long run hurt the Taliban. They bounced back, they recovered. So I guess I guess that's
we had a war on
because the young people
terrorism
that
that
survive are
created
only going to end up
terrorists.
joining the Taliban because they're so like the young people. So like with the discriminate bombing that's happening, you're killing a bunch of people. You're killing a bunch of people's parents. You're having kids being raised, and then they're not going to turn to Hamas when like they have no money, no food, no water, no anything. No, they have nothing left to lose. Why? Like I don't get how.
100%. We learned this lesson after. We didn't learn this lesson after 9/11. You can't fight terrorism by doing tactics that create terrorists.
But that's the argument for that's the argument for the ceasefire.
The last 20 years on repeat, and it's killing me.
Okay, I'm just going to step in here because we absolutely have decimated Al-Qaeda, ISIS. There's been we have torn down these structures, and they're much less of a threat.
We destroyed ISIS because ISIS was a state. But the point on the Taliban and whatnot was that the effect of bombing. So there's attempts to try and derive causality from this. When you bomb, there's like next week there's less rates of there's like a slightly lower rate of terrorism, but it goes up the next week, like right back to what it was. It's not a solution to terrorism in any long run amount. That's all I was trying to get at. But
without it, like for example, Hamas indoctrinates, and like I think we forget this. They use child soldiers, right? Like they strap bombs to their chests and send them out to do their martyrdom operations, right? This happens. We've seen that in the Second Intifada, right? We saw it all throughout the history. So to act as like everything that was done to the Jewish people on October 7th, Hamas first did to the Palestinians in Gaza. Like Hamas has to go. There is no
can we
world,
say that Israel's been doing this to the Palestinians
Palestinians
too? So like,
can be free. Palestine will never be free while Hamas exists and rules over them.
they were never going to be free while Israel existed. So what's the difference? You guys, like,
the difference is we can change Israel
Hamas
through diplomatic means. We cannot do so through Hamas.
Why did Hamas come about?
It's worth thinking about, like, what if the United Nations had a shit ton more money? What if there were UN peacekeepers there? UN peacekeeping works in other countries. When we give them a shit ton of money, a shit ton of bodies, why not put them in? We can't trust Israel. Like, literally, we can't trust Israel to be responsible in this. Put someone else in charge. Like,
in the same way that you blame Hamas for the Palestinian deaths, you can blame Israel for the Israeli deaths. I don't get how that doesn't work. How that doesn't make sense for you.
Especially Israel has propped up Hamas intentionally. So, like,
yes. This as well.
So, like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want of people. I don't know what you want of people with no land, no government, no resources to do. Like when they're just living in a literal open air prison. What do you want them to do? They've been bombed for years. They've been displaced for years.
Not kill children.
What's the response?
Other than just children. That's what I want them to do. Not kill children.
So you want them to just fuck off and leave? That's fine. I'm with that. But like, besides them fucking off and leaving, what do they do?
And you were ignoring the billions of dollars that they get from Iran, Qatar, and other things. Like Hamas,
Hamas gets that money, Palestinians don't.
I understand, but Hamas recruits amongst the Palestinians, right? That's where they get the recruits from.
Who else would they recruit amongst?
Okay, exactly. So what I'm saying is that the quasi de facto government of Gaza right now is Hamas. And until we get rid of them, Palestine, Gazans, they will never be free.
So we create a situation where people go into terrorism and then say we have to get rid of the terrorism.
I'm not saying that what the IDF is doing right now is wise or good. One of the problems with what the IDF is just as what you're saying, that it is not going to fix the problem. And I think SDL's, I don't know about the UN doing it, right? But a third party coming in, right? And sitting on both of them and saying, no, you will stop killing each other is a very fine idea. The problem with that, realistically, is that's going to be a hugely expensive and time-consuming project, and I don't think anyone has the will to do that.
How much money does America throw at Israel anyways right now?
We spend like $4 billion a year in military aid to Israel proper. Why not just
take some of that and allocate it to like a peace process?
I think I ran the numbers, and you could afford to give every single Gazan a job with the amount of money we give to Israel.
It's insane. And then to talk about why people are angry and why people are taking down posters and why people are like pro-Palestinian or like pro-terrorism. It's like they're not pro-terrorism. But if every single time people want to defend Palestine, people want to explain what happened, and everyone just goes, yeah, but the atrocities on October the 7th. Yes, but what about the atrocities for the past 75 years that led to the atrocity of October the 7th? We keep acting like this just happened yesterday.
No one on this panel is acting like this just happened.
Kind of.
They have been killing each other, and this one-sided thing. Like, why do you think Netanyahu got into power in the first place? Who did that? Who drove the Israeli people? Because remember, in 2000, the left in Israel won election, right, on the issue of ending the settlements. That was what they won on. What did Hamas do? They started blowing people up. Right? During the Oslo Accords, both Likud killed Ravin, the Jewish extreme right killed Ravin, but you know what else was going on? The Hamas equivalent at the time was blowing people up. So to act as if Israel is just doing this because they hate the Palestinians is wild to me. Why can you see and give like a nuance and context and charity to the people who are wanting their freedom in Gaza, but not look at Israel and see all the depredations and degradations and everyone around them wanting them to die, to literally be killed, and not say, well, maybe I can kind of understand they're keeping these people
because while Gazans and West Banks have been living in oppression for years, what's been happening? Israel has funding, they have infrastructure, they have schools, they have jobs, they have shit they can do. versus the Palestinian people who don't even get recognized as Palestinians anymore. Now people are being recognized as Gazans. We're not even saying Palestine. The literal Palestine was wiped off
Because
the
there's
map,
a big
literally.
difference.
So yes,
There's
that's
a
why
big difference between what's
emphasize
happening
more
in the
with the
Gaza
people.
and what's happening in the West Bank. And to just say Palestinians isn't going to help me actually actively communicate with you, right? Because talking about what's
Understood.
happening in the West Bank is a far different cry where there is no
Yes.
Hamas
Right.
and what's happening in Gaza. So the reason I say Gazans is to, again, indicate this specific thing. And the reason
Yes.
why Israel has all this infrastructure is because their government didn't just pour their money into rockets to kill Jews, right? Like, that's not all that happened. So Hamas, again, has been given tons of aid, tons of resources, not just from Iran, but also from other legit
That's
countries.
correct.
But they have used that, again, they have victimized the Gazans and the other people of Palestine by not using that to improve their conditions, but instead using that to create weapons of war and perpetuate this conflict. So yes, Israel has all the blame in the world, but the fucking Hamas, like the other actors in this, not just Hamas, the PLO, Arafat, there's a tons of actors on the
How are
Palestinian
Gazans going to
side
build
whose hands
infrastructure?
are soaked in
How are
blood.
the Gazans
too.
going to take the money to build infrastructure? Where do they get the means to build their infrastructure from?
From the money that they get.
Yeah, okay, so you have a bunch of cash. Where are you going to get the wood, the cement, the
You
skills,
start-
training? Where does all this come from?
Let me give you an answer to this. First of all, we ruthlessly hunt down and kill Hamas terrorists. That's job number one. Then after that, we learn some lessons from the Iraq War and how to fight insurgency. You cannot win in a war against an insurgency if you don't have a clear political aim. And I would posit that maintaining the Palestinian people and getting them a state that is free and independent and functional economically, meaning having trade partnerships with other people in the region, hopefully with Israel itself, all of that thing. That is the path forward.
That's
is
a beautiful
the way for
ideal.
economics.
That's a beautiful ideal. I'm with you.
Okay, but right now what we have is a situation where I don't think Israel's acting in accordance with the law and how they're handling this insurgency, which I think is counterproductive. So what we have to do is, as best as I can tell from what I've read from Israel and Netanyahu, I don't see a very clear defined political goal. This is where America fucked up in Iraq. We went to war without an exit strategy, without a clearly defined goal except kill Saddam Hussein. So we've got to force them to fight as insurgents instead of with conventional military tactics. We've got to cut down their supply lines. We've got to use network-centric warfare to target individuals. We need to use more special forces to go hunt down and kill Hamas. But it's got to be one thing after the other. We can't leave Hamas in power.
Yeah.
We got to go kill those motherfuckers.
So like
and then
I said,
we can
that's a
talk
nice
about the economy.
That's a nice ideal, but more to Wick's point when he said that Hamas is getting all this funding and they were supposed to build infrastructure and
They
do all
built
this.
tunnels.
Huh?
It's not an ideal. That's a plan. What's your fucking plan? Because all you keep doing is going back and adjudicating the last 200 years of history, which I agree is shit. But we are now in 2023. What is your fucking plan?
I can't have a plan based on ideals. You have to look at the situation as it is, and we can only talk about what is happening. To have a plan,
just
what is
what's your
happening?
plan?
What's your plan?
What policy?
You're in
What
charge of
I don't
Gaza.
know what
I
you want
got
me to
like
do with that.
15, 20 minutes left in me, by the way. I'm
No,
tired.
we're gonna end
Alright,
soon. We got
just
it. I
saying.
understand. But
Does
Ali,
someone else have a plan that's different than
no,
mine?
so just-
I would love to hear it.
yeah,
You're
in charge of Gaza, gang. You're in
I don't
charge of
know what
Gaza.
plan
What
you
do
want
you
me
do?
to give.
How do you fix it?
How do you fix this?
You give humanitarian aid to the Gazans first of all. Israel has to be the peacemaker in this. Israel has to be the one that goes in and talks to Hamas and tries to broker a peace, an actual peace agreement. They're going to have to be the ones that do this. They're the ones in power. They're the ones with the money. They're the ones with the infrastructure. They're the ones with the government. They're the ones they are the ones who can do it. So to sit here and look at me and tell me, well, Hamas can't exist, and why do they exist? I understand that Hamas can't exist. I agree with you that it is a terrorist organization. But in my mind, the IDF and the Israeli are also a terrorist organization. So what is that? Why'd you oof?
I don't think Israel is a terrorist organization.
Why? to the people that are living in the lands around them. Why?
Because, well, for starters, they're a government and not an organization. And I think the overall direction of Israel is not to achieve their political aims by creating terror.
But
I
they
don't
do
think
create terror.
they do, but that's
Yeah.
not their primary mission objective.
Just because they don't say it's their mission doesn't mean that their actions don't show that that's
not
their
the
mission.
primary tactic that they use.
Well, how do you claim that?
If you look at their economy, if you look at their role in the world, Israel has a really big outsized impact right now with the AI and a lot of technology like
So that means they're not terrorists to the people in their
solid-state.
lands?
I'm saying that their economy is one of the things that Israel does, and the interdependency that has is part of their national security strategy. It's not just terror; it's economic intermingling. They participate through this State Department, through the diplomatic process. There's a number of things that they do.
Okay.
I guess all I would say is when we point to like countries that the United States calls rogue countries or terrorist states or whatever, they're countries like North Korea and Iran that also try and do similar things. Like not I don't know that I would call Israel a terrorist state. I would call some of the things that Israel has done terrorist actions, like state terrorist actions. But all I'm trying to say is like the term terrorist, the U.S. has applied to states, and like many scholars have applied to states. Is all that do the things you're talking about.
I know that we are kind of circling the drain on this, and 8 o'clock is coming up. I want to read a couple more super chats, and then we'll get to closing statements. For those of you who want to stay, you're welcome to stay. We'll take call-ins, but if you have to go, I understand. So let me read these, and then we'll get to those closing statements. $5 from Temperance Quill. For your info, the rockets Israel is using do not have targeting capabilities. They are taking the chance they might take something out. $5.
The rocket is an unguided thing. The missiles that Israel is using are largely guided. Just
I'm honestly not sure. So fair enough. Artemis Fowl from $5. Letting that dude play both sides during this panel is delicious. Just come out and say Hamas is right and good.
He's talking about me.
I think
off.
So. I would guess.
Yeah, you can fuck off.
$5 from Skilltree Gaming. The same way they get munitions through tunnels. I'm assuming that's how they're going to get the wood, labor, cement.
yeah, moving the log through the tunnel. They actually did a video in one of those. You have to like crouch down inside them. They're tiny little things.
Fair enough.
Bringing in like my industrial
how big
equipment.
do you think rockets are, buddy?
I mean, I don't know that that's where they make them. That if you trust like the thing that Israel produced of like Hamas people picking up water pipes, which was never confirmed to be clear, but they were doing that all in the open. So apparently they don't need to, right? So I don't know.
Okay. With that, gang, it has been a heated discussion, but I think a productive discussion.
Yeah,
nonetheless.
I've liked this.
What we got coming up before we toss it over to these guys and give them closing statements. So I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I'm taking a day off. Monday, we're going to be talking about the new Speaker of the House, whether that's a good choice or not. And then on the 10th, Brianna Wu will be meeting with a short fat otaku or dev, and they're going to be having a wonderful one-on-one discussion. And we'll see if we can build a bridge or burn a bridge. I don't know what'll happen, but it'll be fun.
I think we're friends. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be a good
fun.
Are you going to be confrontational, Brianna? Are you going to confront him about the like shit he says and the positions he changes? Because I feel
I've
like
got some examples from his videos that I think are disingenuous, and I'm going to bring examples. But it's going to be friendly.
Yeah. And 16th, the 16th is a big one, gang. Okay, the 16th is what you are going to tune in for. Okay, we're going to have No Opinion, one of the I think the largest Substacker, and we're going to have him talk with SDL and Brianna.
Do we even know what's the topic?
Israel and Palestine.
Oh no!
To talk to you. He quoted you in his latest blog piece.
He did.
You see that?
He called me an activist, socialist grassroots. What does that even mean? I tweet.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. It'll be fun. But no, it'll be a great discussion. I think I'm excited to have this guy on. He's a great guy. He drives discourse in a way, and I haven't seen him on anything, so I'm really excited for that. But let's give it to my people here, my wonderful guests, and I love you all. To be clear, even though I had some heated words for you. And let's start with Ali. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I hope I hope no one was offended by any of the things that were said on the panel. That wasn't the point. The point is to have a proper discussion. So appreciate you guys for having that. The second point, for all my people who are pro-Palestinian, Muslim, Arab, whatever, avoid the anti-Semitism. It really just defeats your whole goal. It defeats your whole cause. It does nothing for you but make you look bad and just honestly minimize the message that we're trying to push, which is ultimately a peaceful message. And free Palestine. Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, well, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Where can people find you?
Oh, Ali the Sagir. I'm on Twitter. I've been tweeting. It's fun.
Okay.
This is my first year, my first 3 months using Twitter. It's
Really?
interesting. Yeah, I've been a member since 2017. I just never used it.
You're going to be so much crazier 9 months from now. Oh my God.
It's all gonna go downhill this way.
I do want to appreciate you for hosting these panels, Brianna. Hopefully the bridge was built rather than burned.
No, I enjoyed this.
Amazing.
I enjoy talking to people I disagree with, or at least
Me
don't understand, because it helps me come up with better positions. Genuinely.
Speaking of Brianna Wu.
So I really appreciated this conversation tonight. I think this is literally the best, most productive conversation I've had on this. It's certainly better than Twitter. I do want to say I'm a little disturbed by some of the. I think there's been a lot of minimizing of Jewish pain on this panel today, but I think it's done with good intentions, or at least I understand where it's coming from. I want to be really clear policy-wise. I enthusiastically endorse hunting down and killing Hamas terrorists. And I think after we do that, we can have a conversation about how to create a two-state solution that is more stable for everyone involved. I think this current situation is untenable. It's going to result in more Israeli death, and I think it treats Palestinian life like it's disposable. But I think the very first step to that is unifying and hunting and killing Hamas terrorists. So I hope everyone on this panel supports me in that goal.
Well, thanks for being here, Brianna. I really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to seeing what the future days have in store. Next up, Carl Mack.
So I really enjoyed this conversation. I thought it was interesting to talk over. I think that we should rehash the importance of not conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as it's something I believe is anti-Semitic in itself and flies in the face of anti-Zionist Jews as well, especially. But I think that we had a pretty productive conversation. I think we reached some mostly decent conclusions. But I do continue to request that people second guess their beliefs. This includes me and people on my side. Second guess your beliefs. Try and figure out if you might just be falling into some terrible line of thinking. See if you might be falling for propaganda. And try and be self-conscious and not too sure of yourself. Because if you're wrong, and you're wrong on a topic like this, where you're going in really hard, you're going to look awful. So just, do what you know is right, and stick to that and be measured. That's all. Oh, yeah, you can find me at Twitter. I'm Carl Max on there. You might have seen me. At Ceremonious Hut. Brianna and SCL, you should both follow me back, by the way. Okay, now that I'm talking to you...
Drop your Twitter in
What's the deal?
Same here, guys.
Okay.
Look,
yeah, everyone, everyone.
Oh,
by the way, Ali, if you could drop your Twitter tag in my Twitch chat as well. There's some people asking for that. There.
How do I do that?
Yeah, you better throw
just go to my Twitch
well.
chat and type out.
What, you haven't been watching Wick's entrancing panel on Wick? Twitch.tv/Wick.
Oh, I need all of you to understand. This is my first time using laptop streaming or any of these services. I downloaded Discord a month ago.
You're doing well. You're doing great. You're
a spiritual boomer. Okay.
Indeed.
Yes.
No.
Just real quick, check out Carl Max. I think he's one of the more reasonable voices on his side. And to echo his sentiment, my original channel name was Death of Certainty. Because I too think we should stop being so certain about our beliefs and look into alternatives and things like that. But no, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Last, but certainly not least.
Thanks for having me.
Sock done left.
Hey, I'm Sock Done Left. I'm streaming right now. You can find me at sockdoneleft.org/live. I can post a link to that. The other thing that I would recommend doing, it seems like everyone in this panel and hopefully all the audience agree that there's a huge humanitarian crisis going on in Palestine right now, and you can support to try and help that through the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. I'm going to post a link to that. It goes directly aid to Palestinian children, of whom 700,000 are displaced, and about, I think it's 3,000 have been killed so far. They are very, very much the victims of this. They had no choice in the matter. Whatever you think of Hamas, Israel, whatever, these children are hurting, and they're completely innocent. I guess just as a closing remark, I would say that anti-Semitism is a problem. I think it's a problem on the left, less so than on the right, but very much a problem on the left. It's always good to call out problems, even if they're on the same side or whatever. However, I do think it's important to try and proportion our criticism to where the power is and where the harm is in the real world. So all I would say is that institutionally, the right has been saying horrific anti-Palestinian things all across the United States, all across Israel, and they're the ones currently leading an enormous amount of death. And I think that that's where the focus of the left should be. Fine to criticize left anti-Semitism, just make sure at the end of the day, you are throwing some of that shade at Israel.
Okay.
As I appreciate you for actually having like a charity or something that you can reference and refer people to while you're having these conversations. That's actually really, really good.
Well, it's PCRF. I posted the link in chat, so if y'all want to give some to Palestinian children, yeah, good luck.
Please do. Check it out, gang. Check it out. Okay. Anything else before I let you guys go?
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
With
for
that,
having us.
we're probably gonna cut it out. We'll rate out. Sorry, people backstage. This took a lot out of me. I am pretty exhausted. But gang, we got some great shit coming up next week. Tune in Monday, and we'll see you then. We're gonna rate out. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Yeah, folks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, guys.
It takes a minute. Give it a second. Give it a second. I have to wait that. There's a way to like lose the starting time. I just haven't figured out. Anyway.
Bye, Wick. Thanks for the panel.
Bye.
Peace out, Wick, man. It was a great time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Roxy, I love you. Why is it not shifting? Am I doing something wrong? Why no work? All right, well, I can't figure out why the fuck the camera is not working. But, Roxy, love ya. I was not going to ask Brianna Wu to like get more involved with Progressive Victory at the end there. I already have a few people that I know pretty closely who are in Progressive Victory. Yeah, we're in the void. Welcome. This is what the world looks like after socialism, right? After we've abolished the value form. Okay, that works. Why the hell? What wrong with camera? Why camera no work? Wu is not Progressive Victory. Well, Progressive Victory, to my understanding, is more like a volunteer org and not. I don't think she's staff. Deactivate. Huh. Why? Roxy's trying to call me. Roxy coping and seething live in chat. Why the fuck my camera not working? I don't get it. I'm gonna have to like unplug it or something. It's not turning off from the Discord panel, so I can't switch it. How does that work? All right, Roxy, you wanted to speak.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm talking to you. Oh my god. Hi.
What is wrong with you?
Okay, wait. What do you mean? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Anyways, it was also good because she has. You also needed to shout her out because not only is she involved in Progressive Victory, she's also connected to a lot of people that you theoretically want to engage with more sort of like center aligned people. Like she mentioned at the end that she has a thing coming up with Short Fat Otaku. Like she's more connected in that space. It would have behooved you to have taken the opportunity to build to reach out for further connection with her.
Okay, that's fair. Look, I felt like it was an inappropriate moment because we pretty sharply disagreed about like the nature of Biden's response and whatnot, and like the nature of like the solutions to Israel and Palestine. And to be like, actually, Brianna, I'd love to get more involved with like your progressive political project. would just be an odd ending.
It wouldn't have been inappropriate. It would have. It would have been. You would have just needed to say, Brianna, I love I loved what you had to say. I love the work that you do with a progressive Victor. I'd love to talk more and get more involved. Thank you for talking. Like it could have been really natural, something like that. You gotta network. You gotta fucking network.
Okay, fair point. Of all the people that I want to network with, I felt like that was the wrong moment, and I should reach out. I think Brianna followed me, so I can DM her if she'd like, whatever. But yeah, no, I know a few people in Progressive Victory, and like I've been trying to. There's a few organizations that are in like the left orbit close to DSA. There's like Progressive Victory, Our Revolution, Working Families Party, and Sunrise Movement. Those are like the four that seem to be closest to DSA in some of the ways that they approach advocacy and the people that they have. And I mean, I'd love to get them more involved, in part for the purpose of trying to both make DSA a little better and also get people involved in DSA work. Yeah, Sunrise does good work.
I want to thank everyone.
Go ahead.
I want to thank everyone in chat who's complimenting me. I appreciate the compliments, but also,
I believe Somniostatic said that you are. No, Tyrannax said you are perky and excitable, really cute. You are. How do you like being called?
Somniostatic.
The bunny of discourse, the perky bunny of discourse.
The perky bunny. What else was I gonna say? How do you feel about the fact that that panel was about anti-Semitism on the left, and then it by the end of it, it was very much not about anti-Semitism at all?
Honestly, that was I actually was very pleased to see that. I was pleasantly surprised that because it was. I think with Connor, it would have been a very different panel, but because it was all people center of left, left of center. It evolved into a discussion of like, well, what is okay to call out? And everyone seemed to agree that like proper anti-Semitism is okay to call out. It narrowed in on like, is stuff like people, in my view, emotionally, in the view of Ali, I think like maybe in opposition to Israel, is that stuff acceptable? And I think there was real disagreement about that. But instead of it being about like, is criticism of Israel anti-Semitic, it was actually very much more productive of like, is this useful for behavior for people to be doing? And generally, I think not. Like, and any time spent tearing down posters is better spent putting up your own posters. Especially because you can hide razor blades behind posters. Just put your poster in front of theirs. It's so much better. It is objectively better just to put your own poster up, and they're so cheap. Yeah.
I would like you to clarify that you're not recommending to put razor blades behind posters. You are saying that it's dangerous to tear down posters.
Yeah, no, this is a big thing that Nazis used to do. Is they would put up recruitment posters, and people would tear them down, and there'd be blades behind there, and you can cut your nails, and it takes a long time to heal. Real fucked. Yeah, not pro razor blade postering. If anything, yeah, I'm not that kind of edgy.
I'm glad that you found a panel that you're actually happy about for once. You usually hate them.
Okay, the reason this panel was good is because it was left. So the conclusion here is that we should make all of society left, and then panels will be great. So,
yeah. What are your burning thoughts?
I wanted to briefly respond to Najouan actually. So Najouan and I were talking about some of the death statistics. So Najouan was pointing out the discrepancy in deaths by age. Let me see if I can find the link that Najouan posted. Not this one. This one. So I have a few graphs. This is the one that Najouan posted of, this is age in years by 10 bracket, I think. 20, 30, 40, yeah. So 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 0 to 10. Wait, it's not React, 1 minute. Welcome back to the gray zone, okay, with your host, Gray Square. 0 to 10.
Why are you gray square and not gray triangle?
0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, and so on. And what Najouan pointed out is that there's this excess in male deaths that you can see here, which is the argument that this excess in male deaths may be fighters. And what I was pointing to is if you simply take the number of dead in this blue here and this blue here, that at maximum gives you about 1/5. that at most, if every single dead male between the ages of like 18 around here and 35 around here was a militant, it would still only mean about 1 in 5 were Hamas. And in fact, the numbers that Naja goes to, which I actually agree more closely with, if you take the excess here and you say actually all the excess deaths are Hamas fighters, which I'll qualify in a second, then you still actually only get, this is about 750 to about 1,000 people. And that would mean that the rate is about 1 in 9. Which is what I've heard actually from, there's an organization called the Europe and Mediterranean Human Rights Council, I think. And they estimated that there were about 1,000 non-civilians dead. Anyway, I guess the point was just that the number of militants dead is going to be pretty small. It's not 1 to 50 like Brown and Wu might have suggested, or it gave us like an exaggeratory remark. It's probably more like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20, somewhere in that range. Because, and this is the qualification I wanted to give in the response to Najwin, some of the excess male death may be because men are more likely to be, like either 1, unwilling to leave their home, or 2, more likely to get involved in rescue situations, which put themselves at risk of, say, being in a collapsing building, getting injured, and so on, and dying. So all I want to say is the mere fact of this excess is not proof that this excess is militants. That's all. And there's another graph from... 1 minute. It's... Ooh, I gotta show that one. Rock or... This is the same graph with slightly different bands of where the graphs occur. And what you'll notice is that there does occur a discrepancy for people 9 to 17. And there's a slightly larger discrepancy for 18 to and so on. But the discrepancy is small for elders and small for youngers. So that's the argument that maybe it's militants or rescue workers. So I just wanted to say, all of this is to say that at the best case for Israel right now, you could argue something like 1 in 9 of those killed are militants, which is really weak evidence for the idea, in my view, that they're being very careful and minimizing civilian casualties. If the best case scenario is that you've killed 9 civilians for every militant, you're fucking up. you are, yeah, it's bad. Okay. What was that, Roxy? You were asking about my burning passion. If you're still here.
What was I saying?
You were asking about my burning passion.
What are your what was I saying about a burning passion?
You asked me what was on my mind. Speak.
Yeah. What was your burning thoughts and takeaway from that panel? Thank you, Somniostatic, for reminding me.
Literally having to be reminded. You need to get on Adderall, dog.
I am on Adderall. I just wake up too late in the day to take it. Like, I woke up at like 3 p.m. today. I'm not gonna fucking take Adderall at 3 p.m.
Okay, then you need to take sleep aids so that you can take your Adderall. Sounds like another problem that will be resolved by taking your drugs. That's right. Somniostatic, number one ADHD warrior.
One too.
I have to read Akana Boy roasted me as STLB flaming all right. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Panel thoughts. Good panel. But it was good because everyone was center left and broadly agreed. That meant that we got to have a constructive debate about like what is productive and what's not, why people have these motivations, instead of like when we had this debate essentially on like Food Shop's panel or Destiny's panel, it essentially amounted to like, you hate Israel, anti-Semite, versus guy who wants to defend Hamas. So there's no constructive room in between there, you know. It is Thursday. Where's the cat boy? What, Tat Boy Thursday?
Or are you glad that you didn't need to talk about like the DSA at all?
Well, so I feel like the defense of the DSA is pretty simple. I looked up every single statement that DSA chapters have made, and I categorized them based on whether they condemned violence into 4 categories. And
you looked up all of them?
Yeah, there's a list in the forums. It's not too hard. And so I just went.
Is my chapter statement on it?
Yeah, and so ASU. Can I say that?
Yeah. I'd rather you didn't.
Okay, ASU, a statement
Just link me to it. I
Uh,
just said that. Okay, whatever.
a statement which
Already
Roxy,
said it. Whatever.
which Roxy may have been involved in drafting, but may not have been involved with, because there are a lot of people in that large chapter.
You just doxed me to like 30 people. Oh my fucking god! Wow.
Yeah, all of them raving reactionaries who are ready to destroy your rights. All I was trying to say is that when you categorize DSA's statements, I think 4 of them seem to plausibly justify violence. What is it, like Rochester DSA does that, for example. Go ahead.
Is Connecticut DSA on that list?
Connecticut DSA actually didn't explicitly or give anything which endorsed violence. They simply are one of the most extreme refusing to condemn violences, in my view. Some of the ones which plausibly endorse violence, they say stuff like decolonization is not a dinner party type stuff. And it's like, okay, well, plausibly you're saying that this has to happen for decolonization, right? And that's fucked up. But that's 4. And then in the category of not condemning, you have I want to say it's 10. In the category of condemning all violence, both against Palestinian and Israelis, I think you had, I want to say it was 6. And the category of specifically condemning Hamas, you had another 6. So all I was trying to say is that there are bad DSA chapters, but overwhelmingly, the DSA response was either we have to focus on the systemic violence, that's what's going on in Palestine. That was 10 out of 30 or so. And then another 10 was explicitly condemning violence, either overall or by Hamas in particular. So,
Where did you put the one that I may or may not have worked on it in? Is it in the base category?
The one that you may or may not have worked on explicitly talked about it. So one of the ways I put it is, did they mention Hamas? Did they mention the date? Stuff like that? And if they did, I figure that's pretty explicitly condemning it. And I guess speaking actually back to the panel, one of the things that I think I am most Brianna Wu pilled on is that you should actively condemn these things. Even if you were a cynical, slimy tanky, you should condemn Hamas solely because it is good for your cause. Even if you didn't actually care about the violence, it is good for the Palestinian cause to condemn it, just because then people don't get freaked out by you plausibly justifying violence, is my view. There's no world in which you saying, refusing to condemn violence is actually going to make more people from the center come on board with your socialist ideology, is my view. And to be clear, I personally do think it's worth... Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, where did you put Denver DSA?
Denver was... I put them...
Also, can you link this in chat?
It'll eventually be on the fact sheet whenever that script runs. Denver DSA said, quote, bloodshed is a universal tragedy. So that seemed pretty clearly like a universal violence condemnation to me.
Okay, so did you put that in the second best category? Or?
Yeah. And I will say some of the second best ones are pretty weak in their condemnation of violence. But some of them are also really short. So, yeah, and Critter saying it is Rochester. Come on, Rochester DSA is generally really dumb. Rochester DSA has almost completely abandoned electoral politics, which is a sign of where they side. Tiernox is asking about the Maurice Isserman article in The Nation about why he left DSA after 40 years. Maurice Isserman was one of the original people that came in back in the 70s and 80s to DSA, and back in those times, a lot of left movements were soft Zionist or soft anti-Zionist. And so I just mention that because I think part of this is a generational thing. Without trying to demean Isserman, he's a historian, he's done good work. Without demeaning Isserman whatsoever, I think that older people are way, way, way more pro-Israel than younger people. It's a 50-point gap among the American public between plus 60, which he's old, and between 18 to 30. And yeah, so Tiernox says labor Zionism. Yep, Isserman would mention labor Zionism because the Zionist movement as well of the time period was way different than the current Zionist movement. The Zionist movement back then had overt socialist ideals, and the modern Zionist movement has overt, in my view, racist ideals. So I think some of it is that people haven't updated their worldview to the world. Bluntly, is my view of old left soft Zionists. And I don't know if Isserman is a soft Zionist or soft anti-Zionist, but I think the youth nowadays are hard anti-Zionists. They don't just want like a nice Jewish homeland. They don't want an ethno-state. They don't want a state where Jewish people have a priority at all. They want equality. So.
My DSA chapter was clowning on this this Iserman article, and it's like the general sentiment was like, yeah, it's good that the DSA like is able to like update, or like it's an active movement, and like it's we're able to move beyond like the founders of it, and they thought it was like really ridiculous.
Well, I will say that
what did you think of what did you think of the article?
What I will add to it is that I am sad to see people like Isserman go, in the sense that I would I want DSA to be a large tent that roughly extends from like beefy social democracy leftward, and I don't think there's a world in which DSA there's a pipeline missing as DSA has moved leftward. There's no real org which is left of the Democrats but like right of DSA. And like very bluntly, for my political goals, I want a DSA that stretches out to like I don't quite know where the left end should be, but I definitely know the right end should be like at least beefy social democracy. People like Isserman should be a part of DSA, even if they have pretty strong disagreements with it, in my opinion. And so I'm very sad to see that. I think that one of the frustrating things to me has been that the slight leftward shift of DSA over the past 4 years has resulted in people on the right of DSA feeling betrayed by it. And funnily enough, people on the left of DSA have gotten really, really fucking mad that it hasn't moved as left as they wanted. And some of them have quit DSA as well. And maybe that's that last thing I'll respond to on DSA before maybe we move off this point. Tyrannax was asking about entrism that's mentioned in the article. I should pull the article up so y'all know I'm not just ranting. 1 minute.
And while he's doing that, if you, dear viewers, are interested in joining the DSA, you can look up your local DSA chapter here, and I am posting that in chat right now. Yeah, and I strongly recommend that you do, because the DSA does a lot of good work, and we want more people who are based and data pilled like SDL joining the DSA. So if you have not yet joined the DSA, please go ahead and do that right now. You can there's a link in here for your local DSA chapter, and yeah.
I think one of the things that's happened over the past 4 years is that the quote unquote left of DSA, by which I mean the side which is usually has a slight pro-Russia campus lean or significant pro-Russia campus lean, has taken a lot of control over the International Committee and generally over some of DSA's international statements, and that has really turned off people from the older left as well. And I mention this again as a generational thing. I think the new left, not new left, like the modern left, new left has a specific meaning. The modern left, young people who came to the left from Bernie, have no experience of living in a world where the Soviet Union exists. But Maurice Isserman did, and that world is one where a lot of socialists were really, really anti-socialist. A lot of socialists were really, really anti-communist. I don't know what I said, but a lot of socialists were really anti-authoritarian. They couldn't stand the Soviet Union. And I think that, again, really inspired them to not lean towards like a pro-Russia campus. If anything, it leaned them towards like a pro-America campus. But the problem now is that like modern leftists don't have that experience of being like, I love socialism, and here's this country that's fucking up all my ideals in the name of socialism and being as authoritarian as fuck. And they don't get that experience, and so instead they end up being like a campist who all they see is that America runs the world, we are the hegemon, and we're doing fucked up shit with that power. I call this, the term I've used sometimes is that lefties need 2 turns. You need to realize that the US is lying to you, and then you need to realize that the other countries are lying to you just as much. Sort of like you realize that you were being lied to about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and then you read into it and you realize, oh my God, Saddam was also lying about them in detail and did a genocide and stuff like that. Like I don't know. This leads me to sort of like the position would sort of be called like a third campus position if I were a Trotskyist in the 70s. You're not America, you're not Moscow, you are like for the proletariat or whatever in their language.
You're a Trotskyist is what you're saying?
Yes, that's true. I accept the word, the gospel of our Lord Trotsky. That's true. SDL, notorted revolutionary socialist. What I was gonna pull up the article real quick just to respond to the last thing on Tyrannax. Oh my god! Welcome back to Gray Square reaction content. So when Isserman says enterists,
Again, why not Great Triangle?
Again, when Isserman says enterists, I think this is again a scar of 1970s and 80s leftism, and I'm not saying this as a critique of him. It's that when in his time organizations were captured by left sectarian enterists, he literally means that there will be an organization outside of, say, DSA, outside of an organization called Students for Democratic Society, SDS, and literal Maoist and literal Trotskyist groups organized to enter and take over those organizations. And the contrast I would draw is that that's not what we're seeing in DSA. There is some degree of entryism from the left. Two organizations called Socialist Alternative and the Marxist Center have quote unquote entered into DSA. However, Socialist Alternative left DSA. They got really fucking mad back in like 2021 that we weren't moving as left as they wanted, and they left. So yeah, they entryisted and then they exitisted. And then secondly, the Marxist Center has fully incorporated into the DSA. So the old time enterists, their goal was always to enter and split the org and take people out, and that seems very unlikely for them to be able to happen. So I guess I would put it in another way, that the people on the left of DSA, quote unquote, the people who are pro-Russia campus, the people who are skeptical of voting for Democrats, the people who want to break from the Democratic Party, they are homegrown, is my view. There's a difference between that. I think their views are wrong, and I advocate against them, but there's a difference between that and an organization outside coming in and trying to steal your members away. There aren't really back in his time when SDS was big, there were like 20 Trotskyist orgs outside of SDS trying to get in and steal its members. Nowadays, there's like 5 major socialist organizations outside of the DSA. There just aren't orgs to do the entrism, is all I would say. So I disagree with him, but I don't want to say that, I understand where he's coming from, is all I'm trying to offer. I think historically it makes sense. Oh my god, Roxy. Roxy,
anyways, what do you have anything prepared for stream today? Or sorry, was I interrupting you?
I do actually.
You?
Yeah, and I can get to it once I kick you the fuck off. Did you want to show your fucking scorpion thing?
Oh, I just posted it in chat. If you want to show it on screen,
I'm not going to show your freaky scorpion.
Why?
Scorpion? SDL isn't reading chat or is ignoring you. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't reading YouTube chat. If you move to the site chat, I will read you. That reminds me, I should do some fucking shilling. Okay, 1, if you want to give me money, I would appreciate it. Click that subscribe money. 2, if you go here and you click the like button, then more people will come because of how YouTube's algorithm works. So if you love me, you'll love clicking that like button. Yeah, that's true. Misogynist streamer, #1 misogynist streamer, SDL, hates women because of their scorpion feeding habit.
SDL hates it when women have hobbies.
Why can't women have hobbies anymore? All women born after 1999 know is feed they scorpion, charge they phone, and lie. Oh, I didn't read Somnio Static's thing.
Really
Go ahead.
No, I'm actually really hopeful because there's a population of juvenile isopods in here too, because they breed like motherfuckers, and I'm hopeful that the population of juvenile ones will grow up faster than the scorpion eats the adult ones. So
good luck. Are isopods are
SDL hates it when women have hobbies.
Are isopods snails? Right?
No, they're roly-polies.
Oh, they're the roly-polies. I thought the isopods were snails. Oh, it's a gastropod. That's why I was so confused.
Snails are gastropods, yeah.
Okay, I'm kicking you off. I'm reading the donation, and then I'm moving on to the rest of the things. Okay?
No.
I'm censoring
Okay,
women's
fine.
voices.
Bye.
Bye. You want to give a shout out for the
Censoring because I'm a
DSA?
woman. You should join the DSA. It's a great organization, and everyone in chat, we would love to have you involved. But first, give SDL money. Give SDL money, and then give the DSA money. But also join the DSA. Do that too.
Incredible. Thank you for the double shill, and get the fuck off of my show. And I'm only saying that for misogynist reasons. Thank you for coming on, Roxy. Okay. Ooh. Camera working. The American people are tired of women.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Earlier during the panel, Somniostatic gifted a tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much, Somniostatic. I appreciate it so much. Love the money. Me money now. You said, smuggling, noun, when you laugh like an asshole while saying something you think is obvious but is actually very stupid. That word is permanently burned in my head because of that Benny Carollo video the other day, where Charlie Kirk would be like, "Do you condemn the 4 quadrillion?" I don't know why I'm giving a Bernie Sanders voice. "Do you condemn the 4 quadrillion killed by Mao Zedong?" And she would just go, "Ah, ah, 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 ah." And that was so fucking bad, dog. That was the. And thank you so much, Tyranax, for gifting Econoboy a subscription. I was gonna start stream earlier so I could do this before the panel, but instead I'm gonna be doing it now. So first, I just wanted to look at a few general news things that may have been off your radar. God, this comic is so good. SDL refuses to debate me in the marketplace of ideas. I debated you, Najwin. I literally brought your evidence up on stream, and I highlighted the numbers, and I argued that there could still be a discrepancy due to like a discrepancy in relief workers, which is a risky job, right? The laughing was so bad, Somniostatic. Okay, that debate unironically made me more anti-tanky than anything I had seen in months, because it was such a good example of, and I did want to say something, and this will come up later because I wanted to respond to a second thought video, but like, I use the word tanky for those who defend the atrocities of socialist countries, no matter what it might be, like mass murder under Stalin, stuff like that. And tankies in particular are so fucking bad for the left, because whenever they get into whenever they get a huge platform and they talk to normies, they scare the hoes. They're always scaring the fucking hoes. That debate was the hose scaringest debate that I've ever goddamn seen. It was literally like, why do you like communism? Well, first off, I think we should abolish exploitation. And second off, I love Lenin and I love Mao. To a conservative audience. Imagine going on fucking Fox News and they're like, why do you love socialism? What's so good about democratic socialism? And you were like, first off, I think inequality is bad, and everything Nicolas Maduro did was correct. Like, even if you believe it, this is the worst way that you could approach the option. Oh my God. Number 1 rule, do not scare the hoes. YouTube chat is getting mad at me that I'm not reading. Obcursus and Titan Uranus are talking about. If you want me to see your messages, just go on the site chat. Oh my God, it's free. The workers should own the means of production, and also we should feed on the young. Econoboy says tanky and libertarian meetings each have 95% dudes. I don't know whether that's actually true.
Liberal. I love you.
Oh, Tyranax, give another $5. Where the fuck do I read that? Eid. Will we see a recapitulation of the compatible left? Specifically, that tankies and campists will say they're principled and everyone else is the compatible or accommodationist left. I don't think that has really disappeared. I think it tends to flare up around elections. You're going to see it way more in this election because Joe Biden has been so terrible with respect to Palestine, they're going to say that we're throwing away our principles by voting for Joe Biden because he was involved in insanely bad U.S. foreign policy. And I think the counter argument is simply that our principle was never that we weren't voting for evil. It's that we were voting for the lesser evil. We were voting for the leftmost viable candidate. That's it. The fact that they're the leftmost candidate doesn't mean they're very goddamn good. If you were in like the 1860s and you voted Republican, you'd be voting for a racist who wanted to send black people to Africa, Abraham Lincoln, because he was better than the Democratic alternative who was actively pro-slavery. This isn't to say that voting is the only option. The broader argument of the left that I try and represent is you vote for the left most viable person, and then beyond that, you have to build a mass movement. And this, again, I feel like is the second response to the so-called principleless left, is that principled organizations, they're so fucking tiny. they don't fucking build. There seems to be a cap on how big a vanguardist group can get at like 2,000 to 3,000 people, and then they fucking explode. And the only organization which has managed to avoid that historically was the Communist Party USA, and that might have been because they had the Soviet Union backing them. Like, unironically, after that stopped, there hasn't been a single one to hit those membership numbers. Yeah. The left wing of the possible. Yeah, the counter argument is in part that, like, we want to be going as left as is feasible and trying to push that feasibility leftward. But that if you go more than that, if you go beyond like running a candidate who can win in a district, you're just wasting people's votes. You're wasting people's time canvassing for a candidate that will never ever win. You are like objectively not merely failing to help the left, you are actively squandering our resources, right? So that's the critique of socialist third parties. That's the critique of the like principled left who cannot win power. Anyway, 2-Bit Dork says, if SDL does see us, then I can talk about what I think his future VTuber persona will look like without fear. Yeah, 2-Bit Dork, I can't wait to hear what you think my VTuber persona will look like. Yeah, Fudge Smith is right. Don't vote for a third party for the love of God. This is one of those things which is so frustrating because, like, a moment's look into the data will show you that voting third party isn't just like the Democrats are telling you this because they want to maintain the two-party hegemony. It's like, no, every time we've tried this third party, it's always fucking failed. And it hasn't failed by, like, 2% falling short. It hasn't failed by 5% falling short. It's failed by, like, 40%. In fact, I want to give an example. The Working Class Party of Michigan, which is founded by a Trotskyist organization, they have lost every single election they've run, I think except one, which was unopposed. So they've lost every single real election. And I forget which one of it is. I want to say it's one of these 2018 ones. In addition to losing every single election that was of importance that they ran, they also managed to make a Democrat lose in one of these elections. So their current track record is 0 to -1, like 0 wins to a loss, and like actively hurting their side. Augie, what the fuck are you linking? Anyway, banger logo, banger name, terrible performance. They completely wasted votes. Oh, 1 minute, I have a meme of it. Open. I have a meme of the specific election. Without exaggeration. So I made this stupid meme, and people got really mad at me, so I kept altering it to make it slightly better for them. And so finally this ended up as, today we will vote for the Working Class Party. And in Michigan's 10th congressional district, they managed to get 1.8% of the vote, and the Republican won by 0.5% of the vote. If even a third of them went to the Democrat, the Dem would have won. Like actively hurting the left or whatever. So yeah. This is why I say, like, when we talk about the left wing of the possible, this is why. Because when you go right, you start fucking shit up. When you go further left, you start fucking shit up, I think is what I meant to say. Okay. I have to look at what Poggy Woggy posted to see if that's real. Mitch McConnell, enough said. I don't actually know what happened with Mitch McConnell. I think I did set that one up, that link there, because it's totally empty except for a link to a commie song. The only thing on that page is this Catalan, that region in Spain, a Catalan Marxist-Leninist song about the glory and honor of the Bolsheviks. That sounds like something I would do. Mitch McConnell, look at his first election. Mitch. Oh my god. Face, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. To read it off. Republican candidate Mitch McConnell gets 49.9% of the vote. Democratic gets 49.5%, and socialist workers get 0.6%. Oh my god. It never ends. Now, I will say that in defense of socialist third parties, a lot of people who vote for socialist third parties would never have voted for Dems anyway. So they aren't like they aren't wasting as many votes as it appears. It's not 1-to-1. But what I would argue is if they spent instead whatever effort they had spent running that campaign, instead getting out the vote, the leftmost candidate might have won. And if they're able to get this level of voting, they might have been able to win in the primary. And if they couldn't have won in this primary, maybe they can win another primary. And if you don't want to run in elections, you should be unionizing. Stop. If you have effort to spend, don't spend it on losing an election. Spend it on literally anything which could lead to a W. Jesus Christ. That's so funny. The vote margin was literally 4,000 votes, and the socialist workers got 7,500 votes. God, that's so fucked. Exist. What in my view they get wrong is they think the Democratic Party is institutionally a capitalist party that will never allow a genuine socialist element, and therefore it is not worth spending any effort trying to reform it. This comes in part from a broader anti-reformist view that the state will always reject reforms, that you can never change the system from within. The only way you get real change is revolution, is what underpins a lot of this. And so that's why they demand a purity and a third party approach, because they think any attempt to work within the system, within the Democratic Party, will fail. Anything short of a total revolution, a new party, will fail. And so I think they're wrong, but at a much larger level than simply not understanding how primaries work, if that makes sense. I think their entire theory of change is wrong. It's the rightward ratchet conspiracy theory. Yes, unironically, it's the idea that things only drift rightwards because Democrats stop them from moving leftward. And yes, Najawin is correct. The reality is, in fact, that over the very long run, there's a ratchet to the left, though it's not actually one directional. It's just it's a tendency. Crawling in my skin says, I'm moving towards which idea? I'm not sure what you're saying. The vote margin at that election was less than the attendance at a 4th division game in English football. Yeah, one of the things that that really changed my mind on third-party voting is just looking at how many elections are actually fairly close, and knowing that socialist organizations do have the ability to do a ground game that could change those votes. that like, so like for an idea of how much your activism matters, every marcher at a women's march equated to about 19 votes for the Democratic Party. Every person who attended a Tea Party protest equated to about 18 votes for the Republican Party. So that means that's a 1 to 18 ratio, or an 18 times multiplier. If you imagine that you're not simply attending a rally, but you're actively canvassing, your ratio is going to be larger. So all I'm trying to get at is that, like, if a socialist party, a tiny socialist party like Socialist Workers, which has maybe 500 members, that could equate to, quick math, 500 times 20, 10,000 votes. If they put their whole effort into it. And when they do, they get like 10,000 votes. But instead of using that to swing the margin for key races, like trying to get a progressive to win over a centrist in a primary, instead of trying to get a Dem to win over a Republican, they're just frittering it away, right? They're applying their power where it's not marginal, where it doesn't affect the balance of power. Yeah, that's all. Oh my fucking god. 2-Bit Dork follows up on their previous comment to say, SDL's VTuber persona will be a quokka, open parentheses, a cute marsupial that always looks like it's smiling. A quokka boy with either a classic 1950 nerd stereotype or a 1930 newsy style. What? I still don't... What's a quokka again? That one looks scary. This one's cute. That's not what I wanted. Is this me, chat? Is this my VTuber persona? Get a 1920s press hat with a little piece of paper on it. Oh my god, I'm not actually showing it. Is this me, chat? God fucking damn it. That's me. Look, I'm just a happy little guy doing my happy little things. Docs. Okay. Moving away from the quokka, one thing that I felt was worth mentioning was the vote on ending the blockade to Cuba, and just an idea of like how isolated the United States is on this one. Every single country on Earth that voted against the blockade on Cuba, except Israel, which voted against, the United States, which voted against, and Ukraine, which voted absent. This is like the epitome of the most pro-US part of the alliance. This is like the shit that turns people into anti-US campists. Because it's so what is the blockade doing anymore? It's so fucking clear that the only reason we're doing it is because we fucking despise Cuba and people want to win Florida. It's an internal issue solely. Yeah, it's we got to get progressives into power. Like, unironically, if Bernie was in power, this might have been one of the differences that he was able to make. If we can get like even someone like Gretchen Whitmer into power, this could be a difference. Crawling My Skin says, I lagged for a minute. I'm moving more towards the idea that third parties don't get how primaries work, and since they're too concerned with aesthetics to look into it and realize that it isn't the Dems' choice whether we end the party. That's fair. Something that a lot of scholars have talked about is that the Democratic Party is a soft or porous party, meaning that it is possible to enter into it and adjust the party if you can mobilize the voters. And that's something that you don't recognize if you're not trying to look into it. If you monolithize the Democratic Party, meaning you treat the Democratic Party as a monolith, a single entity which is like opposed to capitalism, you ignore all the internal heterogeneity, you ignore that porosity, you ignore, for example, AOC's win over one of the most powerful Democrats, one when you ignore that, it's easy to see Democrats as the capitalist party. When you look into the details, you see clearly that it's a coalition. Okay. US is doing horrible shit on the Cuba vote. Speaking of other horrible shit, this is something that has not gotten an enormous amount of coverage. Reading PBS's headline, a record 6.9 million people have been displaced in Congo's growing conflict. There is a conflict in East Congo. I want to say there was a map here, but maybe it got resized out. There's a conflict in East Congo by a group which was originally funded by Rwanda, which attempted to take control of several villages and several regions close to minerals. And that has displaced a huge number of people in the eastern part of Congo and contributed enormously to regional instability. And what's so fucked about this is that we aren't even providing enough resources to give people like places to stay. Like the international observer from the UN is saying that 4.8 million of those 6.9 have to live with host families. So like they just got pushed out and now they're just living somewhere else with someone else without their own home. And this is like one of the poorest places on earth. So one thing that really frustrates me is that our peacekeeping mission to try and protect 6.9 million people from displacement is only 17,000 people. Like, it's so fucking cheap to send people on these peacekeeping missions, and we just refuse to do so. And like we talked about this earlier on the panel, but I see this fundamentally as a pro-rich or pro-white bias. It's not clear which, but that we just don't care about stopping conflicts in poor regions of the earth. This is something that I was going to read later from one of the UN Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, OHCHR, directors. He resigned in part because he's talking about how we failed to stop, the United Nations failed to stop the genocide against the Tutsis, the Bosnian Muslims, the Yazidi, those are people that ISIS killed, and the Rohingya, the people that were expelled from Myanmar. I think it was 1.7 million were expelled from Myanmar and 25,000 were killed by a combination of the military government and Buddhist militias and Buddhist terrorists. And we couldn't fucking do shit. I am so like strong. I am so in support of a strong UN that I feel like we desperately need to provide an independent ability for the people of the world to vote in favor of intervention missions for humanitarian reasons. Because otherwise, shit just gets blocked up in the UN bureaucracy, or there's no fucking money for it, because we only care when it's affecting a country that one of the rich or hegemonic countries care about. We only care if China cares, Russia cares, the United States cares, France cares, Britain cares. And there's millions and millions and millions of people displaced. So maybe the last thing I figured I'd add, and I mentioned this in the chat about Israel earlier. This is from a study called, which is written for Fortnote 2004, which I summarize as peacekeeping is correlated with a 70% lower risk of civil war continuing, and UN peacekeeping in particular is correlated with a 50% lower risk of civil war continuing. That's partly because UN peacekeeping tends to be when the situation is so fucked that it's able to make it through the international body, which is why it's slightly less good than like all peacekeeping. But peacekeeping works. This top row here, this 0.32, is an indication that when peacekeepers come in, there's a 70% chance that the war will stop then and there. And we could have stopped 6.9 million people from being lost from their homes, and we just don't. We just don't fucking do it. The UN needs more power. It needs its own money. But the thing that I feel like my weird like pet project for the UN now is I want a social wealth fund for the United Nations. I think that countries should pay into the United Nations, and the United Nations should be investing that into a stock fund. Tyrannax is right. Congo's been abandoned for a long time, and I agree, but it shouldn't be. There are millions of people living there, and if we stabilize it, if we can just keep people there for a long enough time for them to build up their own security apparatus and their own stability of economic well-being, We can fix it. We can fix these wounds. Conflict is not an inevitable part of the human species. We don't have parts of the United States randomly descend into chaos, and that's because it's been stable for a while. If you stabilize it for long enough, it can stay more stable. And there's just a lack of political will and money. And I desperately, desperately want a democratic UN that has just an enormous fuck ton of money. Like if you took the $30 trillion that the rich have hidden away in tax havens and you gave it to the UN, imagine what they could do. There's estimates that you could end world hunger with on the order of $20 billion to $80 billion a year. And we just don't fucking do it. We could have like 10 times as many peacekeepers, and we just don't fucking do it. Look, I am #1 UN stan, okay? We need to democratize it, we need to make it big, we need to make it strong, and also wealthy. Maybe give them an island somewhere. Najoin says, I don't trust the UN because it's so politicized, but it should be better. This is why the thing that I've come around to is what's called democratizing the UN. The view that the only way you're going to have a UN which is worth trusting is to make it is to start moving towards a world federal government, in short, of making direct elections of UN representatives rather than having it be a country's head of state who controls the UN representative. That once you have direct democratic elections, yes, it will be politicized, but it will be politicized in a different way. Rather than pursuing the national interest, it will tend to pursue the interests of the people, which can be more fucked up than the national interest, but on the average will tend to be more humanitarian. That's the dream anyway. PDX Pleb, I missed your previous question. Oh, can I get your opinion on UN General Assembly Resolution 3379? We look it up. Is that the... Yeah. That's the... Okay, bluntly, I don't know. I know enough of Israeli history to, like, understand the Nakba. I do not understand and know enough to go through, like, individual peace plans and partition plans. I absolutely do not have enough knowledge to get through that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am a moron on this. Do not trust me on UNGA 3379. SDL doesn't even know what Resolution 3379 is. The US should annex Canada, and that's how we can start towards a world government. I agree. The US should annex Canada and then gift it to the UN. Simply put Canada inside the UN. It's that simple. Let me read a little bit from the PBS article before we head off. The decades-long conflict has been the primary reason for displacement, the International Organization for Migration said. 80% of the displaced people live in eastern Congo's provinces, which have been overrun by dozens of armed groups seeking a share of the region's gold and other resources. Some groups reportedly have been backed by Congo's neighbors. I mentioned Rwanda earlier. One of the big groups is backed by Rwanda, and it's composed of ethnic people from some of the two ethnic groups in Rwanda. And I just, what's so frustrating about this is that the reason this conflict is spurred is twofold. There is a degree of ethnic conflict, but enormously it's the control of resources. Enormously, it's because there's money. Congo is desperately poor, and if you can seize control of a resource, you can get the money out of that. And we benefit from the resources extracted from Eastern Congo. Like a lot of coltan, I believe, is extracted from Eastern Congo. We benefit from this, but they pay the price. And that's why I feel like it's so deeply unfair. We get the money, we get the good life, but they get displaced. And we should every worker everywhere deserves security. So all I'm saying is that we should give the United Nations $30 trillion. That's a modest proposal, okay? Not too much, not too little. $30 trillion. I wanted to look through I want to look through a bunch of the documents which I think outline the case that what we're seeing in Israel looks to be something like ethnic cleansing. So that means in partly looking at a review of the historical situation in Israel before what happened on October 7th, looking at how Palestinians were killed by the situation before that, and looking at a lot of the statements of intent by the Israeli government. Because I feel like it's easy to get those in a smattering. It's easy to get like one statement, like you'll see on Twitter, there'll be a viral post from this or that person going viral about how they were so mean, so dehumanizing to Palestinians. But it's more than just one person. It's whole organizations within the government. Like virtually every high-level ranking member of Israel's government has said something really fucked about Palestinian people in terms of their humanity. And this is why I think, in part, it's fair to call it ethnic cleansing. I've called it ethnic cleansing for about 2 weeks or 3 weeks now, because I think this is not just like, oh, Israel is humanitarianly evacuating civilians to South Gaza. If they truly cared about humanitarian well-being, and that truly was their plan, they would have set up tent cities. They would have still continued water to South Gaza. They didn't. They cut off water. They would have continued electricity to South Gaza. They didn't. There were so many things that Israel could have done to demonstrate humanitarian intent, and virtually every time they have not done so. And if they've ever reversed on that, it's only because the US has twisted their arm on it, because we're the only country that can stop it. So I wanted to start with Human Rights Watch, which summarizes what the crime of apartheid is, the crime of persecution, and briefly why Israel is committing it. God damn it. Here, we'll just do this.
Apartheid. While many associate the word with South Africa, apartheid is a universal legal term that refers to severe discriminatory oppression. Apartheid is also a crime against humanity. Its definition in the 1973 Apartheid Convention and the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court is made up of 3 key elements: an intent to maintain the domination by one racial group over another, systematic oppression by one racial group over another, and one or more inhumane acts as part of that oppression. Persecution is a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. It is made up of 2 primary elements: a discriminatory intent leading to severe deprivation of fundamental rights of a racial, ethnic, or other group. On the basis of these definitions and its research, Human Rights Watch finds that Israeli authorities are committing the crimes against humanity of apartheid and persecution. Human Rights Watch finds that the elements of the crimes come together in the occupied Palestinian territory, pursuant to an Israeli government policy to maintain the domination by Jewish Israelis over Palestinians across Israel and the occupied territory. In the occupied territory, that intent has been coupled with systematic oppression and inhumane acts committed against Palestinians living there. The Israeli government is the main authority across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. In these areas, Israeli officials have demonstrated a discriminatory intent to maintain domination over Palestinians by ensuring control over land and demographics by Jewish Israelis. Take the Jerusalem municipality as an example. The Israeli authorities' goal is to maintain a sizable Jewish majority by boxing in Palestinian areas while helping predominantly Jewish areas to flourish.
And this is not just a problem in Jerusalem, but all across Israel's policies. Arguably, you could say the blockade on Gaza is based on making sure that Palestinian majority areas do not flourish, but Jewish areas do. Over and over, this is replicated.
Israeli authorities maintain a 2-tier system which privileges Jewish Israelis over Palestinians. The means used by Israeli authorities in the occupied territory amount to the systematic oppression needed to establish the crime of apartheid. Israeli authorities have committed a range of abuses against Palestinians. In the occupied territory, those abuses include mass land confiscation, the denial of residency rights, and the suspension of civil rights.
I just wanted to mention on the suspension of civil rights, something that the United Nations has consistently found is that Israeli courts do not provide sufficient legal recourse to Palestinians, that Palestinian protests are routinely broken up or attacked or killed. A huge example of this in Gaza, but not in the West Bank, was the 2018 to 2019 March of Return. And in that case, something like 99% of those who were shot, either injured or killed by the Israeli military, were not assessed to be a threat to the Israeli military. Instead, they were just killing people because they did not want the protests to continue and because they see Palestinians as a threat, not individual Palestinians. That's why the crime here is about an ethnic group being targeted. It's not simply that individuals are threatening Israel and then being shot down. It's that overwhelmingly, all across Palestine, all across Gaza, people are not treated with human rights, full human dignity.
Rise to the threshold of inhumane acts and severe abuses of the fundamental rights of Palestinians. The international community should recognize the reality on the ground for what it is and press the Israeli authorities to end apartheid and persecution.
All right, now that we've got some corporate jingle in our head, what's the immediate background of the situation that Palestinians are facing? Well, in the 21 years prior to what we're currently experiencing, there have been an enormous number of Palestinian people killed by Israeli security forces. 10,287 Palestinians, or about 460 per year, have been killed. That's 1.3 per day. This does overwhelmingly occur in periods where there's increased violence between the two. However, it keeps happening all the time. And, as noted with, say, the 2018 and 2019 period, even peaceful protests can lead to huge crackdowns by Israeli security forces that just kill people. There is an enormous amount of death that goes on in the Israeli-Palestinian. In addition, simply to legal discrimination, there has been a practice of devaluing Palestinian lives, is what I want to argue. Before we get into some of the statements of intent of quoting people like Benjamin Netanyahu, I want to quote some experts in apartheid and experts in human rights about what they think the situation is. So I quoted earlier in the stream from Volker Turk, who was the New York director of the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, OHCHR. Who said, in Palestine, this is a textbook case of genocide. The European ethno-nationalist settler colonial project in Palestine has entered its final phase towards the expedited destruction of the last remnants of indigenous Palestinian life in Palestine. What's more, the governments of the United States, United Kingdom, and much of Europe are wholly complicit in the horrific assault. Not only are these governments refusing to meet their treaty obligations to ensure respect for the Geneva Conventions, they are in fact actively arming the assault, providing economic and intelligence support, and giving political and diplomatic cover for Israel's atrocities. Earlier, in the previous paragraph, the current wholesale slaughter of the Palestinian people, rooted in an ethno-nationalist settler colonial ideology, in continuation of decades of the systematic persecution and purging based entirely upon their status as Arabs, and coupled with explicit statements of intent by leaders in the Israeli military and government, leaves no room for doubt or debate. So, just one guy doesn't mean that he's correct, but this is one of the experts in human rights who fully agrees with what Human Rights Watch just said previously, that we are seeing persecution, we are seeing ethnic cleansing, and it seems that we may be moving towards a final stage in that ethnic cleansing, moving on just beyond depriving people of their rights, depriving people of their right to democratic self-control, but also moving on to ethnic cleansing. Here is a professor who studies genocide. He writes, the UN identifies 5 acts that fall under its definition of genocide. Israel is perpetrating 3 of these in Gaza. 1, killing members of the group. 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. And 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Genocide, as defined by the United Nations Convention, basically includes any attempt to systematically attack people of a given ethnicity. It doesn't matter if the people of that ethnicity are within, like, proximity to people who might be doing terrorism. If you are doing things based on intent to destroy people of a given ethnicity, it is genocide. So, to verify this argument, they say the Israeli Air Force has dropped more than 6,000 bombs on Gaza, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Almost as many bombs as the US dropped on all of Afghanistan in the record-breaking years of its war there. They mention the use of phosphorus bombs, which are themselves possibly a war crime if used against civilians. This demonstrates, the evidence presented above, demonstrates what Yoav Gallant, I believe, Israeli defense minister, or the head of the military, this demonstrates clearly what Gallant means by act accordingly in response to October 7. Not targeting individual Hamas militants, as Israel claims, but unleashing deadly violence against Palestinians in Gaza as such, in the language of the UN Genocide Convention. Israel has also intensified its 16-year siege of Gaza, the longest such siege in modern history, in clear violation of international humanitarian law. Israel had previously restricted, again, imports of fuel and imports in general to Gaza. They have extended the siege to, quote, a complete siege in Yoav Gallant's words. This turn of phrase explicitly indexes a plan to bring the siege to the final destruction of the final destination of systematic destruction of Palestinians and Palestinian society in Gaza, killing them, starving them, and cutting off their water supplies and bombing their hospitals. What do we learn from this? Well, I provided evidence before that the number of people displaced, and we haven't gotten any updates on the numbers because it's so large that the UN can't count it anymore. Back on the 20th of October, 1.4 million people were displaced. We talked earlier in the stream about the Rohingya genocide, in which 1.7 million people were displaced from their home country. We consider that to be an ethnic cleansing because those people were displaced from their home and never allowed to return. We don't yet know whether the 1.4 million will be allowed to return, but Israel has a history of not allowing the people that it expels to return. That's the Nakba, the expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians from areas within modern Israel. So will these people be able to return? As we'll see in some later documents, there are some proposals that this is merely a temporary humanitarian measure, and there are some proposals that this is completely permanent. Some of the middle proposals recommend merely keeping Gazans out of the country for 6 months to 5 years. Just a classic 5-year expulsion from your homeland, no big, and I'm sure Israel will bring you back, right? I mean, they're trustworthy, right, with bringing people back to their original homeland? The number killed and the number injured is enormous. The number of people that have been killed by Israeli bombing in UN data is around 8,805. Reference, the number of people killed in Ukraine is on the order, number of civilians killed in Ukraine is on the order of 10,000. If we assume that even 10% of this is militants, that means 8,000 civilians have died in Gaza, roughly on par with the full year of war in Ukraine. The number injured is 22,000. And both of these include far more civilians than the Ukraine war did. Both of these numbers, about 1/3 each, are children. In the Ukraine war, it's around 1 in 10 to 1 in 20. I'm mentioning this because this is clearly, by the number of bombs dropped, 6,000, more than what the US dropped in its full year war on Afghanistan. More than what the US dropped in some of the sieges of Mosul that the United States took when we were trying to fight ISIS. This is far more than a conventional war. This suggests that, in my view, very clearly suggests that Israel is not being very discriminate in its targets. Yes, there might be a Hamas person suspected to be in an area. Yes, there might be a Hamas base suspected to be in an area, but Israel is not dropping its bombs carefully with restraint and making sure that civilians are not being placed in line of fire. We can see this also in the age distribution of death. Again, which we mentioned earlier on stream, there is a discrepancy in this age data. More men die than women. Even if we add the entire discrepancy, which is about 700 to 1,000 people, to the number of, if we count those as the militants, then Israel has killed around 700 to 1,000 militants, men of military age. It's essentially what we're doing here. We're assuming that all the discrepancy of men in military age were militants, which is a weak assumption. That is literally the exact same assumption that Obama made in justifying the drone program. That's where the term military-aged males came from, where any person who was a military-aged male who was killed in collateral damage by Barack Obama was counted as not a civilian casualty because they could have been a fighter. That's the logic we're applying here to get the maximum. And at that maximum, 1 in 10 of those killed by Israeli bombings would be militants. 9 in 10 are civilians. So that's fucking terrible. That's abysmal. And again, as a comparison, in the Ukraine war, about 3 in 4 dead are soldiers. In fact, even in the Hamas attack, there was a lower rate of civilian death. For an idea of how bad this bombing is, it's somehow worse than fucking Hamas. Here, in Haaretz, is the names of 1,087 people killed by the Hamas attacks, a brutal terrorist action. In that brutal terrorist action, 292 soldiers were killed. 719 civilians were killed. So of the 1,300, of those that we know, around 1 in 4 were soldiers. It's 1 in 10 in Palestine. So when we say that Israel is not making sure to limit civilian death because they are 9/10 hitting civilians, they are doing fucking worse than October 7 in terms of how shitty their targeting of civilians is. Now, that's not being fully fair to the IDF. There were elements of Hamas that clearly intentionally targeted civilians. When I'm presenting the statistic, I'm grouping it all together. That's clearly not true. Elements of Hamas intentionally sought out civilians, intentionally killed civilians. And that's different than what Israel is doing. As far as I can tell, there's no estimate that Israel is intentionally targeting civilians. Instead, they appear, in my view, not to be following the laws that they be discriminate in their attacks on military targets. They are not quite indiscriminately killing civilians, but they are failing to limit collateral damage. It's a war crime, and it contributes to the idea that Israeli leaders do not value Palestinian lives as much as they do value Israeli lives. They are willing to displace 1.4 million people, 1,000 times as many as were killed on October 7, and give them no plan, give them no humanitarian aid, give them no corridor to flee through, give them no permanent solution. If, as Israel claims, their goal is to eliminate Hamas, then these people may be displaced for 6 months. They may be displaced for a year. And Israel has not set up a place for these people to go. It's hard to square this with the view of Israel as deeply caring about Palestinian lives. Why am I bringing all this up? Well, part of the crime of apartheid, part of the crime of persecution, is intent. It's easy to find bigoted beliefs among the Israeli public. For example, in a recent poll from the Israeli Democracy Institute, after the October 7 attacks, in a recent poll from the Israeli Democracy Institute after the October 7 attacks, just 12.9, this portion at the bottom here, of Jewish people in Israel think that Israel should, quote, take into consideration the suffering of the civilian Palestinian population. In contrast, 83.4% do not. 83.4% of Israeli Jewish people do not think that the IDF should take into consideration the suffering of civilian Palestinians when planning fighting there. Okay. There's also a 47% of Israeli Jewish people who think that the IDF should ensure that it is not breaking any international laws and rules of war. That's these two up here, 14.3 and 33.6. And 45.6 do not think the IDF should be very careful that it is not violating laws of war. Both of these are just statements from the Israeli public. They don't prove that the Israeli government is intentionally hurting people. I bring them up in part because it's indicative, in my view, of the views within Israel that Palestinian lives are not as valuable as Israeli lives. I'm going to keep coming back to that. A poll from Pew Research in 2016 found that among Jewish people in Israel, 61% said that God gave Israel to the Jewish people. Only 12% said no. That doesn't mean they value Palestinian lives less, but another 48% of Jewish people say, quote, Arabs should be expelled or transferred from Israel, and 46% disagree. So a slight majority, 2% more agree than disagree, that Arab people should be expelled from Israel, and 79% of Jewish people in Israel say that Jewish people deserve preferential treatment in Israel. It's hard for me not to read all of these polls as explicitly leading to the conclusion that the Jewish people in Israel are on board with devaluing the lives of Palestinians. Okay, all that's just the public. Let's start looking at some of the statements of prominent Israeli leadership. The first we'll be looking at is Galit Distel 2023, who's the Likud member of parliament and also formerly the Minister of Information. He's also, and I have to note this, an autism denier. In 2022, Galit Distel said, quote, there is no such thing as autism, unquote, and shared a story of how she treated her autistic son by refusing him food and water until he talked. Classic Minister of Information hijinks, am I right? There was a speech in Parliament. Sorry, different person. Galit Distel posted on Twitter, and yes, it violated the X rules, an emotional response to footage of the carnage from the Hamas terrorist attack. In it, she said, quote, this is a translation to English, any vestige of internal bickering is a maddening waste of energy. Invest this energy in one thing, erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth, that the Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Palestinian territory, or they will die. And their death is evil. Gaza should be erased. Fire and smoke on the heads of the Nazis in Judea and Samaria. A vengeful and cruel IDF is needed here. Anything less is immoral, just unethical. Okay, classic former Minister of Information hijinks, right? Just calling for a cruel and vengeful IDF because you want to erase Gaza from the face of the earth. Here is Meirav Ben Ari, who is a centrist member of parliament. She was listening to a speech by one of the Palestinian Arab members of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, who said, the Palestinian Arab member said, between children, there is symmetry. The Palestinian Arab member of parliament was giving a speech arguing that children killed in Israel, every child killed in Israel is horrific. And that's why, because there is symmetry, that's why it is so horrific to see so many children killed in Palestine. Ben Ari went livid and said there is no symmetry. This went on for a while, and I'm bringing all this up because this was not simply an offhand comment. She gave a speech, and showing it, oh my god, showing it won't be particularly useful to you because it's in Hebrew, but at 2 minutes 30,
למגר אותו מן הארץ. תודה רבה.
תודה רבה. אנחנו נקרא את הרשימה.
זאת
לומר ולהגיד. ואני לא התכוונתי לדבר כמובן, אבל אני חייבת רק...
She gets up on stage, and again, I'm giving all this context because this is not a burst out, this is not a random Twitter post in the moment of grieving after being shown a video of carnage. This is something that she had about half an hour to prepare. She got up to speak, and what did she say? I did not plan to speak, of course, but I have one thing that should be clear. There is no symmetry. Again, this is in reference to the idea that there's symmetry between children. There is no symmetry, says Merav Ben-Ari. There is no symmetry. My friends, we were on the way to the synagogue on this day of Simchat Torah. They were shot at only because they were Jews in this state. That's it. Friends of mine, their children went to the party to celebrate. Secular, religious, doesn't matter who. Only because they were Jewish, they were murdered. So, there is no symmetry. The children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves. We are a peace-seeking nation, a life-loving nation. There is no symmetry because our children are kidnapped over there. So, okay. She did say they're a peacekeeping nation. She said maybe they're not targeting Palestinian people. Maybe there's something we can take out of this. Here is the former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett. He posted on Twitter. He gave a plan of what Israel should do to the residents of Gaza. Point 4 of this plan, which I've translated, says, the residents of Gaza will stay in the southern half of the Strip, or outside the Strip, until the end of the war, when Hamas disarms unilaterally and releases all the hostages. This is an impossible demand. Hamas is not going to disarm unilaterally, and Hamas has allegedly, based on what they've stated in their telegram, based on what we've heard, has attempted to release the hostages, but has been rebuffed. But it sounds like it's either impossible because Israel will reject it, or because Hamas will never actually provide the hostages. Until that happens, this forcing of the people outside of the Strip, of forcing the people in Gaza to leave the Strip or stay in the southern half, will, quote, be temporary, of course. Until Hamas surrenders and the war ends, it'll only take between 6 months and 5 years. Okay, again, maybe this is just a tweet. It is by the former prime minister of a country who is saying that we should simply keep people outside the country for 5 years. Najawin says that's just a lie. Oh, because you're saying release the hostages. They tried to exchange them. That's okay. That's fair. Fair point. The release of the hostages is almost certainly not going to happen. The exchange of the hostages, Hamas seems credibly to have at least attempted to begin negotiations there from the Telegram messages that I've seen. So, Naftali Bennett, this is not the first time that he's spoken on this. When speaking on Sky News, he was repeatedly asked how Israel should reduce civilian casualties, and in particular, how Israel should seek to reduce civilian casualties from cutting off all of the water to Gaza, cutting off all the electricity to Gaza, cutting off basically everything to Gaza under the total siege that was announced a few days prior. This is how Mr. Bennett responded.
Who are on life support and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza.
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
Okay, so the former prime minister of the country, which is currently bombing Palestinians, says, I don't have an obligation to feed the people in another country. They're my enemy. I don't have an obligation to feed Palestinians. They're my enemy. It's... Okay. This is why when he later says, oh, clearly this is just a humanitarian relocation. Clearly we're just moving people to South Gaza for their benefit so they don't get killed during our action on Hamas. Clearly we're just moving these people to Sinai for their benefit so that they don't get killed. This is why it's so fucking hard to believe, because they didn't provide them water, they didn't provide them food, they didn't provide them electricity, they didn't provide them a place to stay, and they're okay with that. That wasn't just an accident, that wasn't an oopsie, we didn't prepare ahead beforehand. They agree with it. Now, he's a former prime minister. I did want to play it a little more because he gives an analogy which I think suits my case.
You keep on. I want to tell you. Listen. You listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my.
They just cross-talk over each other for a little bit. But I promise there's something there.
My show, and I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice, and I've asked you, and we've already stopped, please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
Jump over immediately, and again, you
absolutely not. You are incorrect.
They are responsible.
Okay, they're still just over talking, but there's a point here, I promise.
Because I can tell you that when the UK, when Great Britain was fighting the Nazis during World War II, no one asked what's going on in Dresden.
I want to repeat that. Quote, when Great Britain was fighting the Nazis during World War II, no one asked what's going on in Dresden. For those who aren't aware, during the Dresden bombing, something like 25,000 people were killed because the United Kingdom intentionally targeted population centers in the center of Dresden.
It was the Nazis targeting London, and you targeted Dresden. So
listen,
shame on you if you go on with that false narrative.
We're not talking about that, and in hindsight, many people have listened. And in hindsight, many people have readdressed that kind of carpet bombing.
Babies. Oh, I see. Now you're Mr. Clean. Shame on you.
Absolutely.
So the reason that I bring up the analogy to Dresden is that a lot of modern scholars think that Dresden was a war crime. The United Kingdom intentionally targeted, not strategic targets. The United Kingdom went at night and targeted civilian population centers in the center of Dresden, not factories that they'd specifically targeted out. They went for the center of Dresden. The term that initially was developed from Guernica, the bombing of Guernica, if you've ever seen that painting, this is what it came from. The terror bombing of Guernica was the bombing of civilian population centers. It's what the UK did to Dresden in 1945? I can't be fucking that up, but probably did. What the UK did to Dresden was very different in contrast with what America did. America would go through it during the day and would specifically bomb rail lines or factories during the day when it was as easy as possible to sight. Britain literally had to develop customized radar technology to try and find things during the night so they could do more effective strategic bombing because they didn't want to go during the day with a higher risk of getting shot down. Like, unironically, America did way better bombing for a huge number of years in World War II just because they flew during the day and actually looked at their targets. Britain, during Dresden, did not. They dropped firebombs, they dropped just high explosive bombs, and they destroyed the people of Dresden. And I just want to note, as a final, maybe macabre note, it didn't work. Targeting the civilian population centers of Dresden didn't shut down the war industry surrounding Dresden, which came back to life in a few months. Targeting the center of Dresden didn't stop the people there from fighting. It didn't demoralize the German army, just like bombing London didn't stop the UK people from fighting. Demoralization bombing didn't fucking work. Strategic bombing didn't fucking work. So when he says this, when he points to this as an example, I just want you to keep that in your mind. He's pointing to what modern scholars think might be one of the war crimes that Allies conducted as what he thinks should be done in Gaza. I don't know how else to read it. He's saying that you did this when you were targeting Nazis, and we're targeting Nazis. How else do you read it? Okay, so he's just the former prime minister. He's not currently an Israeli politician. Okay. Here's the Israeli President Isaac Herzog Herzog was asked again about limiting civilian casualties. And in response, he says,
"This tells it all."
President Herzog, Raggy Omar from ITV News in the United Kingdom. You spoke very passionately about saying that Israel was not retaliating but targeting with regard to the operations in Gaza. But even President Biden, who spoke so personally and passionately with regard to what was happening in Gaza, spoke about the importance of the laws of war and the humanitarian situation within Gaza. So with that in mind, what can Israel do to alleviate the impact of this conflict on 2 million civilians, many of whom have nothing to do with Hamas?
First of all, we have to understand there's a state in a way that has built a machine of evil right at our doorstep. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat.
oh shit, I'm muted. God fucking damn it. Thank you, Roxy. Just to repeat what he said, it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being involved, not being aware. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. He goes on for a little bit. And pull up the transcript. I don't have for this. The reporter gets to do a follow-up question and ask him about his statements to see whether he clarifies. And he partially does.
To hold the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, responsible for not removing Hamas, and therefore, by implication, that makes them legitimate targets.
No, I didn't.
The question was, you seem to hold the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, responsible for not removing Hamas, and therefore, by implication, legitimate targets. How does he respond?
Therefore, by implication, that makes them legitimate targets.
No, I didn't say that.
But
I did not say that. I want to make it clear. I was asked something about separating civilians from Hamas. But with all due respect, if you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me, am I allowed to defend myself? Yes. That's the situation.
Okay. So he says, first, no, I didn't say that civilians are responsible. But if you have a missile in your kitchen, am I allowed to defend myself? Yes. And that's the situation that we have. So his argument is, yes, we might be hitting civilians, but that's because they're having fired from by Hamas, that we're just fighting back. But he starts by arguing that civilians in fact were aware they could have fought against the regime. And he qualifies it, but only a little. Remember, this is the president of Israel. This is the guy that comes to Washington to do their diplomacy. Okay. Well, maybe he was speaking out of turn. Maybe if there were, say, prepared remarks by the Prime Minister of Israel, they could really clear this up and give us a different perspective on the matter. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu, the president of the Prime Minister of Israel, giving prepared remarks.
People of Israel, last night our Holy Bible defended against our children, parents.
So, about a minute into the speech, he says,
They are all united and filled with a combat spirit that I've never seen before. They are willing to fight full force against an enemy that there is no other enemy as cruel as it is. They want to retaliate for the horrific acts that these people conducted against our children, parents, sisters, brothers, and friends. They are committed to completely eliminate this evil from the world for our existence. And let me add, for the
So, first we get, our soldiers are fully committed to eliminating evil. Okay, that's good. If evil means Hamas. But he doesn't end there.
benefit of all of humanity, the entire people and all of Israeli leadership. We all embrace them and believe them. You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible. And we do remember, and we are fighting. Our brave.
So, to repeat the quote, it's the entire people and all of the Israeli leadership, we embrace the soldiers and believe them. You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible. I don't know if Najwan is going to get upset at this, but I want to pull the quote that comes from in the Christian Bible, name of the Hebrew, in the Torah. Is it the Torah? I might have just said something real dumb. In the Hebrew, in the Jewish scriptures, the story is the same. It begins, now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camel and donkeys. And then Saul, the soldier who has been requisitioned to do that, does destroy almost everything, and he gets in trouble because he spared the king and some of their sheep and cattle. So he didn't actually destroy literally everything, because God wanted to be very clear, destroy literally everything of the Amalekites. Again, the quote here is, remember what the Amalekites did to you. So, Najwan says, it says, remember what they did to you, not remember what you did to them. Okay, but if Hamas was citing a scripture from the Quran in which Jewish people had done something wrong to Muslim people, and then a Muslim prophet had righteously gone down and destroyed everything that the Jewish people owned, down to every man, every woman, every child, I think the context would be obvious. Paragon Affairs, Saul was so close to being base, but then he kept the cows around. That's so true, Old Testament God. I'm glad that the Old Testament God is in my chat. So, I've seen defenses of this quote because it's just scripture, right? I actually think the quote goes on to say something that's also pretty fucked.
Brave troops and combatants do remember, and we are fighting. Our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the Six-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero.
So I figured I'd just mention this because people have said, well, maybe there's biblical context here. Maybe he's just doing an offhand scriptural reference. But I think it's worth noting that the broader context mentioned here is explicitly that you Jewish soldiers are descendants of a 3,000-year-old line of Jewish heroes. He's not following the Amalekite quote with, and we will care deeply about the lives of civilians. He's following it with, there's a long line of Jewish heroes. Maybe some of the Jewish heroes mentioned here, like Saul. Now, I will accept that this is not like direct statement of genocidal intent, right? But when you're to the point that you are saying your soldiers are part of an ethnic religious hero group that has an unbroken chain for 3,000 years, as is found in your holy scripture, you're getting pretty close to saying things like, this is a religious war, God granted this land to us, it's time to take it. Like, I just, for all the nuance we can add to this, the choice of doing this this is like a 5-minute speech. The choice of doing this in a 6-minute speech, putting this much focus on it, is like fashy at the very minimum. If Donald Trump got up on stage and said something like, "There's an unbroken chain of American heroes, British heroes, stretching back 1,000 years, and like the ancient Saxon hero of what's his fucking name? What's the Viking thing that they always read? If he started citing that like ancient Anglo warriors had been heroes, you'd be creeped the fuck out as well. So I think at the minimum you should be a little sus. Okay, you should put a little amogus in your head. That's what that when you hear that you should remember the Amalekites. Okay, an amogus appears in your head. Sorry, the last quotes that I wanted to mention were from, first, a short one from Daniel Hagari, who is the leading Israeli military spokesperson. It's a short one. Early on in the war, on October 8th, he said, "The Israeli bombing campaign is focused on damage and not accuracy." The full quote says, "We are taking a toll on every Hamas position and structure, dozens of every pilot and every Air Force strike. The emphasis is on damage and not on accuracy." Okay. Not insanely bad on its own, except that in the context of what we've actually seen with the bombing, it appears to be true that they've killed a shit ton of civilians for every possible Hamas fighter that they've possibly killed. At minimum, we're talking 9 civilians for 1 Hamas fighter. Like, generously. So that seems very damage and not accuracy based. There was the leader of COGAT, which is in charge of security for the Area C in the West Bank. He had this to say in a statement that he released on his own Twitter account. Not on his own Twitter account, sorry. The official account of COGAT. And I'm just going to play the audio and not show the picture. Actually, I can't do that because he's speaking Hebrew and there's not a translation. My bad. I'm going to read it to you, okay? But just know this is an official statement from him on his own account that he prepared ahead of time. Again, not something just tweeted out. Official statement. Quote, "Kidnapping, abusing, and murdering children, women, and elderly people is not human. There is no justification for that. Hamas has become ISIS. The citizens of Gaza are celebrating that, instead of being horrified. Human beasts are dealt with accordingly. Israel has imposed a total blockade on Gaza with no electricity, no water, just damage. You wanted hell, you will get hell." Okay, just learn Hebrew, silly. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Let me pull up Duolingo and real quick just move chat through Hebrew 101. So, when he says, "The citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of being horrified, and human beasts are dealt with accordingly," it's possible that the human beast he's referring to is just Hamas, but he's clearly condemning the citizens of Gaza for failing to condemn Hamas, instead of being horrified by Hamas. And then he uses that logic to justify Israel's blockade on Gaza. Again, no electricity, no water, just damage. His words. Okay, well, he's only the military leader of COGAT, which is in charge of the West Bank, but maybe the leader of the Gaza military effort will be doing much better on this one. Well, I don't have any quotes from whichever guy is in charge specifically of Gaza operations nowadays. I do have quotes from Mr. Yoav Gallant, who is the Minister of Defense, on I don't actually have the date for this one. October 9th. Yeah, because this one comes first. On October 9th, he said, I don't know why the full quote's not in here, but quote, I ordered a full siege on the Gaza Strip. No power, no food, no gas. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. The defense here, the most generous defense, is he's just talking about Hamas. The next day, on October 10th, he says, and I'll read it, you saw what we are fighting against. We are fighting against human animals. This is the ISIS of Gaza. This is what we are fighting against. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. So, again, the defense of these statements is always going to be, they're just talking about Hamas, that human animals is just Hamas. But it wasn't, I think, pretty clearly in the Kogat statements. And they've used this justification, the siege on all people in Gaza, which doesn't just hurt Hamas, as we are fighting animals. I think in all of these statements, it's hard to find an explicit statement that, like, hey, we're doing an ethnic cleansing. It's usually by implication. It's, hey, we have to do this thing, which hurts all the citizens of Gaza, and our justification for that is, quote, we are fighting human animals. And if you read between the lines that, hey, you have to do this thing because they are attacking all people in Gaza, then it's pretty clear to me that by implication, they think that people in Gaza are human animals. And if they don't intend that, they very rarely caution otherwise. They're never saying things like, no, actually, civilians in Gaza are super important, and that's why we've set up a humanitarian corridor. Yoav Gallant could have done that, but he didn't. I think that's worth noting, right? It's worth noting that virtually every Israeli politician, not virtually every Israeli politician, but all of the ones that I've shown you, people in charge of very senior levels of the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence, people, the Prime Minister, the President of Israel, the former Minister of, I believe, Defense of Likud, the leader of Kogat, who's in charge of the West Bank, all of these people have used pretty dehumanizing language towards either the people of Gaza or plausibly towards the people of Gaza. And not just plausibly, but I think by implication, the more reasonable interpretation is towards the people of Gaza. I'm mentioning all this because it builds up to the documents that I'm about to show. There are two documents, one released by the Miskav or Meshkev Institute, and one released by the Ministry of Intelligence of Israel. The first one, which was originally posted publicly by the Miskav Institute, excuse me, is titled, and I've just translated it here, A Plan for the Resettlement and Final Rehabilitation of the Entire Population of Gaza, Economic Aspects. The Miskav Institute, or Context, is headed by former Netanyahu National Security Advisor Meir Ben Shabbat, who, says Mondoweiss, remains influential in Israeli security circles. Its former chairpersons and founding associates include Yoaz Hendel, a right-wing centrist who was a minister of communications intermittently in the past 3 years, Moshe Yalon, who was the former defense minister, Moshe Arens, and also the former defense minister, and other top political personas. So, this would be something like if the Heritage Institute, or something of that caliber in the United States, something which is very closely tied to the Republican Party, maybe the American Enterprise Institute, had put out a document like this, trying to contextualize that. Najwin is probably typing up in chat that this isn't an official institute, it's just a think tank. And that's true. but it's a think tank with close ties to the leading party of Netanyahu and the leading thinking lights of the right of Israel, which is in charge of what's going on right now. In addition, it's not untied from the government. Why? Wrong link. 927 magazine says, this is not the only connection between Likud, the Ministry of Intelligence, and the right-wing think tank Meshkav Institute. About a month ago, the Ministry of Intelligence pledged to transfer 1 million shekels from its budget to the Mishkav Institute to conduct research on Arab countries. So, this is an institute headed by senior former conservative politicians, which gets government money. That doesn't mean the government agrees with everything it says, but it's indicative, perhaps. Originally, this was tweeted out publicly. That tweet has since been deleted. It's only on Google Cache because they realized the backlash they got after publishing this. The document outlines, quote, an immediate, realistic, and sustainable plan for the humanitarian resettlement and rehabilitation of the entire Arab population in the Gaza Strip. The article opens with a screenshot of Cairo for a reason. The document, in short, is an argument that the entire population of the Gaza Strip should be moved to Cairo. At the bottom, and the reason why I think this document is worth looking at, is because it does get at what a lot of genocidal documents have done in the past. You start costing out, you start planning what it would take to actually do an ethnic cleansing. In Appendix A, they have a table which was titled Resettlement Cost per Person or Family in Egypt and Total Cost to Israel as a percent of gross national product for the fiscal year. So again, the analogy would be something like, imagine if the American Enterprise Institute wrote up an article, and the article was, how much would it cost to resettle every first-generation Mexican-American? And then they cost it out. And they say it would cost about $8 billion. And then they summarize the report as saying, there is no doubt that for this plan to come to fruition, many conditions must exist at the same time. Currently, these conditions are met, and it is unclear whether such an opportunity will arise again, if ever. It is time to act now. There's a lot in this report that's worth condemning, but it's the tables that really get me. Because once you've started putting together the tables, it's not just words. You've actually done the intellectual work required to justify, to begin planning out your ethnic cleansing. Okay. We can get one step closer to the government. The Ministry of Intelligence is a government advisory organization. The analogy that the Ministry of Intelligence draws itself on its own website is to the Director of National Intelligence in the United States, who is roughly in charge of what's called the intelligence community in the United States, which means stuff like the CIA and other intelligence gathering operations. They don't have direct control. There's sub-agency, like at each agency, the head is also appointed. So this is more like an advisory or supervisory role. But again, the analogy that the Israeli government itself draws is that this is like the Director of National Intelligence. So a very important role. In the United States, that's a cabinet level role. So again, the analogy would be, imagine if someone appointed by Donald Trump headed an agency that then put out a report which said what we're about to discuss. They put out a statement. Oh, and I wanted to say, the page of the analogy that they draw to the Director of National Intelligence, that page is now a 404. They got rid of all the description about what this ministry does after this report got leaked, because they didn't want these comparisons being public. So take that as you will. Originally, it was leaked on a website called Local Call. Did it here? I have a translated version, and I've subsetted some of the key portions here. The document, which is titled Policy Paper, Official Options for Policy Regarding Gaza's Civilian Population, outlines 3 such options. Option A, the population remaining in Gaza and bringing back Palestinian Authority rule. Option B, the population remains in Gaza and a new Arab Authority emerges. Option C, the evacuation of the civilian population from Gaza to Sinai. Again, option C is very textbook ethnic cleansing. The report, in its summary, concludes that option C is the only option that will yield positive, long-term strategic outcomes for Israel. Option C is the ethnic cleansing option. Option A and B, where the population gets to remain in the Gaza Strip, quote, suffer from significant deficiencies because neither of them provide the necessary deterrent effect to future terrorist action, which will not lead to a mindset shift. Later in the article, they clarify that the mindset shift is that the people of Gaza should feel defeated and like a failure, which, as we know, has never led to far-right movements before. There has never been a, say, backstabbing myth, or Dolchstoßlegende, which led to a fascist movement in a certain European country. Ever. Option A is the option with the most risks. That's the option, remember, which is the most sane. Option A is where the population of Gaza remains in Gaza and the Palestinian Authority comes over from the West Bank to Gaza. The report says option A is the option with the most risks. The division between the Palestinian population in Judea and Samaria is one of the central obstacles preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state. In fact, the report opposes option A because, quote, choosing this option entails an unprecedented victory for the Palestinian national movement. They don't want a unified Palestine because it might lead to a 2-state solution and a Palestinian national movement. According to, in this report anyway. This report, by something comparable to the Director of National Intelligence in the United States, a cabinet level position, by the Israeli government's own statements. The document was confirmed as authentic. The summary by 927 magazine is, quote, expel all Palestinians from Gaza, recommends Israeli government ministry. The document's authenticity was confirmed by the ministry. And just for a little bit more detail on option C, they basically outline the stages of ethnic cleansing. They say, first, due to fighting against Hamas, there's a need to evaluate the non-combatant population from the combat area. Okay, that's the justification that's been given right now, that you have to leave, people of North Gaza, because you need to escape the fighting. We don't want to kill you. Okay, that's what's currently happened. 2, Israel should act to evacuate the civilian population to Sinai. That hasn't happened yet, but the justification again is going to be that it's needed to ensure that people are not killed during fighting with Hamas. Then we will set up tent cities in Sinai and establish a humanitarian zone to assist the civilian population of Gaza and construct a city in a resettled area in northern Sinai. Finally, a sterile zone of several kilometers should be created with Egypt, and the return of the population to activities or residence near the border should not be allowed. So, Paragon Affairs says option A and B are Saul pilled and lame, but option C is based in Amalek purging pilled. So true, Paragon Affairs. I'm glad that it's based and ethnic cleansing pilled. So, we don't have, in my view, I wanted to put this all together in part because I haven't seen anything which has tried to put it all together in one place, hear the politicians' statements in their own words, and outline what I think is the case for the intent. We've already seen in practice the displacement of 1.4 million people. The displacement is a fact. This 1.4 million people is not in question. The destruction of 45%, sorry, not destruction, the damage of 45% and the destruction of about 10% of all homes in Gaza is not a question fact. It's real. 180,000 homes have been damaged in Gaza. That's real. 1.4 million Gazans have been displaced. 8.8 thousand and 22,000 people. 8.8 thousand have been killed, 22,000 have been injured. Again, none of these facts are in dispute. The only question is, how do you interpret it? Is this simply a war against Hamas that's gone a little bit too far, that's killing a little bit too many civilians? Or is this something approaching ethnic cleansing? I've called it ethnic cleansing for a few weeks because I thought the initial statements clearly implied genocidal intent, and every statement that I found since then suggests the exact same thing. We haven't seen a slowing of the rate of civilian deaths. We have not seen a humanitarian area created by Israel. We've seen no interest in Palestinian lives expressed by the Israeli military, despite nearly a month of fighting. We've seen no attempt to provide housing for the people of South Gaza. We've seen no attempt to provide a significant amount of aid into South Gaza. For reference, South Gaza got, before the war kicked off, 200 trucks a day. But now they get on the order of 20 trucks a day. And people in South Gaza drink on the order of half a liter a day when you need 3.5 to survive. I think it's very clear, in my view, that if this isn't ethnic cleansing, it's pretty reasonable to assume it. It's 10% of the aid waiting. Yeah, very few is crossed over. And of the aid that's crossing over, there is no fuel and not nearly enough electricity, and the water is not strong enough to run through the damaged pipes. It's a trickle. I think all of this lays out the case for, if it's not genocide yet, the intent is there. The actions are there. The only question is whether the displacement continues and becomes permanent, in my eye. The only question of whether this is ethnic cleansing is whether the displaced get to return home and Israel conducts a humanitarian effort to rebuild those homes. And we've seen absolutely no reason to expect that. I am deeply worried about the situation. And I want to present this not as like, this is not the formal legal case for genocide. That will emerge half a year from now, a year from now. But I want it to be clear that even a month into this conflict, the lines were clear. This is not a complicated situation that nobody could understand. If you just listen to the politicians in their own word on broadcast TV, if you listen to the Israeli government in the words they put on writing, the case for ethnic cleansing is there. When people say later they had no idea, it's because they weren't paying attention or they didn't care about Palestinian lives. Bluntly. So, here's hoping that Israel suddenly decides that it loves socialism and gives humanitarian aid to all the people in South Gaza, lets them return, and builds an egalitarian, binational state. Short of that, we are watching the beginning of ethnic cleansing, I think. I wanted to read on the last note, we have really condemned Israeli actions before. There's a story from Ronald Reagan in 1982 when Israel had invaded. Oh God, I'm totally blanking. I know it's Lebanon, right? Yeah, I'm not insane. Sorry, I don't know why I was thinking that it would be Syria, but yeah, it's Lebanon. It's the Lebanon War. Sorry. In 1982, during the Lebanon War, the leadership of Israel was pissing Reagan the fuck off. By June, Israeli troops under Ariel Sharon's leadership had reached Beirut. Reagan accepted his advisor's resignation, his pro-Israel advisor's resignation, on June 25, 1982. Schultz, the new Secretary of State, inherited a tumultuous situation. Reagan, who had considered Israel a trustworthy ally, was disgusted with what he saw happening in Lebanon. Israel's 10-week siege culminated with its planes bombing West Beirut for 11 consecutive hours on August 12th. For reference, we've been seeing not continuous bombing, but very high intensity bombing for a month now. Reagan got upset after 11 hours of bombing on August 12th. He called Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and said, "Menachem, this is a Holocaust." Reagan refused to give his ground, bluntly telling Begin that he had to stop the bombing. 20 minutes later, Begin called back, saying that he had ordered Sharon to halt the attacks. Reagan thanked him, hung up, and said to Deaver, I think that's his chief of staff, I didn't know I had that kind of power. The United States is the only country that's keeping this going. The United States is the only country that refused to vote for a ceasefire. The only country that is providing this level of military aid to Israel. We have to change the politics in our country if we want to see an end to this. If we want this to happen never again. Because never again is now. I know that wasn't probably a particularly exciting bit, but I wanted to get through it. I wanted to compile all this. I wanted to have a reason to listen to all this. I know Naja, for all this, is going to be saying, oh, well, there's an alternate interpretation. Maybe this is just Hamas. Maybe instead of indiscriminate bombing, maybe there's being discriminate but uncaring of civilians. Maybe they're just on the edge of war crimes. Maybe it's not possibly ethnic cleansing. Maybe it's just a lot of bad statements. And I'm sure others will say so as well. But I think the case is pretty clear that if it's not ethnic cleansing, it's pretty easy to see it as one. And if it is ethnic cleansing, the cards were all there. The information was all there from the very start, from the day after October 7. People were talking about human animals. From the week after, people were talking about the need to flatten Gaza. From 2 weeks after, people were talking about the need to deport all Gazans out of the country. We are not blind. We are not deaf. When we look back on this, I just hope that... I hope I'm wrong, I guess, is what I would say. All right. I'm going to grab some water real quick while you wait. Oh, gosh. God, this graphic is so fucked up. That the statement, quote, Jewish people in the United States have too much power. Fucking 40% of conservatives under 30 agree with it. I'm gonna put on some music because it's just so fucked. Like, it feels like the situation in Israel is fucked. Like, the far right in the United States is gonna take over the Republican Party 30 years, and hopefully they're dead, but like, hopefully the Republican Party is dead by then. But just read in response to the earlier panel on anti-Semitism on the left, like, I don't think that's a serious problem, but anti-Semitism on the right is going to be such a huge problem. I've seen so many posters posting like 4chan memes about how the entire country is run by Jewish people. Like, unironically, the average GOP candidate is going to be a groiper by like 2040, by 2050. It's going to be, what a fucked country. Oh no. Still waiting on the clarification of objective act utilitarian, rule utilitarian. Yeah, somebody said I could write. There's an endless conflation of Israel and Jews. No, the quickest way to tell whether someone is a leftist anti-Zionist or a rightist anti-Zionist is whether they bring up crimes against Palestinians or the USS Liberty. Any person who mentions the USS Liberty to you has like a 1 in 3 chance of being an outright neo-Nazi, like unironically. Intent matters then. In order to define the rule, well, that's the argument for stuff like ethnic cleansing, that like people voluntarily moving is not a problem. Even government paying people money to say like move to a city, move to a certain location is not a problem. The problem is if the reason of doing that is to establish an area clear of a certain ethnicity, because that rule would lead to a lot of really bad decisions. Yeah, I think so. In turn, that's bad because of the consequences, but like, yeah. All right, Tiny Shill, go, if you're in chat, go like my stream. The dog boy can go like the stream. Tom Aesthetic, also the relocation would most likely kill most of them. It's not like they all go get new houses. If Israel forced the 1.4 million displaced people to move in the manner that they forced them to move now, you would see, I think very likely, Trail of Tears, at least scope deaths. Yeah. Oh my god. I want to do a bunch of stuff about theocracy, but I think my voice is going to give out. Instead, I was going to do more lefty infighting. Because this video came out recently. So
this episode is brought to you by Ground News.
Oh my gosh, shush. I'll take y'all's opinion. We can do, we need to talk about authoritarianism by second thought. Or we can do two things. One is just briefly looking at this Rapture ad on Fox News. And then looking at Charlie Kirk. And I have a full clip for this. Charlie Kirk saying that the first murder in the Bible was caused by socialism. So your option are Christian stuff that's vaguely related and tanky infighting. How do I do a poll? How do I do that? Poll. How the fuck do I do a poll? Okay. Vote. Help. The stream might not be long for the world. What? Kirk is cooking. Oh, you're just posting it. Let's see. Authoritarianism. Charlie. My vote failed to start. Why is... How am I failing this? How the fuck am I failing this? Yes or no? Oh, it's the question mark that's doing it. I know. I get it. I think I get it. Most experienced streamer. I'm learning, okay? I'm learning. I'm learning on the job. Look, I'm a big fan of experiential learning, okay? Love the Montessori method, love some workplace training. Gotta get some junior seniors. It hasn't been solved yet. I haven't started the vote. It actually worked. How the fuck do I vote in this? Can I not vote? How do I look at the vote results? How the fuck do I look at the vote results? Where did it go? How do I see it? Where is it? Oh my god. Kane here. Kirk is right. Red bugs and killing ableist praxis. Oh, you already know the quote then. I don't. Did the vote just disappear? What happened? Did it fail to start? I don't get it. I'm so lost. Everyone in YouTube chat is voting for Tiny Face Man. How do I feel about the one-sided beef between you and Mouthy? I feel like Mouthy DMs me pretty friendly most of the time. It insta-ended? Oh, I think hitting X, like, deleted it. Okay, let's see if that works. No, it just disappeared again. Why is it? Where did it go? Oh my god. Most professional streamer. Okay, I'll have to try that in my own time because clearly I don't understand what I'm doing. We have 4 votes for Charlie Chirk. The poll is on the website, but it also doesn't exist, so it keeps fucking failing, and I'm not sure why. It might actually be a problem with the website. I might need to ask White Nervosa. You should get in the White Leaf Discord if you can. Oh, I didn't know if there's a Discord. I just DM them. All right. Let's. Oh gosh. Get her ready.
The world.
You can ask in there. There's a bunch of people. Biblical scholar Kirk over here. Mouthy is seasonally. Oh my god, y'all fighting. All right, I wanted to follow. I wanted to watch and then like just briefly respond to this totally insane Rapture ad which appeared on Fox News. I couldn't find another copy of this except this Twitter clip, but I have other versions of it, and it has like 10 million views across all the various versions. So decent chance that your grandma has watched this ad.
When the rapture occurs, the world will capture the moment. When the rapture occurs, the world will capture the moment. The world will reel.
One more time.
When the rapture occurs, the world will capture the moment. The world will reel with concern from watching the strange, mind-boggling, and unbelievable video footage that goes viral across the globe.
Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air.
So what's so fucked up to me, just pausing this briefly, so the beginning of all of this, these clips that you're seeing, they've posted them all on TikTok, like the child flying out of the swing, the like church where suddenly everyone disappears, the guy holding the sign disappearing. All of these they've been putting out for a year on their TikTok. They built it all up into this, like it looked like it was found footage, and then they cut to their church in New York. And this is one of the most expensive properties in New York. This gigantic window facing onto Central Park is like, rent's got to be like $2 million a month, like unironically, without exaggeration. This is one of the most expensive places in the entire world. So this guy is making so much fucking money, just for context. And he's saying some of the most insane shit you've ever heard.
Across the globe.
Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air.
When Christ comes for his people, it will be in the twinkling of an eye. Billions of people will exit this planet in an instant, but billions will be left behind. It will be chaos on our globe, but incredible, glorious joy in the skies.
Capture it. Okay, and the reveal, like it always fucking is, it's a book. It's go buy this book.
The skies.
Capture a thrilling glimpse of the rapture in The Great Disappearance. In 31 short, easy-to-read chapters, Dr. Jeremiah answers questions about the next event on God's prophetic calendar.
When the
prophetic calendar.
I just wanted to show the end. It shows available everywhere where books are shown. 31 chapters of how to like. So the thing that's so funny about this to me is like, I don't understand how you can be sold the scam of like the rapture. Like, what is he going to tell you about the rapture that you don't already fucking know? If you think you've been like a good person, you're going up. And if you think you're a bad person, you're going down. But the reason why this shit works is because Christians think they can find like a cheat code. Not Christians, a specific subset of evangelical Christians think they can find like a cheat code to surviving the rapture and being rapture ready. And there's this whole fucking industry around this. People sell like food supplies related to the rapture. People sell, I'm not even joking here, windows in the roof and roofs that have handles so you can get out during the rapture to people who are so fucking gullible that they think that's what's going to get you. Like when God is lifting you up, you're going to get stuck on your roof. That when God's lifting you up, you're going to get hungry and you need some rapture food. Like there's a reason that this man can afford the $14 trillion a day rent. Jesus fucking Christ. There's another version they released on their YouTube, and this one has 5 million views, and it doesn't sound like it's voiced by a Fox News anchor. 5 million views.
When the rapture occurs, the world will capture the moment. Cell phones, security cameras, law enforcement body cams, doorbell cams, and more will all bear video record of the Great Disappearance.
So all this is just like giving it a whole dramatic hype. And then every fucking time when you actually get to the details of it, at the end, it's just to sell the fucking book. It's just to sell the fucking book. Because the whole thing is just supposed to be, actually, I've got the cheat code. Like, quite literally, the only thing that you get from all of this is not that the rapture is going to happen. He doesn't give you any goddamn evidence for that. It's just, what if I have done the research on the Bible and I found out how to get you to go up to heaven during the rapture? And the reason why I figured I'd mention all this is this is not, unfortunately, a rare belief. The idea that we are about to head up to heaven, that God is going to pull the worthy ones up and send them to the kingdom of heaven while like Satan reigns over the earth. It's not Satan. It's like the Antichrist is going to reign over earth. It's 40% of American adults. It's 47% of Christians think we're living in the end times. 63% of evangelical Christians, and 76% of historically black churches. 2 in 3 evangelicals think that we're living in the end times and God is going to pull you up to the heavens. And those evangelicals control the Republican Party. Right now, the guy in charge of the House, of the Speaker of the House, is an evangelical Republican who thinks we're living in the end times. When he watches this, he thinks this is a documentary.
Capture the moment. Cell phones, security cameras, law enforcement body cams, doorbell cams, and more will all bear video record of the Great Disappearance. The world will reel with concern from watching the strange, mind-boggling, and unbelievable video footage that goes viral across the globe.
When I said this is a fucked country, the idea that the most powerful country on earth, the leaders of the most powerful country on earth, watch this and think, yes, this is going to happen. Oh my fucking God. Like, one of the reasons that I am so steadfast on lesser evil voting is because these people are, the idea that this is the ideology behind the most powerful military on earth is so fucking frightening that I can barely put it into words. You are giving a person who thinks that we are living the end times and your souls are about to be sent up to heaven access to half of the world's nukes and a military so strong that it can literally wipe the Russian military. Like, the only reason that we haven't invaded Russia and haven't invaded China is because they have nukes. I don't know. I just bring this up because, like, this is my anti-theist part coming out, but, like, holy shit, a huge motivator for my, like, you have to vote for Democrats, please, for the love of God, is because this ideology is unironically a big part of the driver for, like, why we support Israel, for why Republicans don't give as much of a shit about the environment, because they think we live in the end, so why do you have to keep it up anyway? Hey guys, God here. All roofs and walls are Satan's work. You should open everything, including all valuables, social security, and credit card numbers. I mean, unironically, the way that this ad ends is literally, buy this book. It's literally, it's hello gamers. I've discovered a glitch in the Rapture. To access it, just give me your social security number, expiration date, and the 3 numbers on the back. Thanks, gamers. Like, make sure your wallets are facing up so the money can get out. Related to that, related to Christians focusing on the cheat code for the end times rather than actually doing good works today, is Charlie Kirk. Here's a clip which Right Wing Watch summarizes as, Charlie Kirk says that the first murder in the Bible was caused by socialism, and I'll just let it play.
So one of the main reasons, and this is why I wish every church would just preach the Bible, because you could obliterate Marxism in one sermon if you just open up your Bible. One sermon. You need to ask the question, are human beings naturally good? It's a very simple question. And the answer is, of course not. But let's look at what the scriptures have to show us about the Hebrews. Right? Here's how I know the Bible is true. God took the Jewish people and built them into a great nation. Pretty impressive. No offense, but they complain all the time. They're constantly lying. You know, it's pretty impressive how you take the Jewish people and you build them into something great. You can do it with that.
I love that he explains the joke. Okay, so the first things we get are original sin, the classic Christian belief that people are naturally evil. 2, only God could make the Jewish people a great nation. And 3, the reason that Right Wing Watch posted the clip.
You could do it with anybody. And so they leave Israel. And not only are they doing the golden calf thing and all that, within a couple days they're complaining. God blows quail off course, manna from heaven. Literally in the book of Numbers, it says the Hebrews complained that they didn't have cucumbers, melons, leeks. And they said, bring us back to Egypt, because at least we had better food and we had meat. Bring us back to slavery. We would rather be taken care of than to be free.
I'm letting all this play because, in addition to sounding completely fucking insane, it actually is part of his point. So his argument here is the Hebrew people were able to be built into a great nation, but they tried to refuse that because they wanted to stay in slavery because they got tasty foods. Why is that so bad, Mr. Kirk?
And you think about that. By the way, I heard that message 8 years ago. Okay? And I read it in my Bible, and I remember going up to my pastor and I said, no. People want to be free. I fought him. I said, no. This is a different place, different time. Then I lived through COVID. People do not want to be free. They don't.
The funniest thing about this from living in the United States is that whenever Republicans are like, I used to think that America was a country of freedom, but then I lived through COVID and I saw the sheeple would accept anything. We didn't accept shit. We accepted like 1 week of lockdown, and then people fucking protested because they couldn't get their hair cut. We were in fact so free that we let 1.5 million Americans die. Like, by his own logic, people are in fact so desperate for freedom, they are literally willing to die to do so. Okay. Continuing on, his point here is, I used to think people were naturally good and they naturally wanted freedom, but then I read this story in Hebrews about how Jewish people actually wanted to be slaves.
If you have a society that embraces freedom, you have something very, very rare. It's a value. You have a temptation to naturally want to sit at home and get stuff for nothing and want what your neighbor has.
Look, I think everyone in chat loves getting stuffed, but the argument here is people are naturally evil and they don't value freedom. So the only way to preserve freedom is keeping it as a value. That has to be like the national mythos. And the only way that freedom is preserved is if we keep it high in our spirits. I'm just trying to explain the whole argument here because this is all leading up to socialism is the first murder in the Bible. So try to give his argument the steel man it deserves. The anti-Semitic steel man it deserves.
What was the first murder in the Bible? Socialism. The first murder in the Bible was socialism. How often do you have a pastor tell you that?
Yep. First murder in the Bible was socialism. Gets up there, starts reading from Karl Marx. Here in Das Kapital, it says, actually, Cain was right. So, okay. The logic we have so far is, 1, Jewish people love to complain. 2, we're about to get the explanation. I'm just trying to give it the full explanation to make it as least insane as possible. 1, Jewish people love to complain. 2, people under COVID passively accepted their unfreedom. 3, therefore, freedom has to be a value. 4, the first murder in the Bible was socialism.
Sacrifices, God likes. Often do you have a pastor tell you that? 2 sacrifices, God likes one of them, doesn't love one of them. Resentment, murder. All throughout the scriptures, you see envy. I want somebody else's stuff. I don't have it as good. Drive you to very evil and dark places. So if you think human beings are naturally great, then you think you can create heaven on earth. And that is the promise of socialism, that you can create a place of perfection. For those of you that grew up in Cuba, how often do they talk about Viva la Revolution? Just one more year, one more decade, we're going to bring in the greatest thing ever.
So I figured I'd bring it up because the idea that the first murder in the Bible was socialism. Hey guys, Abel here. What the fuck, Karl Marx? Yeah, so the argument here I wanted to bring up because it's an example of how religious logic explicitly leads to reactionary ends. Kirk's argument is, 1, Jewish people are annoying. Okay, but that's not key to his argument. We're going to get rid of that, okay? His argument is, 1, Jewish people loved unslavery. In fact, all people love unfreedom. They love slavery if it gives them nice things, if they get to be kept well. 2, therefore freedom has to be a value. And 3, jealousy, the opposite, leads people towards socialism, which leads people to murder and destroy society. That's his argument in short. that jealousy is socialism and socialism leads to murder. Like, literally, socialism is when people want things other people have, and when they really, really badly want it, that's more socialist, and when they kill someone else to get it, that's communism. That's literally Kirk's argument, without exaggeration. And the reason I wanted to mention this is that, first off, the Genesis story is, like, not that simple. Some have interpreted it as an allegory about people and basically violence between nomads and settled, like, agricultural people, which is pretty clear when you read the actual story. In the original story, Cain worked the soil, Abel kept flocks. Then, after Cain kills Abel, the Lord curses him. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. So, one of the conventional readings of this story is, like, there was a tribe of settled people, and due to violence, they were driven up. They had to become nomadic. It's not actually clear when you read into, like, the biblical readings of this verse exactly what the problem here is. It could be like jealousy, but that's actually not the mainstream interpretation. It's actually, like, the mainstream interpretation is that it's unclear. The second point that I just wanted to bring up is that regardless of how you interpret the story of Cain and Abel, the Bible is not it's not pro-wealth. Here's James 5:1-6, titled Warning to Rich Oppressors. It says, "Now listen, you rich people, weep and wail because of the misery that is coming on you. Your wealth has rotted, and moths have eaten your clothes. Your gold and silver are corroded. Their corrosion will testify you and eat your flesh like fire. You have hoarded wealth in the last days. Look, the wages you failed to pay the workers who mowed your fields are crying out against you. The cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord Almighty. You have lived on earth in luxury and self-indulgence. You have fattened yourself in the day of slaughter. You have condemned and murdered the innocent one who was not opposing you." There are so many Bible verses which are just fuck greedy rich people. And I don't know how you can, like, I'm bringing this up because, remember, 67% of evangelicals think we're living in the end time. And yet, they preach the prosperity gospel. They preach that God gives wealth to men who live worthy lives. They preach that God gives prosperity to men who get worthy lives, when it's the exact fucking opposite, that men who exploit others, their lack of wages to workers will testify against them in the court of heaven and hell and send them to the eternal fire. Like, it is actually literally the exact opposite. If you think you're living in the end times, you should be giving away all the shit you have. That old quote, the camel of the eye of the needle, is literally a reference to how to get into Jerusalem as an analogy to getting into heaven. Camels had to unload all of the stuff they were carrying. It's an analogy about how you can't bring your wealth with you to heaven. That if you want to get to heaven as a rich person, you have to unload your wealth. And what should you be doing with that wealth? Well, when we look at early Christian communities, quote, "Christians adopted approaches to welfare that were new to Roman eyes. The very first community of Christians in 1st century Jerusalem hosted free communal meals. Church leader Tertullian bracketed his community's income, meaning that he limited the bottom and limited the top. He literally had a max wage and a min wage in his community. Tertullian bracketed his community's income, deposetia pietatis, with corresponding spending on beneficiaries, alumni confessionis. If you were too rich, you paid money to the church, and if you were too poor, you got money from the church. This is from I have the study, and I'll link it in chat for you. This is, I want to read again. In early Christian models of society, quote, poverty assumed a central position in the collective imagination as the redistribution of wealth. Quite logically so, the church defended private property, which might sound odd as a left position, but the church defended private property because they wanted to defend the ability of the church to own property. Quote, quite logically so, because such property rights were a prerequisite for dispensing benevolentia, the funds they would give to the poor. Lists of paupers eligible for church support were compiled called matricula. Early Christian communities were explicitly founded on opposing the old Roman ideals that the rich rose up naturally and they were the betters of society, and the poor fell down because they were the worst of society. That philosophy literally comes from Aristotle and has a long history in Greek and Roman society. It's part of why those societies were overwhelmingly so deeply unequal, so deeply plutocratic. And Christianity was a radical rejection of that. Early Christians were it's fair to describe them as communitarian. They felt that everyone had a baseline income because we are all God's children. And they also felt that excess income was hoarding of wealth. Yeah, Fudge Smith is right. Peter kills a guy in the book of Acts for hiding wealth. Early Christian communities often owned things in common. They wanted property rights because that way they could own all of that property as one community. They were more analogous to utopian socialists than they were to Republicans. That's why I find the Charlie Kirk shit so funny, because by his logic, socialism equals jealousy, and jealousy equals hell, and jealousy equals murder. Whereas for early Christians, it was the exact fucking opposite. If you want to be a proper Christian, you lift up the poor. It's your duty to God. The final thing that I wanted to add is that, when Jesus Christ entered the church to preach against the moneylenders, part of the reason that he did that is because he was a debt abolitionist. This is reading from another study. Sanders 2020, not Bernie Sanders, but we'll take it. Reading from Sanders 2020, quote, Jesus tells a Jubilee story about debt forgiveness. Luke even makes it clear that the Our Father prayer is a prayer to God to proclaim the Jubilee of debt and sins as forgiveness. Throughout Luke, sins and debts are used interchangeably. Quote, the prayer observing Jubilee led to people, quote, not only forgiving each other's debts, but also sharing what wealth they had. I just want to read, I think this is called the Lord's Prayer. I always forget the name of it. Quote, this is how you should pray. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we have forgiven our debtors. Anyway, I'm sure that Jesus would have been a fan of college debt. I'm sure that Jesus would have been a huge fan of payday loans. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Comrade. Early comrade Jesus Christ. So I thought this was worth mentioning because first, on its face, the statement that socialism was the first murder is farcical, right? It's just completely absurd. But second, it's so frustrating because Christians in the West, especially conservative Christians, love to compress down history and purify history down to these simple moral stories of good and bad, that Cain was bad and Abel was good, and Cain killed Abel because people are naturally evil and he was jealous. And that's it. It has to be a simple moral story with a simple moral failing. Instead of being an allegory about people turning away from God, an allegory about violence between the settled and the unsettled. And they can't accept anything about Christianity preaching that we should lift up the lowest among us, because it completely contradicts every fucking thing they do. Najuan says, this is why Protestantism is bad. Oh no, are we going to get a Catholic? Are we having Jesuit hours in here? Look, in short, it is so easy to portray Jesus as a conservative, socially conservative, but economic leftist. And for the standards of his time, his social conservatism would not have been that radical compared to the deeply conservative Jewish society of the time. The thing that was radical about Jesus, if we are to trust the Bible, if we are to trust the accounts of early Christian communities, is in fact their radical pro-poor beliefs. Any sufficiently advanced Jesuit is indistinguishable from Richard Dawkins. That is incomprehensible, but I love it. I just bring it up because, like, it's so frustrating that the particular brand of evangelism in the United States is solely used to say that the poor deserve what they have because Jesus punishes the wicked, and the rich deserve what they have because God grants gifts to the moral. God grants gifts to those who act in holy ways. And in fact, Christian philosophy was so radical because, unlike virtually all ancient philosophies, it did not accept a sort of it didn't accept sort of the implicit social Darwinism of a shit ton of Mediterranean societies around that time. It was radical in that it demanded a minimum income for the poor. One of the first early universal basic income proposals literally is a Christian proposal to tax the rich to give everyone a basic income, a subsistence income. That radicalism comes through for thousands of years. And it's so fucking frustrating to see Christians compress that down and say that the only thing Christianity cared about is making sure that you don't fuck other dudes if you're a dude, and making sure you don't fuck outside of marriage. Like, ancient Israel and Judea was a wild place to say the least. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus Christ Wealth Fund when? Could you imagine how fucking based it would be if Pope Francis embraced like a social wealth fund for Catholics? That the tithe, instead of being used for priests and golden thrones, was used as a mutual aid fund? Like, the world could be so much better, man. The thing that sucks so much is when Charlie Kirk says that socialists want to build heaven on earth, I don't fundamentally think he's wrong. I think I want to build a utopia on earth. I don't think it's that it's based on believing people are naturally good, believing that like we're fulfilling the mission of Christ in doing so. I think that humans are a product of their environment, and people can become better over time. We have gotten better over time, and we should find ways to do so in the future. The more educated we've gotten, the more aware we've gotten, the closer we can come to building a society where everyone lives in harmony, where everyone works for the good of all. That's a utopian dream. But you don't have to believe that people are naturally all good to believe it. All you have to believe is that people are products of their environment, and when we build good environments, they will become good people. That's it. That's all you have to believe. Because socialism isn't about sharing is caring. Socialism is about people owning wealth collectively. It's about lifting up the poor. It's about building institutions which make it so that it's hard to fall between the cracks. It's hard to fall into deep poverty. And that's what's frustrating, because that utopia is real and we can build it. But he wants to tell you that you have original sin and you are so deeply jealous that if you let that jealousy into your heart, then freedom will be destroyed. And it's just completely fucking wrong. Some of the freest societies on earth are the ones that come closest to the democratic socialist vision. The societies with some of the greatest ability for people to participate democratically are countries like Finland, like Sweden. The countries that come closest to collective ownership of the means of production. Freedom is a value, but just like all other human values, it's one that we build through the environment. We show people that democracy works. That's why we want democracy in the workplace, so everyone values it everywhere. That's what's so frustrating about this. Charlie Kirk wants you to believe that you are naturally broken completely, and the only way we can hold society together is a strong police, a strong military, and a strong church that tells you what to believe and conditions your behavior because you can't be trusted. And I think that we can build more than that. Najwin asks, why don't more people build up wealth funds? If you can get even a set of stocks that get $100 in dividends each year, if you really care about a cause, it will grow over time. You can buy more stocks and get to the point where you can actually help people. It'll be a multi-generational fight, but it'll work. There have actually been the basic problem, like bluntly, Najwin, is that when those are created, they either fail due to poor investment decisions, or they succeed, and that leads to situations like actually a decent chunk of American Native American tribes who have really high income per person. Like from, say there's a casino and it has a very high like income, but it's only like 1,000 members of the tribe of the group, and so that means a very high amount per person, and that leads to really perverse incentives of like limiting how many people are within that group. It's exactly the same problem that actually we saw with mutual aid back in the day. Is that mutual aid worked? Mutual aid worked really well. It was super efficient, and it kept people's incomes over time secure. People had great health insurance, they had great life insurance, but the only people who could get into it were upper middle class artisans, people who were already close to secure. And that's what happens, is that if you have a social wealth fund, you're going to have adverse selection problems where people either try and kick out the poors, or the poors join in and then it dies. The only way you can do it is a whole society social wealth fund. That's why. It's adverse selection. Same problem as with health insurance, same problem as with mutual aid. That's why government run works for health insurance, and that's why it would work for the social wealth fund. How do I argue against great man theory? It's pretty obvious that some men have a huge impact on history, but rejecting that isn't to reject Marxism. The key claim of historical materialism is not that deeply influential individuals don't exist. The key claim of historical materialism is that society is driven by the economic motor underneath. That the ways we produce things, the means of production, and the society that derives from that industrial society derives from steam engines, that the current society we live in derives from computers and electricity, that great men, so to speak, that deeply influential men emerge from that. But the society, there's a great quote by Marx. In short, if you want a one sentence answer, quote Marx, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living." Great men exist, but they exist in a society that they cannot solely control, right? They exist in a society that exists because of the means of production, is the argument. Bud Schmidt says, "It sounds cheesy, but I love humanity, even with all its faults, and I want humanity and want them to be prosperous." I unironically think that one of the things that's frustrating is sometimes I hear that socialism is like this jealous philosophy that just wants to tear people down, that we want equality at the cost of prosperity. And I actually think it's very much the opposite. That when we look at successful socialist projects, the elements of those which are successful, the elements which socialists worldwide like about countries like the Soviet Union and Sweden, is in fact the ways that they free people. That because you've guaranteed a basic income, because full employment in Sweden, or basically guaranteed employment in the Soviet Union, that no matter how hard you fall, you'll have some basic income. That you won't fall into poverty, you won't become homeless, you won't become, a lot of stuff happens when you become homeless. You won't become like mentally unwell, you won't be as likely to get a drug addiction. That in fact, your ability to choose your life, to determine your life, is better in a system where there's enormous collective spending. The The individual is freer in a system where no individual can fail and die. Would you prefer a cooperative economy, an SWF, or both? I've heard funds are better. I don't think these are contradictory. Cooperatives, in terms of direct democracy, only work on a small scale where people are in a direct community with each other. As you get larger and larger, you build you have to build an indirect democracy. And that's not particularly good at governing firms, because politicizing the internal economy is not an effective way of running the firm. So cooperatives seem to work at the small scale, but they start to fall out at bigger and bigger scales. So you start needing institutions like unions again, and you start needing something where workers control the firm, but they don't control it in the direct investment way of cooperatives. Can I raid into Ash? Of course. Yeah, Ash is doing a fundraiser. She needs money to pay rent while she's going through a job retraining program, because the United States does not have an acceptable active labor market policy, ALMP. So that's what we should have in a country that was sane. Ash wouldn't need to pay her bills. What do you think collective control of the economy would be while maintaining democracy? So something I've long argued is that when we say democracy, what we really mean is the ability of the individual to as great a degree as possible have input and control over their situation. And that the overall status of society should be as close to the collective result of all of those individual preferences. I'm hoping to stream tomorrow, Naja. I know I always say that, but I am actually hoping to do it because I have content ready. And so why am I saying all that? It's easy to imagine democracy in multiple layers. Let's imagine a society where every institution was undemocratic. Your football club is not democratic. Your workplace is not democratic. Your politician is not democratic, whether local or national. Conversely, it's easy to imagine that every level of that would be democratic. The problem in both cases is that autocracy and democracy at different levels compete with each other. It's not possible to have absolute control from the top and also absolute control at the bottom, right? If your firm is absolutely controlled by the boss, then that means that the central government can't have any control over it, right? In the same way, democratic local control conflicts with democratic national control. It is not possible to have a single central plan and also have fully democratic firms. So it's always a trade-off. And the question is, how do you maximize the democracy at every level of the economy? To whatever degree we think democracy is good, it's how do you maximize democracy at every level. It seems like cooperatives are pretty good. It seems like co-determination is pretty good. It seems like unions are pretty good. Another thing worth noting is that in highly equal markets to some degree function like democracy, because your spending functions like a vote. Libertarians will bring this up and they'll say that you vote with your wallet. They use this as a defense of capitalism. But it's not democratic in the current system because people have deeply unequal incomes. But in a system where people have very equal incomes, it actually starts to approximate democracy. So the argument is that some mixture of social wealth funds controlled by national democracy, cooperatives, which are very low-level democracy, and in the middle, some combination of social wealth funds, co-determination, and unions might be the best way to guarantee that people have collective control over the means of production. Because if it's controlled by the center can override your local democracy. If it's controlled at the local can override the center. And you also need some mechanism to ensure that firms run competitively and efficiently. And the only ways you can do that are some kind of good central plan or some kind of market. Is there a merit to the argument that autocracy is more efficient than democracy? No. Autocracy is useful. So it is self-evidently true that autocracy is useful when the autocrat has better views than the democratic whole. And autocracy is useful in places where a shit ton of meeting or collective design or slowness is bad. So as an example, like a lot of really effective teams function where one person gets assigned a task and that's just their task. And that's really effective because it means that one person is responsible for the success and failure. That's autocracy in a sense. It means that one guy's job is to control something. But in another sense, it's just delegation. And that seems to be very effective. More broadly, at the political level, autocracy is deeply inefficient. Autocracies result in substantially greater corruption, because one of the few good things that democracy does is a combination of free press and kicking out corrupt people tends to build a society that is far, far, far less corrupt. And the huge benefit of corruption is that people trust each other. One of the biggest problems in central planning systems is that because you couldn't trust the central planners, there was an enormous amount of under-the-table dealing, and that led people to not trust each other. And that led to an enormous breakdown in the ability of people to pursue economic advancement by rationally being more productive, for example. There's an example in Stalin. Purge. So this is a quote from Wheatcroft and Davies, 2018. They're writing about the Great Purge under Stalin. And this is an extreme example of autocracy, right? So this isn't true of all autocracy, but, quote, taking a longer view, I should cut that. So they're talking about how Soviet society struggled to build trustworthy institutions because it kept enormously disrupting economic life. They write, the Bolshevik Revolution destroyed the old incentives and norms and struggled to replace them with new ones. Private property was confiscated in successive waves from the Revolution of 1917 to the collectivization of peasant farms launched at the end of 1929. The waves of confiscation destroyed incentives to work, to save, and to innovate. This isn't, and to be clear, Wheatcroft is not saying this is like a generic anti-socialist argument. Their argument is that if you know that your property is going to be confiscated, but you're not sure when, then it means that you aren't going to invest in it. Let's say you have a farm, and you know that at some point the government might take that farm. You have no incentive to work harder on it or invest into that property. However, if the government gives you a plan and gives you a compensation plan, as there were land reform schemes headed by the United States that actually did stuff like this, that people were simply compensated for their land when it was collectivized or when it was decollectivized, when it was redistributed from rich landowners to peasants. When you give people consistent incentives, they work on their land. There's a really neat, let me see if I have the study. No, I don't have the study on hand. I'll have to find it afterwards. There's a really, really, really neat study from South America, from, I think, Argentina. There was a slum in, I want to say, Sao Paulo, where a bunch of squatters took control of a bunch of these abandoned buildings from a construction project that had never gotten finished. And over, I think, 10 years, courts gave property rights from the old developer who was just not able to develop anymore to the squatters. And whenever they did that, the squatters doubled the investment they had put into their house, because now someone couldn't just come and take your house anymore. It's your property with your name on it. And again, this can seem like an argument against socialism, but in fact, it's just an argument for socialism. Cooperatives are an example where you have buy-in. You are part of your business, so you put more into that business. You put in more effort because it's your property, and you know that you can get a return from it if you do so. So the reason I'm just mentioning all this is that corruption and bad incentives are really, 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 really destructive to economic well-being. Part of the reason that I move towards a market socialist view is that I don't think capitalism is very good at incentives, and I also don't think that central planning is very good at incentives. That capitalism gives really bad incentives to a lot of very poor people, in part because if you can't make enough money to go to college, for example, you don't have the reason to invest in your ability to get more education, because it's so far out of reach that you can't even afford it. But even if education was subsidized to the degree that a poor person could afford it, then that gives you that incentive to invest in yourself. Without exaggeration, it's really important to give everyone a ladder upwards. Everyone needs a ladder upwards, or else they won't be productive. And if you cut off poor people from that ladder, you fucked society. If you cut off huge masses of people from doing it, you've really fucked society. What would be your critique of decentralized planned models such as the Spanish commune collectives and participatory economies? Okay, I need to write on this because I have not yet read Paricon or all of... Okay, I have a list of these. I have to show you the list. One sec. Where's the draft? Where's the fucking draft? List. Gimme. All right. This is a draft post. Oh shit. 1 minute. Let me pull up the actual draft link so I can show you. Draft post called A List of All Major Socialist Economic Models. And the reason I'm mentioning this is just because I have to mention that Hanel is so fucking prolific. When we get to the section on participatory economics, Albert and Hanel just never stop fucking writing. They've literally written like 15 books on this exact topic. It's literally like one every other year. So this is not relevant to your question, but oh my god, these people just give me your one model of Paricon. I don't want to have to read your 15 books and see which one is the strongest version. Is this available? Yeah, I can post the link, but it's not really ready. Is there anything in here that I wouldn't want? Not in the current version. There you go. A poster, but for literature. I mean, unironically, I think that's true. Like, when you look through Albert and Hanel's work, like Paricon, Life After Capitalism, Economic Justice and Democracy, Promise of Participatory... Sorry, I have to read the title. So, like, Promise of Participatory Planning, Realizing Hope. So we've got Participatory Planning, vague title. We've got Of the People, By the People, vague title. Hanel and Wright, Alternatives to Capitalism. I actually love Wright, so I can't hate on this one. Albert 2017, Practical Utopia, vague statement. It is a nice name though. Hanel 2021, Democratic Economic Planning, back to Participatory Economic Planning. Albert 2020, No Bosses, vague shit. Hanel 2020, A Participatory Economy, back to Participatory Economics. Like, I just want, where's the final definitive Paricon? Where is Paricon version 10, the final one, okay? I guess my short answer, depending on whether you mean participatory economics or negotiated coordination in like some of the anarchist models, is participatory econ, as Hanel outlines it, would lead to endless meetings. One of the implicit assumptions of Hanel's model is that every person can estimate their own economic needs for the next year. And I want you to think concretely about that. Imagine that the Central Planning Board writes you a letter, and the letter says, please write back with a list of everything you'll be consuming over the next year. And you get an idea of how insane that is. Unless your consumption is going to be like a bunch of basic products on repeat, like you write back and you're like, yep, I want 4,000 pounds of rice and 6,000 pounds of beans. It's just not feasible. And it's also not actually a good way of evaluating consumer preferences. Fundamentally, democracy is not effective at sussing out what people want to consume. Poggy asks, why a full year? Well, so it actually doesn't get better in either direction. If they ask you to do consumption for a full year, then that means that you have to plan out for a full year, which is too long. It's impossible. But if they ask you to do it, say, every month or whatever, or every week, then now you're demanding that people plan out their full consumption every week or every month. And that's a lot of fucking time to invest. Unless your consumption is really, really, really regular, like, imagine how much time, like, literally just think about the paperwork involved, or you have to go to a meeting and say what you want to say. It's a lot of fucking time wasted, is all. Even if you could do it perfectly, even if you knew exactly what you wanted to consume, Fudge Smith says 6,000 pounds of potatoes, 2,000 pairs of socks, and maybe 2 condoms. Me going up to the Democratic Economic Planning Board and just writing down like 4,000 pounds of beans and 1 bad dragon, one 10-incher. Publicly announcing to the world that I will only be needing 1, but exactly 1 over the next year. And that's exaggerated, but broadly the critique is what Alan Nove calls the ex-ante problem. You don't know what you want until you see it on the shelf. It's impossible to plan out your consumption unless you have like an actual list of products to look at it against. And basically trying to synthesize all this. No, what I wanted to do was, what I want is a table. I right now I have a list and I want a table. What I wanted to try and do was look at all of these models and try and think about the axes along which they vary and the mechanisms they use. And I wanted to try and categorize them and then think about which of those methods like seem to work and which maybe in like an odd combination could work together. Because like I fall in, okay, I feel like I need to list this out because it's going to sound insane if I just say it. Is there like a notepad online that I can just type? Okay, you have like the old Marxist models. You have the various like central planning and in-kind planning models. For the in-kind, you have like Neurath. For the neoclassical consumer final market models, you have Lange. Lange's idea is that like you plan everything until the final market, like, and then like when you go to the store as an individual, the prices freely rise and fall with supply and demand, and that's how they get the prices for all of the planning. Whereas Neurath was really inspired by World War I planning. He wanted to just do everything in raw numbers, like the X much steel, Y many houses, so on. You've got like various ANCOM. I call these decentralized planning models. Which are broadly based on the idea that communities would negotiate and firms would negotiate based on like a list of their preferences. That bleeds into negotiated coordination and participatory economics, which is all based on, again, like the decentralized planning models are stuff like whatever your favorite anarchist talks about. Whenever they talk about like communities would plan out their consumption and they would negotiate trade with other communities, that's sort of what's being talked about there. That bleeds over into like increasingly more market socialist models, which are negotiated and participatory economic models. And that's like Hanel and Albert. And then I'm promised this all has a reason. This is all to answer one question. You have what I would call like the Richard Wolff model. Where what if capitalism but cooperatives? And that's sort of like mutualism as well, but this is usually a bit more like it's cooperatives and also a decent amount of welfare, so it's not quite mutualism. Mutualism is like the anarchist version where it's just capitalism but cooperatives. And what I call is the cooperative market socialists. They envision a much bigger role for the state, but they do mostly just lean on cooperatives holding the burden. And then you emerge maybe towards social democracy, sort of democratic models, with what's called property owning democracy. The idea that if you've ever heard people say that like at 18, everyone should get like a fund from a common fund, everyone should get enough money to start a business or go to college, and that everyone should be able to own their house and stuff like that. This is an egalitarian but capitalist and propertarian approach to all these problems. It's we want equality, but we don't want collective ownership. So instead, we're just going to give everyone equal property. And we're going to give them a huge boost to that early on in life. And I'm bringing all this up because I fall into a very narrow sliver of all of this. There's like all these, I think these are like the categories. I think I fall into what I would call the regulated market socialist model. And the reason I'm mentioning all this as an answer to your question, is Oh my god, why are you talking about finitism in my chat? I have to scroll up past your finitism. It's pronounced longa. Yeah, I'm sorry, I always call it lange or lang or whatever. Where was the fucking question? I just wanted to know who I was responding to because I forgot it. God damn it. Somnia Static says basically you want to synthesize all this. And the reason that I was trying to answer like all these models is I feel like there's elements of all of these that I quite like. I'm not trying to synthesize them. I should disagree. I'm trying to compare and contrast these. I'm pretty sure that that the regulated market socialist model is correct. So wait, SDL, is the sky blue or not? I will now proceed with a 3,000 word essay. What I call the regulated market socialist model is it's not just leaning on cooperatives, but it also leans on stuff like social wealth funds. It leans on stuff like co-determination and strong unions. It leans on stuff like people's banks, public-owned banks. It's a mixture, and it also involves something called indicative planning, where instead of central planning, you engage in a lot of subsidies and taxes to try and shift the market without directly controlling firms. But another like related idea that I've really come towards, which emerges from like neoliberals, is the universal public option. I really like the idea in a market socialist model of having a universal public option for everything, where in housing, in healthcare, and in every sector that is like an established, already competitive model, the government would try and set up a firm or several firms which compete in the market to be the public option, so that there is some government-owned option competing in every area, whether it be housing or whatever. And I quite like that. It's like, oh, I don't trust markets completely to make sure that housing occurs for everyone. But if I don't trust them to do it for housing, why should I trust them for anything? And part of the reason for that is that housing is an odd market. It doesn't work as well as other markets. So maybe I should trust it for other areas. But I'm skeptical. And so I like the idea of maybe having a government-run firm or set of government-run firms that try and compete in every sector. And their aim usually is to try and serve the poor. The goal of the universal public option is not just to compete, but in particular to compete for the segment which might be least served by that sector. So like the reason I guess I'm coming at all this is that the reason you asked me about synthesis is this, what I call regulated market socialism, did not exist as an ideology until like the 1970s. It emerged from people throwing together a bunch of ideas. Like mutualism existed, but what hadn't been combined with like market socialism. And market socialism as it existed back in the 1920s was longa. Market socialism back in the day used to literally mean we will plan 99% of the economy, but the people's Walmart will be a proper market with supply and demand. And only by like merging all of these did we get something that I actually feel works out pretty well. So the point is like, okay, I like that process. Let's do that again. Let's make a big table, figure out what all the mechanisms are, figure out like the various axes these things differ along, and try and see if there's any other neat combinations we can do. Synthesis would be ahistorical. I guess my goal is kind of synthesis, you're right, but synthesis, the reason I shied away from saying yes is because that's an impossibly large project, and I don't want to commit myself to that. Right now, my only goal is I just want a table so I can even know what the comparison to make is. And to answer, finally, the reason why I want that table is I'm annoyed at anarchists on Twitter, and I'm annoyed at tankies on Twitter. that is literally the reason at the end of the day. I love Demon Mama, but I think that the economic models that she prefers are wrong, and I want to be able to say exactly why. That's literally it. And I do not love a lot of tankies on Twitter, but I'd love to be able to say exactly why their economic model is wrong. That's it. Also, and maybe this is the last note I would add on this, is that a lot of people come to socialism and pick a model because it's the first model that they see. And I feel like that's a failure, that socialists are really bad. Okay, the field of economics is really bad in general at teaching people about all the heterogeneity that exists within the field. It's very rare to go into like an undergraduate econ class and have them tell you, okay, there's the Austrians over on the far right, there's neoclassicals, there's multiple schools of neoclassicals, there's like center, right, left neoclassicals. They make different assumptions about behavioral economics. You go even further left, you've got the post-Keynesians. Left of them, you got like the regulation school, you got maybe some of the modern Marxists. It's very rare to get that kind of shit in an undergrad econ. Instead, you're taught economics. You're taught that there's the one economics, and it's the true economics. And I feel like socialists have the exact same problem in that whenever you talk to any socialist, there's their brand of socialism, and it's the right one. And I really despise that certainty. I felt like the only way that I've come to be fully comfortable in my socialist ideology is by trying out a whole bunch and being like, nope, that one sucked. Nope, that one sucked. Nope, that one sucked. This one fits as well as I can. And I find so often that especially quote unquote tankies and especially some anarchists, but way less, they'll tell you that their vision of socialism is the only vision. And I want to explicitly encourage heterogeneity in visions of socialism. Being like, you can't say this is the vision of socialism. There's 50 million socialist writers who disagree with you. Bud Smith says, I think Matt Brunig has said that too. It's a spectrum with multiple ideas, not one concrete ideology. One of the things that I hate most is Marxists who say that Marxist socialism is socialism. There are socialists who will say that rejecting Marxist premises is equivalent to rejecting socialism. And I like fundamentally, there's something about like my moral core which rejects the idea that a person can ever define an ideology. That's actually one of the reasons that I've started trying to use the term vanguardist instead of Marxist-Leninist, because Marxist-Leninist uses people's names as if those people get to define the ideology, but they don't, right? Trotskyism is as much a vanguardist ideology as is Leninism or Stalinism. It doesn't need to be tied to their names. I don't know. I'm very anti-name pilled. I haven't thought, if any of y'all have suggestions, I haven't thought of any alternate names for the like orthodox Marxist models, which is sort of like Marx has only very general sketches of his model because he hated the utopian socialists. He hated that the utopian socialists like Robert Owen would draw out these detailed plans for how to build a society and then have no plan on how to fucking get there, no plan to build the socialist movement to get there. And so instead he went in the reverse way, in my way, way too far, in my view, way too far in the reverse. And he just didn't fucking plan for shit. The most that his plan amounted to is, what if there was a common fund? What if we nationalized all the shit? And what if people were paid in labor vouchers? And that's like totally butchering Marx, but those are the big those are the big things that emerge from his writing on the topic. Did I look up isotype yet? Neurath's isotypes are so cool. I think I already knew this before you mentioned it, but yeah. Neurath, one of these socialist planners, after he got ejected from the socialist movement, one of the things that he did was start introducing image-based signery, what he called isotypes, that were intended to communicate without the use of words. And so, like, unironically, he had a huge influence on our society through the movement of isotypes, of people trying to make picture-based signage. Orthoxian? I hate this. Karl Orthodox Marx? I hate these names, Somniostatic. Luxemburgist primitivists are the best niche. I mean, part of what sucks, unironically, speaking to the big cheese wheel, is that part of what sucks is that I've often found that people get into socialism because something radicalizes them. Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump. I'm betting there's going to be a decent chunk of soc Dems who get radicalized by the Biden response to Palestine, and that's how they get into socialism. And then they look around, and I feel like what happens is the first influencer who like gets their hooks into them will get them into that brand. And that's why like someone would identify as a Luxemburgist, because how can you identify as a Luxemburgist unless you've read all of the other socialists and decide that she's the best, you know? And in fact, why should you bother to identify as a Luxemburgist? Why not just read all the socialists and take what you think is true from them, you know? And more broadly, okay, I can't share this on stream because it's a book draft, but there's this quote from an upcoming Kalnitsky, David Kalnitsky, who's writing that I really like, where he says something to the tune of, I do not think that the historical question of whether reform is feasible can be resolved by a closer reading of Marx. And I fucking love it. Because like it's completely correct. It doesn't fucking matter how closely you read these old Marxists. What matters is true. And I just, all the way back to the answer to the question, that's what frustrates me so much. I think there's easily like 20 variants of socialist planning. And instead of being like, hey, here's a bunch of models of the society of the future that you can look at and see which interest you, people are like, why don't you start reading my favorite writer? And you should start reading Bookchin. You should start reading Marx. You should start reading Lenin. It's all super inaccessible to new lefties. Yep. Would reading all these things require at the very least a bachelor's degree? On this list, it really varies. Some of these, like Marx, I think nowadays would be inaccessible to people without BA level or BS level reading. Like these are just very dense and annoying. Like, I shouldn't say they're dense. They are written with archaic style, which makes it hard to parse them. And there's a bunch of these. So, like, as a contrast, Cockshott and Cottrell, 1993. These are reformist Leninists who wrote a book for the general public. This you could read without a BA. You could read it at like high school level. But a lot of the published stuff, trying to think of an example that I read deeply. Wolf is another example that's written for the general public. You could totally read that in the general public. You shot him where? So true, King. Well, here, okay. I'm not getting into Cockshott. Not getting into Cockshott. When you read, say, Harrington 1978, it's very much oriented towards the general public. But when you read stuff like Roosevelt and Belkin 1994, it's Dissent publication, and Dissent is written for people with people of like high school to college, and then you get into stuff like Romer 1994, A Future for Socialism, and you getting further and further into like more and more academic work. I think it's a spectrum, and the most accessible stuff like Richard Wolff's book is like totally accessible to high schoolers, but then you get into stuff where you need like a BS. Absolutely. I was thinking about that while I was reading David Kalnitsky's book, that I think that to understand it, I'm pretty sure you need like at least, you need a very, it's got a high economic bar to entry, you know? More than just read them, but also critique them for yourself. I don't know. I haven't read enough of these to say. And also, it's really hard for me to I feel like I read in such an odd way nowadays. Like I read on the computer, I take notes of like big quotes from texts. It's very active reading. It seems to be very different from how a lot of people read. I don't know if I can even answer that without hearing from other people. Not trying to like toot my own horn. Just like if I'm ever reading something, I'm taking notes on it, which is not the same thing as reading for pleasure, you know? Yeah. What do you think is the correct model of socialism? I already said it. It's this one. This is the one and only truth. And if you believe in any other model, you're not a socialist. You are a right-wing revisionist. You are anti-Marxist, and you should be expelled. Yeah, Nacho, I've read that. One of the things... Okay, I want to do an analogy. Earlier in this stream, I said that I feel that lefties need two left turns. Turn one is US is lying to you. Turn two is so is the country the US was destroying. And that's kind of a fucked way to say it, but like the analogy is that you learn that the US was lying to you about the Soviet Union, and then you learn that the Soviet Union was lying about every fucking thing. Or you learn that the US was lying about weapons of mass destruction, and then you realize that Iraq was also intentionally making it hard to realize that it didn't have weapons of mass destruction. You realize that the US was lying about like why it was sanctioning people it was sanctioning Iraq, and then you realize that Iraq was also intentionally falsifying its survey results to imply a much higher death toll. And the reason I say you need those two turns is it brings you to a generic skepticism of, I think that school teaches you not to be skeptical of like the United States. And a lot of people who end up like anti-US campists, they learn to be skeptical of the United States, but they don't learn that you need that level of skepticism for every other country too. And so the analogy, Najawin, is that I feel like that was my experience with Marxism, that I learned, high school standard econ, I learned undergraduate econ, and then I started reading some of the Marx stuff, and I was like, wait, there's really lacking a class analysis in mainstream econ. There's really lacking like a role for how technology changes social roles and how those social roles might change stuff like wages. There's a real under discussion of unions. I don't even know if Econ 101 usually includes unions. I mean, it might nowadays, but I don't actually remember unions being discussed at all. And I felt like I had that first turn where I was like, wait, there's something wrong here. But then I got really deep into like Marxism and the labor theory of value, and I didn't realize wasn't sufficiently skeptical towards that. I got really, really into like central planning theories. I was a real fan of Lange and possibly Neurath. And I wasn't nearly skeptical enough of those. And I feel like it got me into a spot where I got really deep into it. I was just blindly trusting like a cockshot, blindly trusting some of the related writings, blindly trusting like Anwar Shaikh. And I feel like I'm so much more intellectually whole because I stepped back and I was like, wait, what are the other options here? Because I know that Marxism has some things right. I know that Orthodox Marxism has some things right, but I'm losing faith in the labor theory of value. What are the other options? And that was enormously helpful. You also end up with the state as God, and that goes some bad places. Yeah. I don't know. This is all sort of I'm preaching at the church of generic skepticism and generic like map out all of the options, and I want a word for this, and it can't be universalism, but there's this word that I want for like the process of sitting down and thinking about what all the options are before you commit to any of them. I remember that one paper where I told you literally just look at data. That could be, I look at so many of those. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Post your study that the regulated market is socialism is the correct one. There isn't one study that does that. What are the problems with Lange's model? I've barely read it. What is it about or how it would work? So Lange's model works like, I don't know, let's take like chairs or something. Wood, factory, shop. In Lange's model, the like lumber mills are planned, the factory is planned, and the shop operates on market supply demand to set prices. So the critique of Lange's model is different than the critique of, say, Neurath's model. So for Neurath's model, Neurath's model would be that, Neurath's model would be that every step of this is planned. That the lumber mill is planned, the factory is planned, and the shop is planned too, like in a ration type system. And it's easy to see the problem with Neurath's model. How do you decide how much of anything to produce? How do you decide what the correct ration is? And there's no objective metric to decide what the right consumption is. You can't like read Marx and decide that every person needs 4 pairs of shoes, right? So the ration is always going to be arbitrary. Neurath was inspired by World War I war economies, and rations worked fine for those because you can roughly approximate things like food, But they also worked because all they were really doing was taking pre-war consumption and approximating that through the war, minus losses for sake of the war effort. So if you were getting a pound of sugar each week, now you get half a pound of sugar each week, and we're just going to flatten that. But how do you know that a pound of sugar is always the right amount? There's no reason that you can assume the status quo is correct. So the problem with Neurath's model is very straightforwardly that you need prices. You need desires. You need some ability to decide how much of XYZ thing every person needs. I can solve that. Blindfold yourself and throw a dart at it with a variety of consumer goods owned. That's true. That would solve the problem. Would it solve it optimally? I will not speak. Longa solves that problem. He says, oh, we need prices. Well, I will keep 99% of the economy planned, but the people's Walmart, that will be a proper market. And using those prices and using the quantities sold, we will backwardly decide how much of those things to produce. And Longa's thing is actually a masterstroke. I want to give full credit to Longa. He was writing this shit back in the 1920s when neoclassical economics was new on the scene. Neoclassical economics' big insight was this idea of equilibrium or tâtonnement. Where the idea is that prices of a good rise or fall, and quantities of a good rise or fall until the market clears, until every good that is on the market is sold to a person at the appropriate price. And the idea is that if you set the price too high or too low, or the quantity too high or too low, then not all the goods will be sold that could have been sold. And so therefore, by market mechanisms, firms that set too high or too low will be driven out of the business. They will either have too little profit and they'll die, or they'll have too little sales and they'll die. So eventually the market emerges, it asymptotically approaches the equilibrium price. Longa's idea was, oh, that all works through market mechanisms. What if we just took the prices at the end and did it faster than the market? Tâtonnement can be literally translated as groping towards, like you'd grope towards something in the darkness. And the reason that analogy is useful is because you don't actually know what the true price should be. So you are groping in the dark. You are completely lack of knowledge. And Longa's idea is, okay, let's grope faster. Let's be the fastest groper in the West. And mathematically, it completely works. There's no problem with his model from that perspective. The big problem with his model from a modern perspective is that it's based on neoclassical economics and a very simplistic idea of equilibrium, one that simply doesn't exist. Those equilibrium do not exist. So the idea that you can simply find the equilibrium is wrong. That's please do not note down grope fast. Oh my god. You got a similar chart for political institutions and law for each socialist model? I eventually wanted to do that, yes. Unfortunately, it breaks down pretty simply to Soviet-inspired models, one candidate per seat in elections, either direct or indirect, councils to top, national parliament, only one party. Like, at its heart, it bakes down to a very simplistic one-party state. What math classes did you take for undergrad? I want to say Calc 2 and 3, linear algebra, a few. I don't remember if is Calc 3 multivariate? I don't even remember what the names of these are anymore. I recently realized that I knew what a partial derivative was and how to do it, but I couldn't explain why or how. So I do think I've lost like a good 50%. I think I've lost a lot more than I'd like. The big criticism of Longa from market socialists is that, okay, let's say you solve the price problem. The planning still doesn't work because the market socialists don't trust the ability of central planners to decide what the optimal is. They don't trust it for two reasons. One is the political. They don't trust central planners to close down shitty factories. They think that central planners, especially central planners led by socialist ideology and who care deeply about workers, are not going to say to a worker's factory, hey, you workers suck, you're fired, we're closing down the factory. So they don't trust them for political reasons. And two is they don't trust the ability of central planners to get enough data to make a full assessment. One of the upsides of markets is that because they are based on competition has the ability to take in a lot of data about what the quality of a product is and the cost of a product. Like the defense of markets is that you cannot produce a product below the cost. You cannot sell a product at below the cost of producing it. So naturally, that prevents you from making errors of costing a product too low. And competition in like a theoretical, well-functioning market will force prices down, hopefully close to that production limit. That's the argument for markets. And the fear of market socialists is that planners will inaccurately price goods too high or too low, or for political reasons, they will price things too high or too low. In the Soviet Union, for example, food was priced way, way, way too low so that people felt like it was very cheap. But as a result of that, farms were way undersupplied with money, which led to huge underinvestment in farming equipment and underpay for farmers. So instead of just subsidizing food, they fucked with the price of food, and that led to a consequence for the food sector. So that's the argument for what's called indicative planning, meaning that you use subsidies and you indicate to the market that where it should go, rather than you centrally plan the market. That's the idea. Okay. Checking in on YouTube chat. Rainbow Krampus says, ooh, heaven. Ooh, baby, heaven is a place on earth. Krampus says, if I have seen farther, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants. That is something that I think is really important to... I think the number one insight that I've gained from all of the reading that I've done is that people are fucking morons. We're easy to trick. It's easy to affirm our own biases. And I know that I'm prey to that too, and the only way I can try and avoid that is reading as widely as possible and being as questioning as I can. David Larson says, everything is paid by capitalism. There's very little ownership in countries like Norway and Nordic countries. I agree. Modern Nordic countries have seen a major reduction. In particular, we'd be talking more about like 1970s Nordic countries. Trump is very interested in this model. I think that's a joke about the groping. Fudge Smith says, didn't you need permission to leave a farm in the Soviet Union? Pretty fucked system. One of the big failures of central planning as well is that it doesn't cope well with free labor markets or free labor choices. That because you need a certain amount of workers in a certain area, and because you can't just let a firm die or fail or whatever, you have to basically force people to go somewhere. You could resolve that if you introduced a proper labor market where you paid people more to go to certain areas, but at that point you've abandoned one of the goals of central planning from socialist perspective, which is giving people equal wages, or equal wages for equal work or similar things. I again take the view that solidarity wages are the goal, but not like the level of equal wages the Soviet Union went for. Solidarity wages meaning that you would try and compress wages within a sector to pay people roughly equally within a sector, with accommodations for location and seniority usually. Are you going to get the merge chat bot up and running again? So the problem is that bot works on YouTube and Twitch, but it doesn't work on this site. And I actually don't think there's an API for this site. That's maybe a long-term project for White Nervosa, but without an API, it would be so painful to code a bot that posts into the chat. You might literally need to make like a Selenium, meaning a full instanced Chrome. Like you just straight up run Chrome and have it like type into the window. Which would suck. So no, there are no plans to do that. Nick the Stick asks, how would solidarity wages work under market socialism? I feel like there would be no point for unions anymore. So I actually think the opposite. In the vision of regulated market socialism, the whole economy isn't cooperatives. A lot of regulated market socialists do not think that cooperatives can work at a large scale, that firms above a certain size would have to function as partially owned by investors, internally democratic through co-determination, and with worker power secured by unions. That's the argument. And the investors, to be clear, would also be democratic. They'd be social wealth funds. But the fear, in short, is that because large firms have to be representative democracies, they can't run the same way that small cooperatives can. And that's the fear. So that's the argument for unions, is that you give direct democratic control via co-determination, and you give indirect control via stuff like striking and the ability to fight back. Also, and this is an interesting note, is that cooperative workers may want to go on strike in solidarity strikes or working with other workers. They may not be striking against their firm per se, but they may be striking against, say, a given... So we can imagine types of strikes which are don't provide goods to certain employers, right? So stuff like that is better coordinated when unions exist. Broadly, you should think of unions as a workers' organization rather than for the purpose of raising wages. The idea that unions only exist to raise wages is what's called pure and simple unionism, and it's a conservative view on unions, whereas the leftist view on unions is that they are for the purpose of raising worker power. I think you should take that view, that unions will exist and should exist long after we achieve like very equal wages or very high wages. Maybe one last note that's worth thinking about as well is that if there were, let's say the US elects Comrade AOC and she builds American market socialism and it's all perfect. By the year 2070, market socialism is full in swing. It's perfect. It's the richest society on earth. Everyone's so equal. Everyone's so happy. Everyone has a puppy. It's the most beautiful society. The rest of the world might not. And one of the ways that you can try and change the rest of the world is unions. Your union can cooperate with unions abroad to lift up people's wages. What do I think of the De Leonis models? I actually haven't read deeply into De Leon. So, did he put together did he have a paper is what I should ask. You have been elected lead planner. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I'll go back to streaming all the time and not actually plan anything. Budget department says, what would we set up, like a department of funds or something, which invests in businesses until the board is eventually majority or wholly owned by the fund? This is one of the reasons that I want to do the table, because I feel like regulated market socialists are really unclear about exactly what mechanisms they want for how to try and square the circle of giving worker democracy and also making sure that firms are competitive. And different socialists in that school would give you different answers. So if you give shareholders voting rights, then yes, you would eventually get to a point where half of the voting rights are held by the social wealth fund. Would that represent a decrease of worker control? Maybe, but maybe it's also a representation of national democracy, right? That like the whole country gets to control firms. So that is worker control. It's just indirect. Or should we not give social wealth funds any control, any voting rights? The concern with that one is that without voting rights, a fund might be less likely to invest in a firm because they can't vote against policies they disagree with. Now, that probably means that gives more local worker democracy, but maybe that gives less national worker democracy. Now we can't decide to fuck over workers doing things that might benefit the whole economy. That was, and the reason I'm mentioning that might seem like sort of arcane, but that was the problem, bar none, of Yugoslavian market socialism. The central planners refused to let firms die. They refused to let workers who had run like a cooperatively run firm that was shit to just let it fucking die. And that as a result, the productivity of the Yugoslavian economy was very, very, very low. And a lot of money was spent propping up really shitty firms. So the whole of market socialism is trying to ask the question of how do you balance local versus national democracy, and how do you ensure that firms die when they suck and they grow when they're cool. And that's that's a very crass way of approaching it, but yeah. What's your opinion on AI art? I've been coming around to the view that the socialist perspective should be that artists deserve a wage, like all people do, and that art should be, as much as possible, the collective ownership of all people, rather than I'm really, really, really opposed to copyright, and the alternative to copyright for art seems very simple. Set up something like Patreon for all artists, and people can just pay artists directly. Make it a democratic market, in short. Because right now, the money goes to people who draw lewd and sexual images. The money goes to people who draw advertisements. Money goes to people who draw memes. It does not go necessarily to what people are most interested in. It goes to what sells, what is uniquely desired, and that people are willing to part money with. And I feel like there's actually an argument that, like, this is sort of esoteric. I don't know how else to say that, but I feel like you could have art that is quote unquote more pure and maybe a little bit worse, but more experimental, which might lead to better art in the long run, in a world where artists are paid by people directly who are just interested in the artist per se and not interested in, like, because they're horny, or interested because they're trying to pay for advertising. How about Canada just handing out grants to artists? I think that we've seen a long trend of moving towards this model where we recognize that art is a social good rather than an individual creation that they alone should get to control. Puritan SDL arc? That's true. That's true. Yeah, I want GovTron because I want a Puritan society with no furry art. No, I imagine you'd see a lot of that too in a democratic art society. In fact, one of the most interesting arguments that I've seen relating to 1 minute. Let me pull up. That's why. I can find this. Okay, ran across an odd statement. And no, I haven't. There was a really neat study on AI. Where they extrapolated the size of current models up to the limits of databases that exist. So for low quality language data, this model estimated that we would hit the we would start using up the median estimate of all of the low quality written text that humans have ever produced by around 2032 or 2040. And for high quality language, stuff like books, we'd actually hit it around 2024 to 2025. And the reason I mention this is that AI is very clearly a revolutionary and possibly very, very, very useful tool. And if we want to increase the degree to which we can just train a bigger model, rather than having to find a way to use the same amount of data and squeeze more knowledge out of it, we should literally just write more shit. We should write more good books. We should write more good movie reviews. We should do more culture in a very broad sense. If you want AI to have more cool, correct, like neat things to train on, we should make more of those. So what if we just paid people to write beautiful books? What if we just paid people to write like thoughtful essays as much as they could? Similarly, for video and vision data, it's possible that we'll run out by like the 2040s. So the argument that I've had is that like I think AI art is unstoppable. By AI art, I mean like stuff specifically aimed at replacing the use of human artists. That seems like it's not going to be stopped. Anything short of like legislation is not going to stop it. So the solution should be the same as the solution for opposing copyright. Pay artists a stipend directly. Give people a voucher to give to their favorite artists, and end run around the market. So it's sort of the question of how do you ensure that AI works for people's needs, and also that people's needs are met, even if they are quote unquote replaced by AI. Doesn't this assume humans are uniquely able to produce unique art? Without getting into the details of it, the problem is that you can't just train AI on the output of its own model. Because if you do so, the model will not be trying to simulate human art. It will rather be simulating human art plus AI art based on simulated human art. And if we just create more art, it'll eventually start overfitting. I think the risk of overfitting to the sum of all human knowledge is not a major concern. Oops, I too appropriately embodied. You actually can for a few generations, says Najwin. Okay, a few generations in AI means like 3 years. So that's why. If by a few generations you literally mean like let's train like ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 5 on like outputs from their own models. Thanks everyone for the fun time. Thanks for coming in, Fudge. Really appreciated it. Thanks for all the questions. Oh. Surely humans also have some algorithm for producing art, so if we just get humans to make more of it, then we're forcing overfitting, aren't we? That assumes that there is an algorithm for art, which I agree at some very base level. There probably is some idea of what art is. However, I think that formulation is so broad as to include, like, think of all the types of mediums that art could include. Like paintings versus digital drawings versus photography. And then think of all the forms of expression within that. And I think the answer is that, okay, imagine how you should imagine AI theoretically. The way that I imagine it is that you've got, okay. Let's imagine, why can't I get down there? Let's imagine that you've got the noospace, okay? The space of all human ideas. What you're trying to do in AI, for the stuff we're talking about, like ChatGPT, is be able to enter a text input and search within the noospace, the space of all human ideas, and plop out, say, an image that corresponds to that idea. The point I would raise about the fear of overfitting is that I don't think that we've fully explored the no space for art. That there is so much like types of art and the amount of that art that we are so far away from fully filling the like all possible types of art that we can imagine so much more than we currently have. That would be the short of what I'd say. And the same is even more true for written content. I think. Okay. I should probably be heading to bed. I got my alarm to go to bed a few minutes ago. And that way I can try and stream tomorrow. Probably for a shorter time. But you'll get me hating on a tanky and authoritarianism, a little bit more Israel-Palestine, just a little. And I was going to try and put together some simpler, shorter React content to some other dumb conservatives. Raid into Ash? Yeah, let me do Ash. Wait, link them. They're on Twitch, right? I don't have them preloaded. Have you looked up the history of the Nonpartisan League of North Dakota? Yes. The Nonpartisan League is very cool. Give me that Ash link. One sec. All right, I'm going to send y'all over to Ash Jubilee. I'm going to click the host button, and I'm going to post the link for YouTube chat. If you want to head over, Ash is hosting a fundraiser because they need to raise money to pay for their rent. They are currently trying to get retrained. However, in the meantime, they will be lacking a little bit of money. It would be really appreciated if you wanted to help out. And they will love to see you. Bye.